Chapter 15. The Wrong Position. The beacon had a voice, and the voice was running out. It came up on the Lodestar's board at 0240 ship time, weak and intermittent, a personnel capsule's emergency cry that should never have been transmitting at all, because the people who had packed 30 workers into capsules and manifested them as inert freight had switched the transponders off, every one, so that a stream of living men and women could cross a corridor as cargo and never appear on a single line of the public record. One transponder had not stayed off. One capsule, somewhere out on a ballistic arc the official charts insisted was empty sky, had a fault in its silence, and through the fault a beacon was leaking. Not a position, not a clean fix, just a bearing and a number. And the number was the one that mattered. Reserve, hours, not days, and falling. The ship that caught it was still wearing xenon. The launch had scorched something in the ventral trunking that the cleaning cycle couldn't reach, and the forward deck smelled faintly of burnt insulation and moon dust. There was a panel off in the corridor behind the bridge, with a repair tag on it in Hartley's block capitals, and the deck tread by the lift still gave up a gray film of trench grit to the soles of your boots. Half the senior watch had been asleep 11 minutes before the alarm. Cross had not. He had given up on his bunk somewhere around 1, pulled a jumper over the intention of sleeping, and come up to read repair estimates he could already have recited. So he was standing at the rail when Imeth's board woke, when the long pale stroke of the bearing drew itself across the plot, and the night went from quiet to wrong, without passing through anything in between. The capsule had a name on it. They had pulled the name off the xenon evidence 2 days ago, a calibration hand named Pell, second shift, a half-corrupted personnel file that preserved almost nothing and somehow preserved this, a standing complaint about the second shift glove sizes, never actioned, and a fondness for the printer's attempt at fried bread, which the file's welfare section recorded he ordered every rest day morning without fail, as though the machine might one day get it right. There was a brother, Dirtside, who would not yet know to be afraid. Cross had read the file the night they lifted off the moon. He had made himself read it, the whole thin nothing of it, because a name you had read was harder to lose than a number, and he had wanted it to be hard. And down in Petrov's Bay, the survivor from xenon had already given them the only thing anyone had of the ARC group. They were still talking when they went past, and Pell had been one of the voices. Delgado had not slept either. The science officer stood at his station 2 days into the same shirt, jaw shadowed with the particular stillness of a man holding very still so the data would not notice him and change. The beacon's real, the bearing's real. Pell's alive was an hour ago. The telemetry's an hour stale by the time it crawls to us. His hands moved over the readout and stopped. What I don't have is a position. The beacon gives me a line, not a point. Pell's somewhere along that line, inside a search volume I can bound off the certified ephemeris, and I can prove the certified ephemeris is contaminated, Captain. I've been able to prove that since Tornel. The catcher clocks have a drift in them, and every solution that came off those clocks is wrong by some amount. He looked up, and the readout light put a green edge on a face that had gone past tired into somewhere flatter. I cannot tell you the amount. I cannot tell you the direction. I have Ruben Dewan's calibration archive off the xenon hall, damaged, half encrypted. That might resolve it, and the reconstruction is a day's work if nothing fights me. Pell does not have a day. Maddox gave us an offset. Maddox gave us a number on a chip and would not say where he got it. Ackerman spoke from the contingency board without turning. She had been there since the beacon woke, uniform jacket on over what was evidently a sleep shirt, the only concession the night had got out of her, and she had plotted the search volume, plotted the burn, plotted the abort, plotted the thing she did not say she was plotting, which was what they would do when this went the way the maths said it might. It could be the true correction. It could be a salvage crew's idea of a joke at a Geneva captain's expense. It could be a trap that puts us nose first into a rock he knows the position of, and we don't. We have no way to check it. That is the entire nature of an unverified number from a man who steals for a living. So there it was, laid out on the boards in front of him, the whole impossible arithmetic of it. 3 answers and no way to choose between them on the merits. The certified position, which he could trust the provenance of and not the accuracy. A bounded volume, audited, wrong by an unknown amount. Nor Dewan's testimony, which he now believed in his bones, and which gave him nothing he could fly to, because Nor knew the clocks were drifting, and could no more calculate a capsule's position from that than she could have stopped any of it. And Maddox's offset, a single bright number from a thief that might save Pell, or might be the thing that killed the ship. And under all 3, the beacon, counting. "Captain," Imeth's voice, level as ever, and the level was its own information. The worse the thing she was holding, the less of it she let into the words. "Tournell Control has noticed our heading. They are asking, with some heat, what an ISCA escort believes it is doing burning toward an unscheduled volume in a combine corridor. Captain Marchetti is on the same question. I have been declining to answer them in increasingly polite ways." "How many ways have you got left?" 3, Imeth said. "Possibly 4, if I am willing to be misunderstood." "Keep declining." Cross stood at the rail and looked at the line on the board, the beacon's bearing, a long pale stroke through empty charted sky. At the bounded box the certified ephemeris drew around it, and at the single point Maddox's offset put 140 kilometers off the box's edge, out past where any audited solution said a capsule could be. 140 kilometers. At the speeds a capsule recovery allowed, the difference between the box and the point was the difference between getting there with margin and not getting there at all. He could search one of them. The beacon's reserve did not let him search both. "Walk me through the box," he said. "Bounded search volume off the certified ephemeris." Ackerman had it ready. "It is wrong. Delgado's right, the clocks are dirty, but it is wrong by a bounded amount. The audit constrains how far off it can be. I can put us in the box and run a standard expanding spiral recovery, and the beacon's reserve gives us, call it 90 minutes of search inside it. 90 minutes is enough to sweep the box. If Pell's in the box, we find Pell. A beat. If Pell's where Maddox says, the box is empty, and we've spent the reserve finding that out." "And if we believe Maddox?" "Then we burn 140 kilometers on the word of a thief. And if he's right, we save a life. And if he's wrong, if it's a bad number or a good lie, we've spent the reserve in the wrong sky, and Pell dies while we're parked next to a rock or nothing at all." She finally turned. Her face had nothing in it that was trying to persuade him. Persuasion was not what she was for. "I am not telling you the box is right. I am telling you the box is the one I can bound. The offset I cannot bound at all." "Could we not split it?" Veinter. The ensign had come up at the alarm with his collar wrong side out, and had stood his relief station for the better part of an hour without a word. And his voice did what it always did under the eyes of the whole bridge, started half a tone high and found its footing on the way down. "Could we not split it, sweep the near edge of the box first, and if it's empty, run for the offset?" "Run the transit." Ackerman pulled the geometry onto the shared plot as she spoke, not unkindly, because she had already run it, because she ran everything. The crossing between the 2 volumes costs the better part of 40 minutes that neither search gets back. Have the reserve, and you don't buy 2 half chances, Ensign. You buy 2 searches that each finish proving nothing, and a man dead in one of the volumes you can no longer swear to. The reserve buys 1 honest search. 1. Vinter's ears went red, and he turned back to his board. Cross, who had been about to ask the same thing in older words, said, "It was the right question," and watched the boy's shoulders come down a centimeter. It cost nothing, and it was true. Everyone on the bridge had wanted the split to work, the way you want to cut a drowning man in half and save both ends. There was a version of the man in the chair who would have reached for the bright number. Cross knew him. He had been him at 25, the one who went with the gut and the grin and trusted that the universe rewarded nerve. But the universe had not built the catcher chains on nerve. It had built them on the audited and the bounded and the provable, on the slow, unglamorous machinery of knowing for certain that let a species fling mountains across a system and catch them every single time. His mother arrived then, unasked, the way memory does at that hour, when the body is wrung out and the doors are unguarded. Not the kitchen of the birth confirmation morning, the one he carried on purpose, the eggs salted twice, the screen face down on the counter. An older, smaller one, a memory he never took out and that came anyway. 10 years old, the same San Diego kitchen, the sea damp in the walls, his mother at the table past midnight with a printed load spec and a pencil, going down the column line by line with her finger, lips moving, checking a machine's sum by hand. He had asked her why she bothered when the machine had already said the number was good. She hadn't looked up. Anyone can trust a clean number, Danny. The job is knowing who cleaned it. And then she had slid the page across and made him add the column himself, twice, while his dinner went cold, and he had hated her for it, the way you hate the lessons that end up holding you together. Standing at the rail 28 years later, Cross asked himself who had cleaned the certified ephemeris, and the answer decided it. An audit had, a real one, signed, constrained, checkable, by auditors who wrote down their own errors so the errors could be bounded. Nobody alive could tell him who had cleaned Maddox's number or of what. A man with a dying beacon and 90 minutes did not get to gamble the one patch of ground he could stand on against a salvager's say-so. You went where you could bound the wrongness. You searched the box. That was not cowardice, and it was not faith in Geneva. It was the only ground he had, and Pell did not have time for him to find better. "We take the box," Cross said. Nobody argued. Salazar, who had not made a joke since the alarm, who had come onto the bridge with his hair flat on one side and gone straight to the flight station without a word to anyone, which from Salazar was its own weather report, laid in the burn. Hartley's voice came up from engineering on the open channel, dry, unhappy, giving it to him anyway. "You'll have the search burn and one hard run home, Captain. You won't have both twice. The port trunking's still breathing through a straw after that moon. Whatever you're choosing, choose it once." And Delgado said nothing at all, which Cross clocked and set aside, because the science officer's silence was a luxury he could examine later, and the beacon was a thing he had to answer now. "Burning," Salazar said. They went into the box. It went the way a search goes, the expanding spiral, the sensors reaching, the beacon's bearing narrowing, the sky and the sky staying empty. Cross stood the watch the way you stand it, present and useless, a captain reduced to the man who had chosen the volume and now could only wait inside it to be told whether he had chosen it well. At some point, Vinter set a mug of coffee on the rail shelf at his elbow. Printer coffee, the real beans being a catch morning ritual, and this being the opposite of a catch morning, and Cross said thank you, and did not touch it. The bridge ran quiet, not hushed, quiet, working, the low weave of sounds he could have named blindfolded. Imeth's board taking returns, the engineering channel breathing static, Salazar making small corrections to the spiral with 2 fingers, flying the cruiser the way you'd carry a full cup across a moving train. Nobody chatted. Now and then a station chimed, and the attention of the whole bridge went up like a head turning, and the chime resolved into nothing, and everyone went back to not saying anything. The reserve number sat in the corner of Imeth's board and came down. 90 minutes. 70. The beacon's voice thinned, the packets arriving further apart, each one an hour old before it reached them, so that the number on the board was not even the truth, only the truth as it had stood an hour ago, and the real number, the one out there under that pale bearing, was always smaller. Cross worked that out around the hour mark, and wished he hadn't, and stood with it anyway, because there was nothing else to do with it. At 60 minutes, the spiral found something, and his stomach went over before Delgado could speak. "Cargo," the science officer said. "It's cargo." A dead drifting pod that had genuinely missed the catch a season ago and never been recovered, tumbling slow, hull numbers still legible, some settlement's winter quietly become a write-off, the ordinary detritus of a working corridor. The spiral logged it and moved on. Twice more the boards lifted every head on the bridge. Twice more the sky handed them junk. At 40 minutes the spiral had swept 2/3 of the box, and Cross watched the unsearched third shrink, and something cold began assembling itself under his ribs, slow and methodical, like a man laying out tools. "Anything," he said. It was not a question Imeth could answer better than the board, and he knew it, and he asked it anyway. "The bearing holds," she said. "The reserve does not." At 22 minutes, the beacon stopped. It did not stop the way a thing breaking stops. It stopped the way a held note ends, a last stale packet, an hour old already, the automated cry of a capsule that had, an hour ago and a sky away, run out of air to keep one calibration hand alive, and then the line on the board had no number on it anymore, only the bearing, pointing at nothing, at a place they were not. On the bridge, nobody moved for a moment. Vinter's hand stopped above his board and hung there. Salazar flew one more leg of the spiral precisely, as though precision could be retroactive, and then stopped asking the ship to turn. Nadia Petrov's voice came up from the medical bay on the private channel because Cross had asked her to be the one to say it, because someone should, and it should not be aboard. She had 12 recovered workers and 3 tug crew in her racks down there, people she had spent 2 days putting back together, and her voice carried the flat evenness of a doctor who had been doing sums of her own all night. "Captain." Just that, first. Then, because she did not deal in the merciful lie, "Reserves gone. If there was anyone still breathing in that capsule an hour ago, there isn't now. I'm sorry." "Thank you, Doctor." His voice came out level, and some small cold part of him despised it for that. Cross had not even found the capsule. That was the thing he stood with at the rail while the bridge stayed quiet around him, not the death entire, which was too big to come in the door all at once, but the small administrative obscenity inside it. He did not have the body. He did not have the box's one mercy, a wreck to recover, and a name to send dirtside to the brother who would now have to be afraid. He had a bounded volume, a dead bearing, and the certain knowledge, arriving now with its coat off, that the capsule had never been in the box at all. The certified ephemeris had been wrong by more than the audit allowed. The clocks had been dirtier than the clean machinery of knowing for certain had any business being. He had stood on the only ground he had, and the ground had not been there. And what came up in him, standing there? Not grief yet. Grief was still in transit, an hour stale and crawling toward him like the telemetry. Was fried bread, the welfare note in a half-corrupted file. A man who ordered the same wrong breakfast every rest day on the chance the machine would learn. Cross picked up the cold coffee Vinter had left him and drank it straight down, all of it, because his body wanted a thing to do that was not standing still. And the mug went back onto the shelf louder than he meant it to, and nobody looked round, which was its own kind of kindness. "Delgado," he said, and his voice stayed level, which he was beginning to resent. "Where was it?" The science officer had been working the whole time. Cross saw that now, saw that the silence since the burn order had been the man refusing to stop, running the dead capsule's last bearing against the damaged archive, against Maddox's offset, against the drift he could prove and not measure, doing the reconstruction that needed a day in the only hours he had. "It was on the offset," Delgado said, very quietly. "Near enough. Maddox's number was the true correction. The capsule was 130-odd kilometers off the box, right about where he said, and we were in the box." He did not say, "and Pell's beacon died while we were in the box." He did not have to. The certified ephemeris isn't just contaminated, it's contaminated in a direction. The drift isn't random. It's pushing every solution the same way, and once I had a real bearing to anchor it, I could finally— Delgado stopped. He had got there ahead of his own mouth, the way he did, and the getting there had taken the color out of his face. "Finish it," Cross said. "They're alive." Delgado turned from the board with the readout still glowing behind him. "Not Pell. Pell's gone. But the others, the rest of the ARC group, the ones in the capsules that went dark instead of leaking a beacon, if the drift's pushing them the same way it pushed Pell, then they're not scattered across empty sky the way the certified charts say. They're together on a single offset return arc, all 17 of them, and they're alive. The dark capsules have full reserve, days of it. They're not the ones that were failing." He pulled the arc onto the main display, a long pale curve bending back through the corridor. "And Captain, look where it goes." Cross looked. The offset arc swept back through the Rivas line, back toward Tornell, and it did not run clear. It bent inward, in toward the corridor's spine, in toward the great marshaled return that had sat on every board since the morning of the catch as the most ordinary number in the sky. And it crossed it. The 17 capsules arc and the cargo train's line met inside Tornell's catch envelope, the two of them converging on the same volume at the same window, a little over a day out. The collars the catch riders had put on those capsules had not just thrown them into the dark, they had thrown them home, onto a path that would carry 17 living people straight into the mouth of an 11,000-pod mountain at the exact moment Tornell's compromised chain reached out to catch it. The train could not be recalled. It had been thrown weeks ago. It was coming on a schedule so reliable nobody gave it a second glance, and the chain would reach for it, and the 17 capsules would be in the reach. "How long?" Cross said. "A day, a little over." Ackerman had already done the sum. Of course she had. 26 hours to the convergence window, give or take the train's marshalling tolerance. For a moment, nobody on the bridge said anything. The dead bearings still glowed on the board, pointing at the place they had been, instead of the place Pell had been. The offset arc curved home into the train. At the relief station, Vinter was looking at the display with an expression Cross recognized from the inside, the one where the sky stops being beautiful for the first time. And Cross stood at the rail of his own command chair and understood, all at once and not warmly, that the investigation was over and something else had started, that he had spent a life he could not give back to learn a lesson the maths had been trying to teach him since Tornell, which was that a sound procedure run on a poisoned input gives you a wrong answer with a clean conscience, and that the conscience does not bring the dead man back. The brother was dirt-side somewhere, asleep in a town with weather, and did not yet know to be afraid, and it would be Cross's name on the message that taught him. Ackerman did not say, "I told you to doubt the box." She had not told him that. She had told him the box was the one she could bound, which had been true, and being right about it had cost a life. And so she did not say anything at all. She turned back to the contingency board and began, without being asked, to build the plots the next 26 hours were going to demand, and the cold came off her in a way the crew had learned to leave alone. Being right had never once made her warm. "Commander," Cross said. "Captain. Get me everything Delgado's got on that ark. Get me the train's marshalling file from Tornel. And no, not through the corridor desk. I'll speak to Marchetti myself. She's owed that much. Get me Hartley." He pushed off the rail. The grief was there. He knew exactly where he had put it, the name on the thin file, the rest day breakfast. And he put it down, deliberately, the way you set down a thing you mean to pick up again, because 17 people had a day, and the man who had cost the 18th one his could not afford to be useless with mourning. "We are not searching a box again. The next time I send this ship somewhere, I am going to know, for certain, off data I'd stake the hull on, exactly where the people are. Tell me what it costs to make that true." "It costs the truth from a thief and a saboteur and a missing man's calibration runs, none of which Geneva would let you certify." "Then we'll go uncertified." He looked at the arc curving home into the mountain. "I had the audited answer today. It killed him. I'm done being right." Chapter 16. After. The death record wanted an attending physician. It was the fourth field on the form, after the name and the date and the cause, and the form would not commit without it, because the people who had designed it, dirtside generations ago, in an office with weather, had never imagined a death with no doctor in the room. Nadja Petrov sat at the corner desk of the Lodestar's medical bay at 06:10 ship time and looked at the empty field. Then she typed her own name into it, rank and registration and all, because the form demanded a physician, and the man had never been given one, and because if a fiction was going to stand in a permanent record, she preferred it to be a fiction about her. The rest of the form she had already done. Name, a surname and an initial, which was all the half-corrupted file had ever given anyone, Pell, the rest of him eaten by the same people who had eaten the rest of him. Cause of death, hypoxia, consequent on exhaustion of life support reserve, personnel transfer capsule, type and serial unrecoverable. Place of death, a bearing, a line through charted sky, and somewhere along it a sealed box nobody had reached and nobody might ever reach. Time of death, estimated. The telemetry had crawled to them an hour stale all night, every number on her board an obituary by the time she read it. She did the arithmetic again now, the way you press a bruise. At the moment she had stood in this bay saying, "Reserves gone," into a private channel, Pell had already been beyond every skill she had, and the saying of it had been a formality performed for the living. 30 years of medicine, and she had signed off worse forms than this one. She would not be telling anyone that today. Petrov committed the record, and the console swallowed it. And that was the funeral so far. A doctor at a desk, a form with a fiction in the fourth field, and out past the hull, on an arc the official charts still disowned, a box going on falling with its silence finished. Her lower back had opinions about the night. She stood, pressed both thumbs into the muscle above her hips until the opinion quietened, and walked the bay. 15 racks, all full. 12 workers off Senin and the tug's 3, the pilot and the medic and the EVA hand, the human haul of the worst fortnight the Rivas corridor had ever produced. The bay ran on night cycle lighting still, amber and low, and it smelled the way a full bay smelled at 6 in the morning, antiseptic and warmed plastic and sleep, and under it the faint scorched note the ship had carried since the moon. The tug pilot slept on her back with one arm flung over her eyes, exactly as she had slept every night since they had pulled the 3 of them out of a storage hold on Senin, a woman catching up on a debt of safety. The tug's medic was awake, of course. He always was at handover, watching her work with the open hunger of a man auditing the only show in town. She lifted a hand at him in passing. He lifted one back, and neither of them smiled, and it was friendlier than smiling. The coupling tech was awake too, and should not have been. The tech was second shift, Tornell born and raised, 41 years old, with hands like dropped tools and 4 healed fingers the colony's medical printer had set slightly wrong years ago, and he was the one who had heard the voices. 11 days in a hold on Senin, and he had come out of it with frost-nipped feet, a cracked orbital bone, and the only testimony anyone alive possessed of the ARC group. They were still talking when they went past. Delgado had taken that sentence and built a sky out of it. Petrov had taken the man it came out of and put him in Rack 9, and for 6 days had watched him recover, which is mostly lying still while the body lodges its grievances. The tech watched her come down the row. The look on him told her he already knew, the way patients always knew, the way the ship had known by midnight without one announcement being made. "It was Pell," he said, not a question. "The beacon, the one you went after." "Yes." "And you didn't get there." "No." Petrov drew the stool over with her foot and sat, because this was not a conversation to have standing over a man. "His air ran out before we found him. The position we had was wrong, not our charts, the corridors. By the time we knew where he truly was, he'd been gone some hours." She gave it to him level and whole, no rounding. People can stand almost any weight if you hand it to them square. He didn't die alone in the cold, if that's the next question. The capsules run warm to the end. He'd have been breathing thinner and thinner air and gone to sleep on it. It's not nothing. It's not enough, either. I won't pretend it is. The tech looked at the ceiling of the rack. 8 years, he said. 8 years he had a complaint in about the gloves. Second shift gets the glove bins after first shift's been through 'em, so it's all larges and odd thumbs by 6 bells, and Pell had hands like a girl, and he put it through channels every quarter, polite as a parson. Request size run be restocked at shift change. 8 years, never actioned once. A sound came out of him that had the shape of a laugh and none of the function. "He's dead in a box in the sky, and I'm lying here thinking some bastard in stores outlived him, still sitting on a crate of small gloves." "That's how it goes," Petrov said. "It doesn't pick the dignified thing, it picks the gloves." "Is that supposed to help?" "No, nothing's supposed to help. It's just true." The tech turned his face toward the bulkhead then and wept, and Petrov stayed on the stool and did not touch him and did not leave, there being a use in outwaiting grief that medicine has never improved on. When the worst of the weather had moved through, she stood, put the stool back, and went on down the row, because 11 other people had heard every word and would each need looking at without being seen to be looked at. At the end of the row, the N-Hall worker Telon slept with both hands folded on the blanket, still as ice over deep water, composure that read to humans as sorrow, or perhaps was. Petrov adjusted nothing, counted the breaths out of habit, and moved on. Her duty orderly was watching her from the dispensary hatch, a galley volunteer rating, 3 weeks into a sideways posting, with the particular stillness of the young watching the old be calm. Petrov knew that look. She'd worn it herself at his age, watching a charge surgeon in a colony shortfall ward fill out forms exactly like the one she had committed 20 minutes ago, hating the woman's steady hands, learning more from them than anything else the frontier ever taught her. "Go to breakfast," she told the orderly. "It's a bay full of sleeping people. I'll mind it." The boy went. The calm stayed put. No one got to see what it cost. The captain came down at 10 and stayed. There was nothing unusual in the coming down. Daniel Cross visited the bay daily. He was that kind of captain, and the recovered Tornell people had had 9 days of him perching on rack ends, asking after sisters and dock postings, until the bay brightened half a shade whenever the hatch cycled. Petrov approved of it, on the record and off. Morale was a clinical quantity. But there is visiting, and there is what Cross did with the 10th day, and Petrov had spent 30 years watching frightened people invent occupations, and she knew the difference inside of a minute. Cross came in quiet, the first wrong note. The bridge warmth banked down to something gentle and unhurried and almost soundless, and he went along the racks with a steadiness that never once looked like a man with a convergence on his board and a day to stop it. He refilled the tug pilot's water flask, holding the cup while she drank, although the woman flew heavy tugs one-handed. He went through the EVA hands kit replacement docket line by line, initialing, asking the man's preferences on boot fittings as though it were a thing a captain signed. He had the galley send down real tea, the good leaf, his own stores, and at rack 9 he sat on the stool by the coupling tech the better part of an hour, and Petrov, running diagnostics she did not need to run at a console that gave her a sightline, watched the tech tell the glove story again. She could chart it by his hands, while her captain took it in with his head bent, nodding slowly, asking the precise questions of a man memorizing evidence. Then Cross took out his slate and, sitting right there on the stool, drafted a priority stores requisition for a full glove size run, every shift, every size, flagged to Tornell's interim operations office, and read it to the tech before he sent it. And the tech laughed, properly laughed, wet-eyed and astonished. And the bay warmed at the sound, and every person in the rack rows thought their captain a marvel. Petrov thought so too, and there lay the trouble. The marvel and the symptom were the same gesture, and only the dose told you which was which. Ackerman appeared at the hatch at 11:30, a slate under one arm. The XO stood there exactly as long as it took to confirm where the captain was and what he was doing, and decided, visibly, not to interrupt. No patience in the deciding and no kindness either, just an arithmetic of what an interruption would cost against what the delay would. Ackerman caught Petrov's eye across the bay and inclined her head a centimeter toward the corridor. Outside the hatch, in the passage where the bay's amber gave way to working white, the XO didn't waste the preamble. "I need fitness certifications for double watches, all senior stations, starting tonight." Ackerman had the list already keyed. The slate changed hands. "Delgado first. He's been up since the moon and he'll lie about it. Hartley's people second. She's reproofing tender hardware nobody's asked her for yet, which means she's already concluded what the next 20 hours look like, which means she's right. And a written opinion on stimulant protocols for bridge crew, because we are going to need one. You'll have all of it by 1400. Petrov keyed her acknowledgement, and then, because the corridor was empty and somebody aboard this ship had to say one human sentence to this woman before the day hardened completely. "And you? 4 hours in your rack between now and tonight is a clinical instruction, Commander, not a suggestion. Being made of doctrine doesn't exempt you from being made of meat." "It's scheduled," Ackerman said. which might even have been true. "I knew a captain's funeral once where the XO had been right for a month straight beforehand," Petrov said, not unkindly, watching her. Being right the whole way down didn't keep her warm after. Something went over Ackerman's face that a stranger would have missed entirely. Not a flinch, a sealing, a hatch confirming itself shut. 17 people are converging with 11,000 pods in something under 21 hours. I have no feelings to spare for the one we lost until the 17 are aboard. When the captain has finished in your bay, send him up. He's needed on the bridge more than the blankets are." Ruth Ackerman went up the passage with her spine like a survey line. Wrong and right and cold as the outside of the hull, and not one syllable of it deniable. The crew would spend today reading that coldness as blame, because crews always did. Petrov read it as a woman attending a funeral she had been to before, by a different name, years ago, and refusing this time to weep at it. No one aboard was grieving properly. That was the clinical picture by noon, and Petrov wrote none of it down. The captain was grieving sideways, into blankets and requisitions, the XO backwards, into an older, colder funeral, and the doctor in the third person, watching everyone else do it. Too old and too honest to pretend that was anything but the wall, earning its keep. The captain stayed in her bay until almost 1. In the afternoon, she walked the ship because the bay was sleeping and the ship was not. The galley at 3 was the wrong kind of full. Off-watch crew sat in 2s and 3s over trays they weren't eating, the talk running in its grooves, the corridor, the clocks, the bastards at Tornell, the 17, and skirting, with the instinct of people walking round wet paint, the one name. Salazar sat alone at the end table with a tray he had squared up and abandoned, watching the middle distance where his flying lived. The silence on him was total, and the compartment was working around it like a fouled thruster. 2 of his tender crews had tried him with a joke apiece and gone away quieter. Petrov drew a mug of printer coffee, sat down opposite him without asking, drank it, said nothing for the length of the mug, and left him to it. Some states you treated, some you witnessed, so the man would know that being seen in it was survivable. By the printers, cued, she passed close enough to read the order log glowing above the dispenser rail, and stopped. Somebody, around midday, had ordered fried bread. Then somebody else had. The log showed it plainly. 4 orders, then 7, scattered across watches, no 2 from the same section. A galley hand, 2 of Hartley's people, a censor rating who could not have been within 4 decks of the coupling tech's rack. By whatever sap run a ship's gossip moves through, the story had gone round, the rest-day order that never varied, the machine that never got it right, and the crew of the Lodestar had begun, without a word of organization, eating a dead stranger's terrible breakfast at him. No one would have called it a wake if asked, and no one would meet your eye over it either. The printer, true to the legend already forming around it, was getting it wrong every time. Petrov stood at the rail with her empty mug, late, displaced, anonymous, and aimed at entirely the wrong meal of the day. It was, by every measure she trusted, the healthiest thing anyone aboard had done since the beacon stopped. Delgado, when she ran him to ground in the Science Bay at 4, failed his fitness certification in the doorway, by sight, before he said a word. 3rd day of the same shirt, a face gone past tired into the gray country beyond it, and behind him the wall display crawling with the reconstruction, the arc, the train, the window. He started qualifying before she was through the hatch. "Before you say it, I'm fine to 90%. Call it 85, and the reconstructions at the stage we're handing it off costs more than 4 hours, Petrov said. Horizontal now, or I write you unfit and Ackerman pulls you off the board entirely, and she will do it, today of all days, with a stopwatch. Your maths will keep 4 hours. The 17 need it right more than they need it early. Delgado went. Genius bent before triage. It always did, eventually, aboard a well-run ship. At the hatch he stopped, and his hand made a helpless gesture back toward the display, toward the pale arc bending home into the train's line. It wasn't going to come out different, he said. With the data he had, the reserve, the volumes, the transit cost, the box was the only defensible call. I can prove it. Then the honesty that made him Delgado. It doesn't seem to help him at all. Proof's usually better than this. Proof's for the record, Petrov said. It was never any good to the people in it. Go to bed, Sam. Winter she found last and hardest, in the dim of the forward observation gallery, off watch, sitting very upright on a bench, with the catcher chain's running lights strobing patient amber across his face. The boy had stood his relief station the whole night without a flaw. Ackerman had said so in the watch notes, in the dry shorthand that from her amounted to a citation, and had then come here. To look at the thing he had grown up being told was beautiful. Doctor, the ensign came, half to his feet. She waved him down and took the other end of the bench. The chain glittered out there, kilometers of it, faithfully catching what it was given. I keep thinking I should have... He started and stopped, and his hands turned over in his lap, empty. I made the captain a coffee. During. A man was running out of air at the far end of that bearing, and the sum total of what I found to do about it was a coffee he never drank. He drank it, all of it, in one go, about a minute after the beacon stopped. I'd say it did more good than half my pharmacy. The trick they don't teach you at the academy, Ensign, is that there isn't a big thing. On nights like that, there's no big thing anybody gets to do. There's only the watch stood properly, and the small thing done warm. You did both. The rest was never on this ship to give. Winter looked at the chain. The wonder was still in his face. With the boy it went all the way down. But something had moved in behind it that had not been there at the start of the cruise. A shadow keeping its watch now, and Petrov, who had seen the frontier teach that lesson 100 times, sat with him in the amber-striped dark while it was taught. Of everything she had done all day, it was the only thing that felt like medicine. Petrov sent for the captain at 10 that night on the medical channel, with the one summons, no chair outranks. Cross came to her office off the bay, looking the way she had known he would look, pressed, level, gentle. The warmth banked like a reactor run quiet. And he came carrying a slate, because of course he did. Doctor, I had the galley shift Telon's nutrition order, the formulation the Moontown stall used. He set the slate on her desk, angled for her to read. And I want your thinking on moving the tug pilot to light duties. She asked me today. I told her it was your call, but if it would help her. Sit down, Captain. Cross sat. The office was 3 steps deep. She poured the second mug and put it in front of him, then poured a measure from the bottle she kept behind the formulary, Kharkiv habit, medicinal label, fooling no one, into 2 glasses, and put one of those in front of him as well, and sat down across the desk with the other. Off duty, then. He understood the grammar of it. She watched him understand it, and watched the gentleness come up another notch to meet it, the way a man reinforces a door. 9 hours today, Petrov said, in my bay. I counted. You held a water cup for a woman who flies 40-ton tugs with one hand in weather. You signed a boot-fitting docket. You drafted a store's requisition for gloves, Captain, for a station half a corridor away, in the middle of the worst command problem of your life. "They're my people to look after," Cross said. "All of them. The ones we got back most of all. If a captain can't—" And the explanation began to build, the way his explanations built, warm and fluent, each clause offering her a place to stand where he stood, and on a bridge it would have carried the room. She let it run 3 sentences, then put her glass down on the desk with a click that stopped it. Daniel. The name did what it always did, the few times a year she spent it. He went still. "The man is dead," Petrov said. "Pell is dead. You didn't kill him. The people who sealed him in a box and lied about where the box was killed him. And one day a court is going to say so. But he died in the dark, at the far end of a wrong number, while you searched the sky your numbers swore by, and that is yours now. It's yours forever. I signed the certificate this morning. I put my own name in a field for a doctor who was never in the room, so I know what it weighs, and I am telling you, it does not wash off, and it does not transfer. You have spent today trying to pay it down in blankets and tea and glove sizes to the living, because the living can receive, and the whole ship thinks it's the kindest thing they've ever seen, and some of it even is. But I watch displacement for a living, and you are tending 17 rescues that haven't happened yet, in the bodies of 15 people who are already safe." Cross had not touched either the tea or the glass. His hands were flat on his knees, and the gentleness was still on his face, stranded there, like a light left on in a room everyone has left. "And here is the part you won't want," she said, "so I'll say it plainly and once. You'd make the same call again. Tonight, with the same data, the same clock, the same reserve, you'd choose the box again, because choosing the box was right and good aren't the same word, and command is the place where they come apart. You knew that when you took the chair. You knew it the way I knew about shortfall wards before my first one, which is to say, not at all. Now you know it. That's what happened last night. It cost a man named Pell to teach you, and that's filthy and unfair, and the universe will not be apologizing." She turned her own glass a quarter on the desk and made herself finish the part she had summoned him here to say. 17 people are still out there converging with a train, and in 10 hours either their captain is in that chair with his whole mind, or I write 17 more certificates with my name in the wrong field. If you spend tomorrow in my bay holding cups, that is how it goes. It is what it is." The phrase came out of her mouth the way it always did, flat, finished, older than her rank. Cross knew her tells, all her people did. His eyes came up to hers, and she did not soften 1 millimeter of it. For a long time, the captain didn't say anything at all. That was the strangest thing in a strange day. Daniel Cross, the most fluent man in the fleet, the captain who could talk a hostile delegation into the room and a frightened ensign out of a corner, sitting in a 3-step office with 2 untouched drinks in front of him and no words in him anywhere. The charm wasn't withheld. The charm was simply gone, and what sat in her guest chair was the man it usually carried, younger and older at once, the way grief reissues a face. "He was talking," Cross said at last, to the desk between them. The stream went past Sennen. The capsules, they could hear them through the halls, and Pell was one of the voices. He was talking right up until... His hand moved, and stopped, and gave it up. Every time I close my eyes, I'm in the box. The search box. flying the spiral, doing it right. I know, Petrov said. Is there a version of this where it stops? No. She had never once lied to him and was not going to spend the record now. There is a version where it changes weight, where you can put it down for hours at a time and pick it up on purpose instead of it riding you. That version takes years, and you don't get to start on it this week. This week, you put it down badly, the way everyone does, and you go and stand your watch with the edges of it sticking out of you, and you bring the 17 home, and you let the crew see you do all of it. That's the only door out of this room, and it doesn't lead anywhere nice. It just leads to tomorrow. Cross looked at the tea and at the glass, and stood, and did not drink either, and she let that be his answer, because it was a better one than words. A man with no performance left in him, declining, for once, to perform even recovery. At the hatch he paused with his hand on the frame, his back to her, and she watched him try to assemble some captain-shaped sentence of thanks, and watched it fail. And what came out instead was broken off the front of something larger and human all the way through. The gloves were the right size. In the requisition. I looked up the file and used his. Then he was gone, up the passage toward the lift and the bridge and the 10 hours that were left, and his footsteps did not sound like a man restored, because he was not restored, because that had never been on offer. They sounded like a man walking anyway. In her trade, at this hour, that was what could be asked. Petrov washed both glasses and poured his untouched measure carefully back into the bottle, the Kharkiv way, waste being waste, whatever the evening had cost. Then she stood a while, the night cycle hum coming through the bulkhead from her sleeping bay, 15 breathing people and one committed form, and found she did not want her bunk and was not going to want it for a while yet. The galley at midnight was empty and half lit. She keyed the order without letting herself stand there deciding, and the printer thought about it and produced, in due course, its attempt at fried bread. Pale where it should be gold, gold where it should be pale. The geometry of it subtly wrong. A thing assembled by a machine for which burning was a fault and breakfast was a file format. Pell had ordered it every rest day for years. The record said, every rest day, the same wrong marvel, on the chance the machine might one day learn. Petrov ate it standing up, at the rail, alone. It was terrible. She ate every scrap and put the plate in the wash rack and went back down to sit with her bay until morning. Chapter 17. The Clock. 11,000 pods do not change their minds. The train came on across the forward display exactly as it had since the morning of the first catch. One return, fat and unhurried and punctual. The corridor's quarterly mountain coming down the Rivas line with 3 weeks of falling behind it and 14 hours left to fall. The same green number Cross had glanced past over a coffee on a bright morning was now the largest thing in the sky, and it had not flickered once because the train did not know about Pell, or the 17, or the clocks. It was a thrown thing, weeks past any recall, and a thrown thing knows only the throw. Imeth had drawn the rest of the picture in 2 strokes. The first was the train's line, straight down the corridor into Tornell's catch envelope, where the chain would reach out and take 11,000 mountains by the shoulders, one after another. The second was the capsule's arc, long, pale, slightly bent, the path the rider's steering collars had thrown 17 living people onto in the dark weeks ago, and the 2 lines crossed. Not in the same general sky. Inside the envelope, Inside the very volume the chain would be slinging freight through, at the very window it would be slinging it, so that once the train came on, the capsules would be in among the pods like gravel in an avalanche. Salazar had looked at the geometry a long time when Imeth first put it up, and said you couldn't have aimed it better with a year and a grudge, and had not spoken since. Cross had come up from the medical bay at the turn of the watch. 12 recovered workers down there, and 3 tug crew, and Petrov's racks, and a doctor's look that had sent him back to his bridge with nothing said and everything meant. The message to Pell's brother had gone out at 6 that morning, with his name and his rank and his fault on it, written 4 times and sent once, somewhere in the relay chain now, undeliverable back, on its way to a town with weather. The Lodestar was burning for the Rivas line, the one hard run home Hartley had priced after Sennen, spent now because there was nothing left to save it for. And her senior watch stood around the strategy table aft of the command chair, in the smell of burnt insulation the moon had left in her trunking, looking at 2 lines and a window. "Walk it," Cross said. Ackerman walked it. The XO had the board as she always had it, every branch already grown and every cost already totted, and she went through the dying options at a flat, even pace, like a woman reading names off a war memorial. Option 1. We go and get them ourselves. A cursor touched the capsule's arc, and 17 marks came up along it, strung out across better than 200,000 kilometers of falling sky. 17 rendezvous, each one a velocity match and a grapple and a stowage, each one a burn. I have run it 40 ways. The kindest version puts 5 capsules in our hold before the window closes. 5. Ackerman gave the number its moment and dressed it in nothing. The arc is long, the spacing is cruel, and we are one hull. Choosing option 1 is choosing which 5, and writing off the train, the chain, and whatever the chain does to Tornell with nobody standing escort. It's not a plan, it's a triage. Then I'll fly it harder, Salazar said. The lieutenant had his knuckles on the table edge and his eyes on the 17 marks, and the swagger that usually filled him to the brim had drained somewhere down around his boots. Cut the stowage time. Take 'em on the wing. Sling the grapples in pairs. I gave you the version where you fly it perfectly, Ackerman said. Not unkind, worse than unkind. Exact. 5 is the perfect number. The realistic number is 4. Salazar took his knuckles off the table. Option 2. The cursor moved to the chain itself, the lattice of decelerator rings strung along the approach like amber beads. We persuade Tornell to shut the catcher down and let the train pass uncaught. The catcher slings nothing. The capsules cross an empty envelope, and we pick at the arc with the time we have, and the train— The display ran it forward, the orderly green mass coming down the line without slowing, 11,000 pods at 9 kilometers a second, arriving at a station no longer reaching for them. Arrives anyway, and the envelope is Tornell's front porch, not empty sky. Some of that stream self-clears on the outbound lanes. The marshalling tolerances say not all of it. Models give me between 8 and 20 impactors through occupied volume, any one of which makes the hold 3 scenario look like a kindness. Evacuate the station, Vinter said, and pressed on doggedly into the silence his own voice had made, because the ensign had learned at least this much in 8 months. Ask it anyway. Before the window, get them off or get them to the core decks, and let the train do what it does to an empty. 9,000 people resident, Imeth said. From her, it was not a rebuke. It was a measurement, laid down gently. Berths in the corridor for perhaps 900, counting every hull docked tonight and hours. 14 hours. The core decks are rated against debris, Ensign, not against freight. I did the count when the geometry resolved. I did it twice. Vinter looked at the table. At his age, Cross would have flushed. The ensign only went pale and stayed put, which was better. No one mocked him. That was the kind of bridge it had become since Pell. Option 3, Ackerman said. We do nothing. Tornel catches its train, exactly as scheduled, on its own certified solutions. The display ran this one forward too. The chain awoke. The rings reached. The train began, pod by pod, to hand itself down the line, and threaded through the middle of the churning cathedral of it. 17 pale marks crossed the envelope on their own blind arc, in among the swinging mountains. The chain can't see them. They're not on any manifest. They're not 1,000th of the mass the rings are tuned for. The mitt catches mountains. It has no setting for an egg. The capsules cross a foundry floor in the dark, and some of them may be lucky. Her voice did not change on the word lucky. She set it down and let everyone look at it. And that's before the clocks. The same contaminated solutions that put Pell's capsule 130 kilometers from where the audit swore it was are what that chain will be slinging 4,000-ton pods on. We watched the drift miss one search box. The window is its chance to show us what it does to a foundry. And the drop rate, Delgado said quietly from the end of the table. The science officer had been silent through all of it, 3 days into a beard and past the far side of tired, his slate face down in front of him, like a card he wasn't ready to turn. Heads went round. Tornel's own archive, their numbers, not mine. At the current drift, the chain drops a pod, misses it clean, writes it off, about 1 catch in 2,000. On an ordinary day, that's an insurance line and a write-off tumbling out into the dark. We flew past one in the box, you'll remember. No one at the table had forgotten the box. The train is 11,000 catches in 11 hours. Run the rate. 5 or 6 mountains loose inside an inhabited envelope, by the book, with every operator at Tornel perfect at their job. The chain's been getting away with it because the corridor's traffic is thin, and the misses land in empty sky. The train is the one day of the quarter when the sky isn't empty. He turned the slate over at last and did not look at it. It was never going to be a clean catch, Captain. Pell just made us look in time to know it. The table went silent enough that the deck came through, the pumps 4 decks down, the long note of the burn, the breath of a ship spending the run she only had once. There's a 4th option, Cross said. Say it, so we've said it. Ackerman's cursor went back to the train. Divert. The chain can't catch what's coming on dirty clocks, but a shove is more forgiving than a grab. Tornel reconfigures the outer rings to deflect instead of decelerate, shoulders the stream aside, and the train goes wide of the envelope and out into the deep. Tornel lives. The capsules cross an empty envelope, and we're back to option 1 and the arithmetic of 5. She brought up the train's manifest, then the ledger copy, public, immutable, every pod's content sworn to at the moment of the throw, the corridor's whole quarter in honest writing no one could now amend. And this is what goes wide with it. Grain, seed stock, printer feed, clinic consumables. A dozen settlements eat off this line, and 3 of them eat off nothing else. She did not say the name. Marchetti had stood crossed at a gallery rail above 41 brindled pallets and said it for all time. 1 biome under glass, no second supplier, Halvard's End by winter. 12 blue tins on a counter, moved 1 to the left each evening, counted again in the dark when the woman counting thought her son was asleep. The memory arrived and Cross let it stay, because this time it had come in as a brief, not a visitor. So, Ackerman put her hands behind her back. Shut the chain, Tornel pays. Leave it on, the 17 pay, and Tornel rolls dice. Divert, the settlements pay, and 12 of the 17 pay anyway, because deflecting the train doesn't put grapples on capsules we can't reach. Every plan on this table works by choosing who it kills. I can't bound a version where everyone lives because there isn't one in the gear we have." "Then price me that," Cross said. "The version where everyone lives. I want to know what it costs, even if we can't pay it." "It costs gear nobody's built, doing a thing nobody's done, on numbers nobody will certify. I can't plot it, Captain. There's nothing to plot." "Not yet," Delgado said, and turned his slate face up. The reconstruction had finished at 1740, 4 days after the Sennenhall came aboard, and 4 hours after Delgado had stopped believing it ever would. He laid it out plainly, in the scraped voice of a man too tired to perform anything. Reuben Dewan had spent 11 years keeping a second set of books. Not figuratively. A calibration engineer on Tornell's chain, with the certified archive in front of him every working day, had run his own private measurement series in parallel, his own clock discipline, his own reference sources, never adjusted, never resynced to the gallery's nightly correction, never once rounded into the band the official numbers were rounded into. 11 years of residuals, sitting beside 11 years of certified residuals, the honest twin of a dishonest ledger. The archive had come off Sennen damaged, half of it encrypted under a careful man's private locks, fractured by the handling and the cold. Delgado's section had been splicing it back together bite by bite since the moon's dust was still in the deck tread, and now it was whole enough to speak. "The drift is real," Delgado said. "We knew that. What we didn't have was the size and the sign, because every clock I could test the chain against belonged to the chain. Rubens didn't. He built his references outside the system he was measuring. 11 years of a man doing it right, while the gallery did it convenient. And against his series, the certified solution doesn't just wobble. It walks, steadily, in one direction." He put the curve up on the display, one rising line, and Cross had seen it before. Freehand, on the back of a maintenance sheet, sketched by this same man in Tornell's gallery, when it was still a suspicion that wouldn't round away. "Magnitude and direction, Captain, at last. I can correct any solution that came off those clocks, track, ephemeris, catch geometry. I know where everything in this corridor actually is." "Checked against what?" Ackerman said. It was not hostility, it was her job, and Delgado nodded like a man who had been waiting for it. 3 things. First, the tug. A timestamp came up beside the curve, the duplicated tick off a dead crew's comms board that Delgado had refused to write off as noise 12 days ago. It sits on Rubens' curve to the millisecond. Second, Maddox's offset. The thief's bright number, the one Cross had refused at the worst moment of his life, came up beside the timestamp. Rubens' correction applied to the arc group puts the capsules 138 kilometers off the certified positions. Maddox's chip says 140. 2 independent sources, no contact between them, agreeing to within the width of the measurement. I don't know where Maddox got his, and I'd bet he dies before he says, but it was a real number. It was always a real number. Delgado stopped there. Everyone at the table knew what the third check was, and he made himself say it anyway, because he had never in his life been willing to leave a residual lying in the dark. Third is Pell. The beacon's bearing history, all 40 hours of it, fits Rubens' curve like a key. The capsule was where the correction says it was the whole time, down the whole arc. His jaw worked once. It's the cleanest validation point I have. I want it on the record that I hate that. Then it's on the record, Cross said. very quietly, "and it isn't only yours to hate." No one moved for a beat. Then Cross came around the table to the display, slowly, like a man approaching a thing he has decided not to flinch from, and stood looking at the rising line. 60 hours ago he had stood on this same deck with a dying beacon on the board, weighed the audited against the unverifiable, and chosen the position with the signatures on it. And a man who liked fried bread had run out of air in the sky the signatures swore was empty. He could trace every step of the choosing and not find the step where a better captain turned aside. That was the part that would keep him company for years, Petrov had told him, in the language doctors keep for it. And here was the same ledger, presented again with the entries reversed. The certified solution, audited and signed and immaculate of provenance, wrong in size and sign, wrong in the precise way that kills people. And on the other page, a saboteur who had told him the truth in a holding cell while he checked her arrest dates for lies. A thief who had handed him the correction and walked away grinning into his own smoke. A calibration hand, 11 years at his private discipline, never trusting the machine to mark its own work. And that man was no witness for the defense. That man was in one of the capsules, falling toward the foundry on the ark his own archive had just resolved, breathing reserve on the books of nobody's official sky. The only data in the corridor worth a life was the data the corridor had spent 11 years refusing to certify. Every source he'd been trained to scorn had been right, and every seal he'd been trained to trust had been wrong, and the lesson had cost Pell the whole price of it before Cross was willing to enroll. What does it buy us, operationally, tonight? 3 things again. Delgado was steadier now. The data always steadied him, the way the yoke steadied Salazar. 1. Real positions on all 17 capsules, not kilometers, meters. And a real forecast of the window, worse than the certified picture and with the decency to be true. 2. A real map of what the chain will do at the window. On its own clocks, the change grabs land 20 to 40 meters wide of where it believes they land. That's the drop rate. That's the slack the riders have been harvesting for years. And 3, the next part came out with the careful flatness of a man handing someone a loaded thing. A corrected solution set. I can compute true catch geometry for the entire train. Every grab, every handoff, every ring on Rubin's clock instead of the gallery's. By morning, I can hand Tornell's chain a version of the window where the mountains land where they're aimed. The solutions exist, Captain. I can have them in 12 hours. And the chain can't take them, Cross said. He'd seen it coming, the way he saw most things, except that lately the seeing came cold. The chain is forbidden to take them. Delgado's mouth went sideways, entirely without humor. A certified catcher accepts certified solutions from certified sources, full stop. That's not a flaw, it's the whole safety case. It's why a corridor can throw mountains at a station for years and sleep at night. Nobody builds a door for unauthorized numbers into the machine that catches cities. The lockouts are physical. The gallery chief told me herself the day she showed me the tolerance band. The day the number leaves the band, she'd shut her own chain down and hand me the breaker. He looked at the curve. The numbers left the band. I can prove it now in a way nobody can round away. But proof only gets me the breaker, Captain. It gets me the chain shut down, which is option 2, mountains through occupied volume. There's no procedure in the corridor for what we actually need, a catcher running live on uncertified data with 17 people inside its working envelope. No sane regime ever wrote one. So the truth can stop the chain, but not steer it. As built, yes. Then we change what's built. Later, the table cleared to stations, the burn still running, the window at 13 hours. Ackerman came and stood with him at the contingency board, neither of them speaking while she pulled the night's work into columns only she could love. "You're proposing," she said at last, conversationally, as though remarking on the weather of him, "to run a live catch, the largest of the quarter, through a damaged chain on numbers no authority in human space will stand behind, sourced from a dead man's private archive out of the evidence locker of a moon we were nearly shot off, cross-checked against a chip from a thief and the word of a confessed saboteur, with 17 lives inside the machine, and we don't have the gear, the procedure, the authority, or the second pair of hands it would take to do it." "That's the brief," Cross said. "You left out that Tornell has to agree, and that their own director's been lying to them for a year, and that the survey warden shadowing us has orders we haven't seen the bottom of." "I was coming to those." A column advanced under her hands. "I want one thing understood, Captain, before I build you a single plot. 60 hours ago, I told you the box was the answer I could bound, and that was true, and Pell is dead. Tonight, I cannot bound any of this, not the data, not the gear we don't have, not Marchetti, not Tornell's nerve. By every doctrine I hold, the unboundable option is the one you don't fly." Her hands stopped, and the XO looked at him straight on, the contingency light letting her face be the age it was. "And every option I can bound ends with me handing you a number of dead and standing behind it. I've been the break all my life because a captain like you buried a crew I served with, certain as sunrise the whole way down. I don't know how to be the break on this one. There's nothing to break toward. So I'll build your plots, and I'll test every weld in this thing twice, and where it breaks, I'll tell you it broke, loudly, at the worst possible moment. That's what I have." "That's the most use anyone's been to me all day," Cross said, and meant every word of it, and saw that she could tell. They divided the night between them like rations. Delgado to the solution set, 12 hours, every spare processor aboard, and the lab told to sleep in shifts. IMETH to Tornell, not the corridor desk and not the director, but the gallery, the chief who had offered Delgado a breaker, the working level where operators had been watching their own residuals for years. A null officer was the only soul aboard with the patience to find them without starting a war. Salazar to the stream geometry, every approach lane and abort wall between the Lodestar and a falling mountain range. Ackerman to the plots and to the message that would have to go to Marchetti before the window. Drafted, held, timed, there was an order of operations to honesty, and they would get one chance at it. "And Hartley," Cross said, to the open engineering channel, silent so long through all of it that the silence had begun to mean something. "Captain." The chief engineer's voice came up dry and level, and 4 decks closer than it sounded. The channel breathed its faint static a moment. "I've been listening. Don't apologize for the burn. It's spent. We're past it. I want to know one thing tonight, and then I want to be left alone with it." The sound, faint and unmistakable, of paper. "How much does a capsule weigh? Not the pods. I know what a pod weighs. The pod numbers are why everyone's talking like the laws of mechanics are a mood. The capsules, the eggs, the 17. Delgado looked up from his station. 1,100 kilos, give or take the person. 1,100, Hartley said, in the tone of a woman turning a coin over to look at its other face. A ton. We've spent all day grieving over what nobody can decelerate, and there's 17 of them, and they weigh a ton. The paper sounded again. That's all. Engineering out. The channel clicked dead, and around the bridge several people discovered they had been holding their breath without instruction. Should I worry about that? Cross asked Ackerman. Always. I'd start worrying the day she stops. Cross took the watch's last round of the boards himself, the 17 marks on their long, pale arc, True positions now, meters, not kilometers, each one a reserve gauge and a name they mostly didn't have yet. Reuben Dewan's mark riding among them, with 11 years of honest arithmetic falling at his back. The chain strong amber and wrong along the Rivas line. Marchetti's ship holding its distance and its silence, a question with engines. And the train. Exactly where the schedule had always said it would be, 13 hours out, fat and green and innocent, on time, the way only a thrown thing can be on time. It would arrive at the window to the second. It knew nothing else, and it would do nothing else. And every clever hour the Lodestar's people worked tonight would be worked inside that one unmovable promise. 11,000 pods do not change their minds. The people catching them would have to. Chapter 18. Everyone wants something different. 2 messages came in inside the same minute, and Lena Marchetti read the wrong one first. Marchetti had been on the Vrogny's bridge 11 hours by then, which was 9 more than her body wanted, and 3 fewer than the corridor was going to ask of her, and she was drinking the last of a flask of tea gone the color and temperature of dock floor runoff. The bridge of a Sundgren survey warden was a cramped, honest thing, half the size of the Geneva cruisers by the look she'd had of Lodestar's feeds, and built by people who expected to be aboard their own work for a long time. The Vrogny smelled of hot electronics and the particular machine oil her grandmother had used on the dome hinges at Kresk, a smell that had followed Marchetti her whole life, from a half-terraformed valley to this chair, and that she had stopped noticing years ago, except at hour 11, when everything that was usually furniture started to have edges again. The first message was operational. Priority gold, combine seal, routed through the corridor relay and authenticated the way every combine order was authenticated. Provenance locked, undeniable, Vosberg's office stamped on it the way a hand presses into wet clay. She read it standing, the way she read everything that mattered, because sitting down to bad news taught the body the wrong lesson. To CO ISV Vrogny, restrain Iska FC vessel Lodestar from any action that would interrupt Rivas catcher operation through the inbound train window. Corridor throughput is to be preserved. Use of force authorized to prevent unilateral center interference. The settlements depend on this line. Sundgren Reach Logistics, Office of the Director. The settlements depend on this line. Vosberg had put that sentence in order to use force, which was either a man who believed it or a man who knew she did, and Marchetti had given up, somewhere around hour 8, trying to decide which frightened her more. Marchetti set the flask down on the rail shelf and turned the second message up. It was not a message, it was her own ship's picture, the thing the Vrogny had been quietly building all watch, while Marchetti argued jurisdiction at a Geneva captain and pretended the argument was the work. The plot showed the train, fat and green and 3 weeks past anyone's ability to be reasonable with it, coming down the Rivas line on a schedule a child could have predicted. It showed Lodestar, burned out and battered, and holding a corridor she had no charter to hold. And it showed on a long, pale arc that crossed the train's line, right where the catcher would be reaching for mountains, 17 returns too small to be cargo and too warm to be anything but alive. Her sensor chief had flagged them an hour ago. Cap, these read as crude capsules, life support thermal, 17. And Marchetti had looked at the 17 warm specs and at the order with Vosberg's clay-pressed seal on it, and understood, with the flat clarity that came at hour 11, that her ship had just been handed a lawful instruction to keep a road open across people. The flask came back up in her hand, didn't drink, held it because her hands wanted something, and the worst tell she had, the one her old commander at the Warden's College had spotted in her first year and made her watch forever after, was that when a thing got too big, her hands went looking for work the rest of her wouldn't admit to needing. She set her thumb against the dented seam of the flask and pressed, slow, until the metal bit back, and made herself stop there. That much she was allowed. Her commander had called it the soft hands, the way a frightened person tidies a console, squares a stack of slates, finds something small and physical to be sure of when the big thing won't hold still. And he'd told her kindly that a captain who let her crew see it had handed them her fear gift-wrapped. 15 years she'd kept her hands flat on the rail and her fear off her face. Hour 11 was when the discipline got expensive. Yen. She didn't raise her voice. The Vrogny was small enough that you never had to. Confidence on the 17. Hi, Captain. Her censor chief was Kresk-born, too, 2 valleys over from her own, with the flat vowels that meant home, and a competence that meant he'd never once made her sorry she'd brought him. Thermal's clean. They're personnel-rated units, the warm kind, with people drawing the life support down. They're not freight. I'd put my certificate on it. Don't put your certificate on anything in this corridor, Marchetti said. Nobody who has this year still has the certificate. That got a sound out of Yen that wasn't quite a laugh. The bridge was 4 people on this watch, and all of them had heard the gold priority chime, and none of them had asked, because they were her crew and they knew the shape of her when an order had landed wrong. Rice at the helm had gone very still and very precise the way he did. Dakin on weapons had not touched her board, which on Dakin was a statement. Only Yen went on talking, because somebody had to be the one who said the readings out loud, and on this ship, that was him. They'll cross the envelope at the window, same minute the train does. If the catcher's reaching for the train, it's reaching through them. I can read a plot, Yen. Aye, Captain. A beat. Then, because he was who he was, it's not that I don't know you can. I'm reading it out loud, so it's said aloud, once. Marchetti looked at him. He looked back, steady, and she let it stand, because he was right, and because letting your crew say the true thing once, plainly, was the difference between a ship and 40 people in a tin can taking turns being afraid. The order was clean. That was the obscenity of it. Marchetti paced the back of her own bridge, the 4 steps it allowed, and turned the thing over the way she'd been taught to turn over a charter dispute. What does each party actually want, stripped of what they say they want? Because everyone in this corridor wanted something different, and the trouble had never been working out what. The trouble was that they were all, in their separate ways, right. Geneva wanted evidence and a classification. She'd seen the shape of it in the center cruiser's behavior, the careful logging, the away team that boarded a derelict tug and came back with a recorder before it came back with people, the captain who'd spent 6 days building a case instead of breaking a door. Geneva wanted the corridor's crime documented, sealed, and then managed. The right people informed, the wrong people not. The whole filthy business folded into a process that protected Geneva's right to decide who knew. She had grown up watching center inspectors come through Cress in good boots. She remembered the boots, 8 years old and waist-high to them in the dome's one corridor. The way they didn't have valley dust ground into the welts, the way every other pair of boots she'd ever seen did. The inspectors had written safety findings that turned out, a season later, to be the Combine's leverage in a tariff fight nobody in the valley had been told they were having. The seed stock came in late that winter. She had not made the connection then. She'd made it at the Warden's College, in a lecture on jurisdictional precedent, and had to put her pen down and sit with it. She did not, on principle, believe the center had come all this way out of love. Strand wanted operations preserved. Marius Strand, who had met her once at a corridor conference 3 years back and called her Lena across a buffet table and meant it kindly, a big, soft-spoken man who knew his dock crews by name and could tell you which of them had a kid sitting an exam that week. He had moved 30 of his own people into freight capsules to keep a quota and a line and a dozen settlements fed. And the part Marchetti kept turning over, the 4-step circuit bringing her back to it, was that she'd liked him. She had stood at that buffet and thought, there's a man who carries it, and she'd been right, and it hadn't saved a soul. She believed Strand was wrecked underneath. She also believed he would let the catcher run through the window if he could find a story to tell himself about it afterwards, and that the story was already 3/4 written, and that it began, "The settlements depend on this line." The same sentence Vosburgh had loaded into a weapons authorization, word for word, 2 offices and a chain of command apart. They'd all been issued the same sentence. That was how you knew it was the corridor's official religion, when the kind man and the cold man reached for the identical words. The anchorage the woman Yen had pulled out of the center's intercept traffic, Dewan, the saboteur, wanted the catcher dead, wanted it offline, broken, stopped, no matter the cost to the train or the quota or the winter, because she had measured something the rest of them kept rounding away, and she had decided the line itself was the murderer. Marchetti had read the woman's intercepted statement standing at the rail, the way she read everything, and her first reaction had been the clean old reflex she'd worn like a uniform for 15 years. I would arrest you. I would have you in a cell by the next watch and sleep fine. She had spent her whole career being the law that people like Dewan called the enemy, and she'd been proud of it, and most mornings she still was. Then she'd read the statement a second time, the part where Dewan laid out her residuals, flat, no theater, a working engineer showing her arithmetic. And under the professional disgust, Marchetti had felt the cold draft come up off the deck plate of it. What if she has the measurements right and the method wrong? The most dangerous sentence in human space. She knew it was. She'd thought it anyway, and then she'd had to stand there a moment and breathe through it like a cramp before she trusted her face to turn around. And the Combine. The Combine wanted the road open. Not the people on it, the road. Marchetti stopped pacing at the rail and made herself look at the gold priority order again, at use of force authorized, and at the part of her that had said yes, of course, her whole career. Because the road was the people, wasn't it? The road was Cress getting its medical printers and its seed stock and its winter. The road was her grandmother living to 80 in a valley that should have killed her at 40. The road was the entire argument for the entire life Marchetti had built, defending the frontier's right to its own throat. She had believed that. She still believed most of it. The fracture wasn't that she'd stopped. The fracture was that she could now see, laid out on her own plot in 17 warm specks, the precise place where the road stopped being the people and started being the thing you fed people into to keep it running. Colonel Split, Yen said quietly. He had her intercept feeds the way she'd taught him. Listen to everything, believe the working level, distrust the directors. Strand's operations desk is pushing the through window, but the gallery's not. The catch hands, the ones who actually catch the mountains, they've gone quiet in a way that isn't agreement. And there's a Null officer off the center ship talking to them on a side channel, slow, like she's got all night. She hasn't got all night. No, but she's talking like she has. It's working on them. Marchetti's mother had a phrase in the Valley dialect that didn't survive translation. The one who hurries the digging buries the well. Her mother had used it about her mostly when she was small and impatient and wanted the dome sealed before the weather turned. She thought of it now, watching a Null she'd never met talk a station's catch hands toward a thing slowly enough that they could believe they'd arrived at it themselves. There was a competence in that she recognized and didn't like recognizing, because it was the competence of someone who'd already decided what the right answer was and was being patient about everyone else getting there. There was no decision in her. That was the truth she kept arriving at, the four-step circuit of her own bridge. She had an order that was clean, and a plot that was monstrous, and a service she still half believed in, and a home she could close her eyes and walk through, the dome's pressure step worn smooth, the seed trays under the south glass, her grandmother's hinge oil, and she had no decision, only the certainty, settling on her at hour 11 like dust in still air, that whatever happened in that window was going to be partly hers. The order made it hers. Use of force authorized meant the Combine had handed her the decision, dressed up as the removal of one, and she'd been in this work long enough to know the difference. Get me the center captain, not the bridge channel, captain to captain, voice. Yen's hands paused. Combine order says restrain, Captain. Talking to him's not restraining him, and it's not joining him. It's talking to him. Get me Cross. Cross came on faster than he should have, for a man with a battered ship in 13 hours, and that told her something too. The link carried voice only, her choice. She didn't want his warmth with a face on it. She'd seen what it did to a room on the feeds, the way the center captain leaned in and made you feel like the only honest person he'd met all month. Voice she could hold at arm's length. She stood at the rail with the cold flask in her fist and her back to her crew, and put her eyes on the 17 warm specks so she'd have something true to look at while a stranger tried to be likable at her. For a moment there was just the breath of two bridges, his and hers, the small sounds of two crews pretending not to listen, somebody's chair creaking on his side, the Vrogny's air handler ticking over on hers, the particular hush of 40 people, each finding a reason not to make noise. Captain Marchetti. He said her name like he was glad of it, which was a trick, and she knew it was a trick, and it still landed half a degree warmer than she'd braced for. I'd about given up hoping you'd call. I'm not calling to help you, Captain Cross. I want that clear before either of us says anything we can't put back. Clear. No charm or treat, no wounded note, just the word, and then he waited, and the waiting was its own kind of skill. Her plan had been to lead with the order, with jurisdiction, with the corridor's charter, with all the flags she'd been waving at him for days. Instead, watching the 17 warm specks crawl along their arc, she heard herself say a different thing entirely, in the flat Kresk voice she only used when she'd stopped performing the warden. My grandmother came to a valley that had nothing. No air she could trust, no soil, no road. The Combine's line is what made it live. I'm not saying that to soften you up. I'm saying it because in about 13 hours I have orders to keep that line open through a window your own people have put 17 living souls into. And I have spent my whole career being the person who'd have called you the reckless one for wanting to stop it. So before you start, understand who you're talking to. I'm not Geneva. I don't believe you came out here clean, and I'm reading the same 17 returns you are, and I can't make them be cargo, and I've tried. The bridge breath, his side and hers. I'm not going to tell you I came out here clean, Cross said, and there it was, the first thing he'd said that wasn't a trick, because it cost him. She could hear it cost him. I came out here on a welfare check I thought was a babysitting run, and I trusted the audited numbers over a thief's, and a man named Pell ran out of air in a sky my numbers swore was empty. I can't give you clean. I can give you that I know exactly what it weighs to be sure and wrong, because I'm 3 days into carrying it, and it doesn't come off. Marchetti had not expected that. She had braced for the gospel, the reach, the renaissance, the best job in human history. She'd seen him preach it to Strand on a recovered feed, leaning in warm, and watched him half believe a station director who'd hidden people in his cargo. She had a whole answer loaded for the gospel. It sat in her unused. What she'd got instead was a man naming a dead stranger to her, plainly. A man named Pell ran out of air, in a voice that had stopped performing somewhere in the middle of the sentence and didn't pick it back up. Her thumb had found the worn dent on the flask again. She let it stay. She had not braced for a man who'd just buried his own certainty and was standing in the hole describing the dirt. Pell, she said. One of the ensign group. His capsule failed first. I reached for the official position. It was the wrong number. A pause. The other 17 are still out there, the ones you're reading. They're alive because the man who made the data I should have trusted is in one of those capsules, and I missed it the first time, and I'm not missing it again. But I can't reach them through that window with one ship, Captain. The geometry won't allow it. It needs 2. There it was, the ask, under the confession, and he'd had the grace not to dress it as anything else. You're asking me to disobey a lawful order from my own combine, Marchetti said, on the strength of a man who just told me he was sure and wrong 3 days ago. No. Quiet. I'm not asking you anything yet. You called me. I'm telling you what's true and letting you stand where you stand. You've spent 4 days being right about things I was ignoring, the settlements, the leverage, the history. You were right. I'm not going to insult you by pretending the road doesn't matter. It matters. Those settlements are real and the winter is real and your grandmother's valley is real. She heard him take a breath. I'm only going to say one thing you don't already know, and then I'll leave you to it. The window doesn't make you choose between the road and the people. That's the story Strand's telling himself and Vosberg's telling you. It's a good story. It's how good people keep a line running over bodies. They make it a choice it isn't. We have a way to catch the train and the capsules. It's mad, and it nearly killed a tender crew in the test, and it doesn't work with one ship. That's the only true thing I've got that you haven't worked out yourself. Catch both, she said, flat, testing it the way she tested a charter for the lie in the small print. Catch both. The road stays open. The settlements eat, and nobody gets fed into the machine to keep it running. A beat. I know how it sounds. I know who's saying it. Run the numbers your own way. Don't take mine, but run them before you decide the choice is the one you've been handed. Because the man who hands you a choice between the road and the people is always the man who wants you doing his arithmetic. Marchetti looked at her plot, at the order with the clay-pressed seal, at Yen, who had heard every word and gone carefully back to his readings, the way good crew did when a thing too big for them was being decided 2 meters away. I'll run them my way, she said. That's all I asked. You didn't ask anything. You said so yourself. A sound came down the link that was almost, not a laugh. He wasn't a man laughing tonight, but the ghost of one, the warmth getting past the exhaustion before he could stop it. So I did, Captain Marchetti. Captain Cross. She killed the link before he could make it gentle. The bridge was quiet after. Rice kept the helm. Dakin's hand stayed off her board, which Marchetti was glad of, because if Dakin had touched the weapons board in that minute, she'd have had to think about what the order actually meant, and she wasn't ready. And she could feel her crew waiting to find out whether she was the kind of captain who made them ready before she was. Marchetti didn't drink the cold tea. She rolled the flask between her palms instead, the dented metal one her grandmother had carried into the cold seasons at Kresk before there was a Doan worth the name, and her father after her, the one personal thing she'd taken to every posting because it was the only object she owned that had outlived the people who'd made the valley livable. There was a dent low on one side, the shape of a thumb, worn bright. 3 generations of thumbs finding the same place. Her own had found it without her asking. That was the tell, the soft hands, and her crew was 4 meters away with nothing to do but watch her have it. She let her hands keep the flask, this once. Some nights you spent the discipline. Some nights you let it cost what it cost. Yen, run me the geometry. 2 ships, the train, the 17. Don't use the center's solution. Build it ours, from our sensors, our way. That's not the order, Captain. No, it's not the order. She put the flask down. The order's clean and I can read it. I want to know if the choice in it is clean too, or if somebody built the choice the way you build a charter so the small print does the stealing. She looked at the 17 warm specks crawling along their arc toward a window 13 hours out. I'm not deciding tonight. I'm refusing to let Vospag decide for me by calling it inevitable. That's all this is for now. Build the geometry. Yen's hands moved. The flat crest vowels, when he answered, had something in them she chose not to name out loud, because naming it would have made her crew responsible for a thing that was hers and only hers. Build in it our way, he said. Aye, Captain. Marchetti turned back to the rail and watched the train come down the line, fat, green, 3 weeks past reason, knowing nothing about Kresk or Pell or the 17 or the choice she hadn't made, and understood that the deciding had already started in the small refusal of build it ours, the way the deciding always started, not in a single brave word, but in the slow, stubborn work of finding out whether the thing you'd been told was inevitable was true. Marchetti had not turned. Her orders and her eyes still pointed at the same corridor, the same train, the same impossible window. But for the first time in 15 years of being the law on a frontier she'd been born into and sworn to, the order and the picture had stopped agreeing, and the gap between them was hers to stand in, and no one, not Vosburg, not Geneva, not the warm-voiced captain on the dead link, was going to be allowed to fill it for her. Marchetti turned the flask once in her hands and breathed the smell of it. 3 generations of thumbs, the cold season metal, and under that, impossibly, after all these years and all these postings, the faint ghost of her grandmother's hinge oil where it lived in the dents. The valley that should have killed everyone she came from and hadn't because of a road. 13 hours. She set the flask on the rail shelf, deliberately, both hands, the way you put down a thing you mean to come back to, and the soft hands let it go, because she'd given them their work now, real work, the geometry building under Yen's fingers, and her hands settled the way they only did when the rest of her had finally caught up to them. She had 13 hours to find out whether the road still meant what she'd given her life to believe it meant, and she already knew, the way you know a thing at hour 11, that the answer was going to cost her the only career she'd ever wanted, and that she was going to pay it anyway, and that the paying had already begun. Chapter 19. The Idea and the Test. Hartley drew the catch that couldn't work on the 3rd dry page of a paper notebook, in pencil, on a ship that could have rendered it for her in light 1,000 ways and lied to her in every one. That was the point of the notebook, and had been since she was 19 and broke, copying out a drive schematic by hand in a Manchester night class because she could not afford to be the one in the room who hadn't done the reading. A screen showed you the answer it had been told to show. Pencil showed you what your own hand believed, and a hand that didn't believe a thing drew it badly. The lines went hairy. You pressed too hard. You rubbed out. So Hartley sat in the engineering office at 0240 ship time, the deck breathing its faint scorched note 4 inches under her boots, and drew the train as a fat arrow, the 17 capsules as little circles riding the arrow's flank, the Lodestar as a flat slab keeping pace alongside, and then stopped, because the next line was the one she could not make her hand draw. You did not catch a falling mountain by standing in front of it. The genius of the chain was that it never once stood in front of anything. It reached out sideways and talked a mountain down a degree at a time across 1,100 meters of patient ring. The chain was a foundry. They had a fast cruiser, a clutch of tenders, a damaged catcher with a director who'd been lying for a year, and 14 hours. Under the slab, in block capitals so she'd believe it, she wrote, "You don't stop it, you join it." Then she sat back and let the cold come up off that, because it was either nothing or everything, and she had not yet earned the right to know which. The mug at her elbow had gone to skin. Hartley drank it anyway, and made herself say the obvious thing out loud to the empty office, the way she made Junior Hand say it, because the obvious thing was where the trouble lived. You can't stop 11,000 pods. Fine, nobody's asking you to. She tapped the 17 little circles. You're not catching the train. You're catching them out of the train while the train does what it does. Match the velocity. Don't fight it. Fly it. Get the slab alongside the stream at the same speed so that to the slab the mountains weren't falling at all. They were just there, hanging in the dark at a closing rate of nothing, near enough to touch. And then you didn't touch a mountain. You reached past it for an egg. Hartley's pencil moved again, fast now, hairy lines and all, because this was the part she knew in her hands, collars and tethers, the recovery gear she'd spent the day before reproofing. A steering collar was the rider's own filthy trick turned honest, a clamp you snapped round a pod that could throw a small, steady push wherever you aimed it. Snap a collar on a capsule. Run a tether off it to a tender. Bleed the speed down in stages. Hand it gentler and gentler back toward the place where Tornell's wounded catcher could take the last of it. The one thing nothing aboard the Lodestar could do. The great brute final exchange. 4,000 tons talked down to a dock. They couldn't be the foundry. They could be the hands that fed it one egg at a time, without it ever knowing the eggs were there. And the guns. She wrote that in the margin, because it was Salazar's province. Point defense, low yield, off a leading face. Not to break anything, to nudge, a few grams of ablative breath to walk a capsule back onto the line when a tether wasn't fast enough. Guns as a thumb on a scale. He'd done exactly that to a 4,000-ton pod on the first morning of all this and made it look like a man flicking a crumb off a tablecloth. It hung together. On paper, at 0240, with no one watching, it hung together, which was precisely when Hartley trusted a design least, because a design that looked finished in the small hours hadn't yet been allowed to argue back. She turned the page and started the second list, headed in her hand simply, "What kills somebody?" Always longer than the first, the only list that had ever kept her people alive. Hartley got 4 items down before she came to the one she couldn't price, and under it she wrote a single word, and the word was a person's name, and the name was Imeth. "I need to ask you something," Hartley said, "and I'd be grateful if you'd not make it a kindness." The operations officer had come down to engineering rather than take it on the channel, which Hartley had not asked for and was obscurely grateful for, because what she had to ask was not a thing she wanted floating on an open band where the deck could hear the chief engineer not knowing something. They stood at the drive monitor station with the great machine's readout washing the bulkhead amber, and Ineth set her hands flat on the rail and waited the beat she always waited before serious speech. "I will answer what I can," Ineth said. "I will not perform certainty I do not have. You would catch me at it anyway." "I would," Hartley almost smiled. She turned the notebook so Ineth could read it, which cost her something. She did not show it to people. "Velocity match. The whole thing stands or falls on the match. If we're drifting against the pods even half a meter a second, the tethers come up taut at the wrong moment, and we're playing crack the whip with people on the end. So I need the drive to hold us alongside that train dead steady for an hour, while 6 tenders work off our flank and the load on us changes every time one of them takes a ton onto a tether. Steady through all of it." Her voice was doing the flat, specific thing it did when she was frightened, and method was the only armor left, and she let it, because it was true and it was hers. "And here's the part I can't read on my own boards." She put one finger on the trace, the smooth, null-clean readout that had never once in 8 months told her the truth about what it was doing inside. "It holds station like a dream against something I understand, a burn, a current, a pod sneezing. But this is 1,000 shoves from 1,000 directions, none of them the same twice, and I need to know what it does with that. Whether the frame compensates smooth, or whether it banks the corrections up somewhere I can't see and lets them go at once. Because if it lets them go at once, with 6 tethers loaded, it doesn't snap a tether. It snaps 6, with a tender on each." Ineth did not remark on the slip. That was the kindness Hartley had asked her not to make, and the officer made it anyway, by going on as if the word had been it all along. "You are asking what the frame does with a load it cannot predict," Ineth said. "That is the right question, and the one I cannot fully answer. I want you to hear how I cannot answer it before you build a plan on it. The drive does not hold station the way your charts say. Your charts say it opposes a force with an equal force instantly, and they are close enough to true that they have kept you alive. But the frame—" A pause, the careful speaker hunting for the working shop word and refusing the technical one. "It listens before it answers. It takes the load, holds the answer the smallest moment while it decides how to spend itself. Against one steady force, you never see the moment. Against your 1,000 shoves—" She stopped. "I do not believe it banks them, but no one has ever asked the frame to do this. My people build the part that listens, and even my people do not run it like this. I would be telling you a comfort, not a fact, if I said it will hold." "Then don't tell me a comfort." "I will tell you the true thing instead, and it is worse." Ineth turned her hands over on the rail, palms up. "If the frame ever does bank a correction and spend it late, it will be at the moment the load is highest and changing fastest. It will not fail when you are gentle with it. It will fail at the worst instant you could choose, because that is the instant that asks the most of the listening. Your machine and your fear agree about when it breaks. That is all I can give you. I am sorry it is not more." Hartley stood with that, finger still on the trace. She had let another person hold a piece of her engine she could not hold herself, and could feel the place it left in her, raw like a tooth gone. "Right, then we don't trust her to hold. We find out what she does, on something we can afford to lose." She closed the notebook. "Get me the captain. We're going to break a pod on purpose, and I want it watched." They did the test at the dead edge of the corridor, 4 hours out from the window, on a pod nobody would miss. It was a write-off already, an honest miss the chain had dropped weeks back and let tumble out into the dark. Salazar had run it down on the way to the Rivas line and parked it, 4,000 tons of printer feed wandering the deep on a flat, slow vector. And now the Lodestar came up alongside it, the way Hartley's pencil had drawn. Matched, dead matched, the mountain hanging off the port flank at a closing rate of nothing, near enough through the optics to read the manifest stencil on its frost-scarred shoulder. To the ship, it wasn't falling. It was a gray cliff 100 meters off the hull, holding still in the dark, because they were falling with it. Hartley ran the test from engineering, on the open channel, drive monitor at her left hand and tender feed at her right, and the notebook open to the kill list. The plan was small on purpose: 1 tender, 1 collar, 1 tether. Salazar's people would fly out, snap a collar on the write-off, run a single line back, and bleed the speed down by a hand's width, a tiny staged push, nothing the drive should feel, while Hartley watched what the frame did with the load coming up the tether onto the Lodestar's flank. A first careful step to learn the machine before they bet 17 lives on it. "Tender 3's away," Salazar said from the bridge, his patter all burned off, the way it went when the thing was real. "Baco on the stick, Reyes on the collar. Easy does it, 3. We're learning, not winning." "Copy. Learning, not winning." Baco's voice came back young and steady, a pilot who flew the small craft by feel. On the feed, the tender crept across the held dark toward the gray cliff, running lights strobing amber, and Hartley watched the trace do nothing, holding station against the write-off's negligible pull, as if the mountain were a feather. "Collar's on," Reyes said. "Good seat, good clamp. Tether running out." A pause, the grunt of someone watching a line pay off a reel. "Home and made fast both ends. Tender 3, you are tied to a mountain." "Don't say it like that," Baco said. "Bleed it," Hartley said. "Slow, a hand's width. Salazar, watch my drive trace, not the pod. I want to know what we do." The collar fired its first push, and the readout took the load. It did exactly what Emeth had said. It listened. The trace held a hair flat the smallest moment, while 4,000 tons leaned on a tether, and the tether leaned, through the dark, on the Lodestar's drive, and the frame decided how to spend itself. Then it answered, smooth, the trace settling clean, the load swallowed. Hartley let half a breath out. "That's the listening," she said to the channel, almost to herself. "Emeth, I felt it. It held a tick and ate it clean. Push again, Baco, harder this time. I want to see it do that twice." Pushing again. And the frame banked it. There was no warning she could have read. The trace held flat for the listening beat, the same as before, then held flat for a second beat, which it had never done, and her blood went to water before her brain had the word for why. The frame was holding the answer, taking the second push and the first together, deciding how to spend them as one, and Emeth's true thing that was worse arrived in her chest a half-second ahead of the readout. It will fail at the worst instant, because that is the instant that asks the most of the listening. "Slack the tether," Hartley said, fast and flat. "Baco, slack it, now. She's banking it." The word was out before she could catch it. She, the drive gone in one breath from a machine to a thing with a will of its own, the slip arriving when the fear got past the method and there was no method left. She heard herself say it and did not have a spare half-second to be ashamed. The frame spent itself all at once. On the readout, it was a single vicious spike. On the tender feed, it was worse than anything a readout could say. The Lodestar jerked. A half-meter lurch the inertials caught for the crew, but not for the tether, and the line came up taut as a struck wire, every meter of slack gone in an instant. The staged, gentle bleed turned into one savage yank with a tender on the end and a 4,000-ton mountain on the other. The write-off pod, which had been hanging patient in the matched dark, moved, not fell, just shrugged off its held vector by a degree it should never have been given, and now a degree was a runaway. Now the mountain that had been a feather was a falling thing again, with the tether leashing it to a tender with 2 people in it. "Tether's overloading," Reyes said, the steadiness gone out of her, and the absence was the loudest thing on the channel. "It's... Baco, it's going to—" "Cut it," Hartley said. "Cut the tether. Cut it, cut it." "Burning clear." Baco's voice cracked up half an octave, the tender's drive screaming across the feed, a small craft trying to outrun a mountain it was tied to, and the tether did not cut clean, because the rider's collar gear was honest about nothing. The charge fired, the line parted under full whip load, and the freed end came back through the dark like a struck cable, 100 meters of tether snapping across the gap toward the Lodestar's flank, with a tender directly in its path. For a quarter of a second, the feed showed the line and the tender on the same piece of sky. Then it showed them apart, and Hartley's heart restarted because Baco had felt it coming the way Salazar felt things coming, and thrown the tender on its side, and down a half-second before the lash arrived. The freed tether went through the space the tender had been in, and cracked against the Lodestar's armored flank, and fell away. The mountain wandered off on its given degree, leashed to nothing now. The channel had gone to breathing. Hartley sat with her finger pressed white on the desk, the spike still glowing red where the frame had spent itself, and on the feed the tender came around and started its long crawl home. "Three's clear," Salazar said, very quietly from the bridge. "Baco, Reyes, talk to me." "We're clear," Baco said, a tremor in the voice he was working hard to flatten and not quite managing, and nobody on the channel held it against him. "We're clear. That came back at us. The line came back at us." "It did," Hartley said. "You flew out from under it. That was good flying." She made her voice carry the flatness her hands could not, because 2 people had just been a half-second from dead on her plan, and they needed the chief engineer to sound like the chief engineer. "Come home, 3. Slow. You did everything right. The fault's mine, and it's on this deck, not yours. Come home." She closed the channel and sat in the engineering office with the red spike on the trace, and did what she never let the deck see, which was nothing. Just sat, hands flat on the desk before her open notebook, looking at the word IMETH under the one item on the kill list she couldn't price, and finding it had earned its place. Hartley gave herself one cold mouthful of the skinned-over tea, then opened the notebook to a clean page, because grief was for people who had time, and she had 4 hours. The frame banked the correction at the exact worst instant, with the load highest and changing fastest, precisely as Imeth had warned, which meant the warning had been a fact, and Hartley would owe her for that later, when there was a later. The machine had a ceiling. Past a certain load, changing past a certain rate, the listening turned into banking, and the banking turned into a whip, and you could not engineer it away, because it was built into the part of the drive her people had not built. You could only stay under the ceiling. The ceiling went into the notebook. 1 tender, 1 tether, 1 staged bleed, gentle, under the rate where the frame stopped eating and started saving. The most the Lodestar could hold steady without spending itself all at once. Then she did the sum that had been waiting at the bottom of the page since 0240. 1 ship, 1 control solution, 1 frame holding 1 matched alongside, 1 tether's worth of load, safely. Call it generous and say 2, 3 if she nursed it, and Baco flew like an angel, and nothing argued back. 17 capsules, in among 11,000 pods, strung across the working envelope of a foundry, at a window closing, each one a velocity match and a collar and a tether and a staged bleed. The Lodestar, holding one steady solution across the whole churning stream, could safely manage 3. Hartley looked at the number 3 for a long time, then wrote under it the thing the test had been built to find out. One ship can't hold the stream. The plan was sound. The match worked, the collars worked, the bleed worked under the ceiling, and the catcher could take the final exchange. It was the plan running into a wall of simple mechanics. One frame could hold only so much sky steady before it started banking, and the stream was wider than one frame's sky. You could not solve it with a better tether or a braver pilot or a longer window. You could only solve it with a second frame, a second drive, a second matched alongside, a second platform of control and power holding its own bounded sector while the first held its, the two of them splitting the foundry so that no single frame was ever asked for more sky than it could eat. 2 ships, each catching its share, neither reaching past its ceiling. There was exactly one other ship in this corridor, with a drive and a frame and a crew, and it held its distance out past the chain, a question with engines, flying a flag that had this morning been handed a lawful order to use force to stop the Lodestar doing the very thing it now turned out the Lodestar could not do alone. Hartley shut the notebook, put her thumbs into the muscle at the back of her neck the way she'd watched Petrov do it, and sat with the shape of it. She had built a thing that would work, tested it, and it had nearly killed 2 of Salazar's people. And the failure had told her the truth, just barely possible and not alone. The plan needed a second pair of hands they did not have and were not owed and might be shot for asking. Hartley keyed the captain's channel. "Hartley," she said when it opened. "It works." She heard him take a breath to be glad and cut across it, flat, because there was no kind way to hand a man a thing this shape. "Don't. It works, and it nearly cut Baco and Reyes in half in the test, and I found the bottom of it. The frame banks its corrections past a load ceiling, Ismith called it. She was right. It spends itself all at once at the worst instant, and there's no engineering round it. It's built into the parts we didn't build. We can hold 3 capsules. 3, Captain. Maybe 4 if I nurse it and pray. There are 17, strung across the whole envelope, and one frame can't hold that much sky steady without banking, and when it banks, it whips, and the whip kills whoever's on the tether." A pause. Hartley gave it the length it needed, and said nothing into it. "So here's the only true thing I've got, and you'll like it no more than I do." She pressed her finger flat to the closed cover of the notebook and gave the captain the line the test had carved for her. "It needs 2 ships, one to hold each half of the stream. Neither asked for more sky than its drive can eat. We catch them all, or we catch 3 and choose which 14, and there's no version in between. It's not cleverness, it's mechanics. We can't do it alone." She closed her eyes a moment where nobody could see, and opened them. "It needs Marchetti." The channel breathed its faint static. "And she's the one ship out here, under orders to stop us trying," Cross said, slowly. "That's the one," Hartley said. "I build the kit. You get me her ship. I can have the modules cut and proved by the window. Collars, tethers, the control link to tie 2 frames into one solution so they don't fight each other across the boundary of their sectors. All of it on this deck by morning." She opened the notebook again and uncapped the pencil, because the next list was already starting to write itself, and the next list was a thing she could control. What I can't do, Captain, is make the Vrogny fly alongside us when her directors told her to put a gun on us instead. That's not engineering. That's yours." "It's mine," Cross said. There was something in it she knew from 8 months of his voice on this channel. Not the warmth he used on frightened ensigns, but the thing under it, the certain thing his mother had built. "Good work, Hartley. Bloody good work. Tell Baco and Reyes it was the best flying I've seen all cruise, and that I said the fault was the designs, and the design was right to find out cheap. I'll get you your second ship." "See that you do," Hartley said. "I'll have spent the whole night building a catch that doesn't work without it. Engineering out." The channel clicked dead, and the office went quiet but for the deck and the long note of the burn. And Hartley began, line by hairy pencil line, to draw the part of the catch 2 ships could do and 1 could not, pressing too hard, rubbing out, pressing again, until her hand believed it. She drew a second slab onto the page alongside the first, keeping pace, and labeled it in block capitals so she'd believe it, and underlined the label twice. The drive would hold its half of the sky. She'd felt it do that for 1 clean beat before the banking, and 1 clean beat was a promise, and she'd built a career on smaller. The other half belonged to a captain on the wrong side of an order, and there was nothing on this deck she could cut or proof or tether that would change that. Hartley kept drawing. It was the only honest thing her hands knew how to do at 4 hours and counting, and she did it well, the way she did everything, twice as prepared as anyone in the room, and the room about to ask for all of it. Chapter 20. The Module. The third ring fired every 11 minutes, and in the gaps between firings, 2 human beings put their hands inside it. From the Lodestar's bridge, the arrangement had a horrible tidiness. On the main display, the ring sat in its place in the chain, 1,100 meters of frost-scarred lattice strung on the Revis line like a bead on a wire. And every 11 minutes, Tornell's gallery woke it. It charged end to end, swung at a slug of test ballast, discharged, went still, because a catcher 5 hours from the largest catch of its quarter could not be allowed to go cold. A ring stood down took 30 hours to bring back to readiness, and there were not 30 hours, there were not 10. So the rings ran their pre-window calibration like a heart that could not be asked to pause. And the retrofit no one had been willing to pay for in 5 years of better weather went in between the beats. Commander Ruth Ackerman owned the gaps. She had built the cycle timetable herself, off the gallery's firing schedule and the suit telemetry and the tender's reach, and it ran down the contingency board and columns, charge, swing, discharge, quench, and then the gap. 6 minutes and change of cold structure in which 2 suited figures came out from behind the feed mast and worked. At the head of the column stood a countdown she had set, by her own order, 40 seconds short of the gallery's number. The 40 seconds were hers. No one out on the structure knew the clock they worked to was a lie, told in their favor, and no one was going to, because a margin that introduces itself has already failed. "Ensign," she did not look over. "You have the clear cue. When the column goes amber, you call it, and you do not wait for me." "Aye, Commander." Vinter's voice had steadied in 8 months, and it did not climb this time. He sat the relief station with the cycle clock mirrored in front of him, and his finger a centimeter off the key, and the rest of his world, as instructed, did not exist. On the port repeater, the helmet feeds ran side by side. Hartley's showed gloves and keeper bolts and breath fog, the governor vault open like a watch with its back off, the old control module drawn half out on its rails, a legacy unit the color of 40 years, its casing stamped with the mark of a contractor that no longer existed, and beside it, dogged to the sled under straps, the new one. Tornel's own retrofit unit. It had sat in a crate in deep stores for 5 years and a season, bought, paid for, certified, never fitted, because fitting it meant stopping the chain, and stopping the chain cost money this quarter, while the risk cost money only someday. Delgado read the requisition date off the crate lid when the gallery barge brought it across, and the bridge took the number in silence. The unit had been built to close the corridor's oldest door, the hardware credentials, the salvage keys, the legacy listening post the riders had been living through for years. Hartley had spent the night teaching it one further trick, to open a new door, narrow, keyed and authenticated, through which a ship called Lodestar could feed a working catcher the first honest numbers it had been offered in 11 years. The thieves' way in, replaced at last, an hour before it would have mattered most, and in its place, a way in for the truth. Ackerman had checked the irony for structural faults, found none, and let it stand. "Second keeper's free," Hartley said on the channel, breath and all. "Coming on to the third. Noor, the third keeper, talk to me about the blind joint." "The drawings show solid framing under that plate." Noor Dewan stood at the operations rail, with a guard at her shoulder and her sleeves pushed up, as though her own arms were in the vault 1,100 kilometers away. "The drawings are wrong. There's a cable trunk under it, 30-year insulation, and it sits 2 centimeters proud of where anything sensible would have put it. Go in at an angle, shallow, or you'll be torquing against the trunk, and you won't know it till the bolt lies to you." "And you know this how?" No edge in Hartley's voice. She wanted the answer for the answer. "I had that plate off in March. You're putting your torque gun where I put mine." There it was, laid on the open channel without a flinch. The sabotage, the crime, the reason a combine warden had lawful business shadowing them, offered up as workshop knowledge to save the corridor she'd broken a piece of. Ackerman had chosen the guard detail herself, not from any expectation of trouble. The woman's husband was falling toward the foundry in a capsule with hours of reserve, but because if the captain meant to bring a confessed saboteur out of the holding deck and stand her at the operations rail in the last hours before the window, the arrangement would be done properly, witnessed, escorted, defensible, clean. That much she could give him. Cross stood at Noor's elbow and listened as he listened, as if the speaker were the only other soul on the ship, while Ackerman ran the gaps and kept her own counsel about the cold thing under her ribs, which knew this shape of evening too well and had been wrong about nothing yet. Out at the far end of the structure, the tug's EVA specialist worked his way along the spine with the umbilical paying out behind him, hand over hand past the folded gantries, his running line clipped to the old service rail. The corridor had lured that man off his own tug with a false beacon and a lie, and the first thing he had done with being alive again was ask for the wire, saving the bridge the trouble of working out how to ask him. His feed showed the feed mast coming up against the star field, his breathing slow and even, a man at a thing he had done 1,000 times for people who had never once thanked him. Upstream, beyond the chain, Marchetti's ship kept its mark, as it had kept it for a day and a half. Ackerman had sent the geometry across at the captain's order, whole and unvarnished, the arc, the 17, the corrected clocks, the test that had nearly killed a tender crew, the ketch that could not be flown with one ship. And the warden had acknowledged receipt in 4 words and said nothing since. On the plot, her contact mark sat in its grid square like a debt nobody would name the size of. "Cycle in 90, Vinter said. Clear and cover." The feed swung and steadied as the team went back behind the mast and into the service recess, and Salazar walked the tender out to the standoff arc with the unhurried economy he flew with when no one needed impressing. Then the ring fired. Even at this range, even through instruments, the body objected to it. The lattice came alive end to end, light walking the spine as the fields built, the ballast slug coming down the test lane at corridor speed, the ring taking it by the shoulders as it had taken mountains for 40 years, and somewhere inside the lit and shining frame of it, two human beings lay flattened into a recess with their eyes shut, riding out the weather of a machine that caught cities. The discharge rolled away. The lattice went dark. The column on Ackerman's board turned green. "Structure's cold," Vinter said. "Gap of 6 minutes. Mark." "Back on it," Hartley said, already moving. They were 4 keeper bolts and 1 umbilical from done when Imeth spoke. "Commander," not loud. "Ensign," Mia, was never loud. Her hands lay perfectly still on the console, which from Ensign Mia was a klaxon. "It is not ours. It is not Tornell's. The gap has 5 minutes left in it, and the ring is charging now." "Clear the structure." Ackerman's order went out before the picture had finished forming, because the picture did not need to finish. The first 3 lines of it were enough to kill people. "All stations, cycle fault, clear and cover, now." "Source," Cross said. "A craft on the dark side of the stream." Imeth had the bearing up as she spoke. "Small, cold, transmitting on the legacy band with a recovery credential, the same family of key as the catch on the first morning. The command is in the ring's queue, and the ring believes it. The ramp profile is wrong, Captain. It is not a calibration cycle. Whoever built this packet built it to come up fast and dirty. Hartley, get off the structure." "Can't do it, Captain." The chief engineer's voice came back level and very specific, all method, which on Esme Hartley was the sound of armor going on. "Modules on the rails, half-seated, under load. If I pull it off now, the alignment pins shear, and a sheared pin is a 6-hour reseat with kit we'd have to print. There is no second module, and there are no 6 hours. I'm dogging it down where it sits and taking the vault. Vault's rated for discharge. I've read the plate." Rated for a calibration discharge on the designed ramp, with the fields shaped by people who wanted the structure to live. For this? Unknown. Ackerman gave the arithmetic the half-second it deserved, the way the captain had given his, once between a pod and a dock floor. "Dog it and get in," she said. "Specialist, run for the mast recess." "Feeder's cut." The gallery chief came up on the Tornell link with her hands audibly working as she spoke, switches going over in a rattle like hail. "I've dropped the ring off the card or feed. It can't draw to full. But it fires once on what's already in the banks, and I cannot take back what's in the banks. 90 seconds, Lodestar. It fires on what it has in 90 seconds. The pre-charge moved the spine. No drawing prepared anyone for what charge did to the ring. Under it, 1,100 meters of lattice flexed. Centimeters only, the engineer's tame number. But centimeters along a kilometer is a wave, and the wave came up the structure wrong, fast and dirty as built, and reached the old service rail at the feed mast end with the specialist still 6 handholds from the recess. The rail was original equipment, 40 years a parking place for sleds and tool tethers, rated for everything except a ramp like this one coming up underneath it, and it left the spine the way a tooth leaves, root and all, anchor plate still bolted to it, and the specialist's running line still made fast to the plate. The feed showed it the way feeds show the worst things, too simply. One frame, a man on the spine with his gloves on the umbilical. The next, no man on the spine, a slow tumbling constellation of rail and plate and human being, falling outward and down across the discharge lane, with nothing between him and wherever the vector chose to take him. Tender, one word from Salazar, every gram of the joking gone out of him, which the bridge knew for the worst sign he owned. "I can take the lane." "The lane fires in 60 seconds. Ackerman did not have to build the geometry. It built itself in front of her the way it always did, instantly and without mercy. "If you're in it at discharge, I lose the tender, the pilot, and the man." "Then around the mast." "Around is 4 minutes. He crosses the lane in 2. Even, flat, pricing a living man on her own board, and her hands kept working, because they always did. She ran it a second time while she was still saying it. There was no version. 2 runs, no version, and on the feed, the specialist's breathing had gone fast and shallow, and he was saying nothing, because that man knew exactly what the lane was, and exactly where his vector went, and was not going to spend his last 2 minutes making anyone talk him through it. "Commander!" MS level shifted by 1 degree, her version of a shout. "The warden is under burn." Marchetti's ship had come off its mark without one word on any channel. On the plot, the contact that had sat still for 39 hours was a vector now, hard under power, cutting down the outside of the discharge lane, where the ring's throw could not reach, on a line that ended where the specialist's line ended. No one flew that intercept off a cold start. Somebody on that bridge had kept the picture live for hours, with the solutions warm, waiting for a thing they had decided not to announce. "Warden, Lodestar," Cross began. "Busy," Marchetti said, and was. Her ship crossed the falling man's vector at half a minute to discharge and matched it like a thing rehearsed all night in the dark, which Ackerman understood with absolute clarity it had been, and a recovery port opened in the warden's flank, and one of her own riggers went out on a powered line, and on the plot the 2 marks closed and merged and were 1 mark, decelerating, safe side, clear of the lane. "Warden has him." 3 words, flat as a deck plate. Then the legacy band, which had gone on muttering its poison underneath everything, the rider craft patiently resending its credential in case the first lie wore thin, vanished under a wall of noise. The warden was transmitting across the old band at power, end to end, stamping it down, and while she did it, a single-point defense round went out from her dorsal mount and crossed the rider craft's bow close enough to light up its hull plating like a struck match. The craft ran. It ran as the riders always ran, on the geometry that gave it an exit, and no one pursued, because every soul on 3 bridges had better work than justice tonight. "Send in registry," Imeth said, reading her correlation as it resolved. "One of the trench craft that fired on us at the launch, not Maddox's people, the faction that wanted the captives kept. I have been keeping their records since the moon." A pause. "The corrected clocks end the drop rate, Commander. The drop rate is their living. They were not trying to stop a rescue. They were trying to keep their slack." Then the ring fired on what it had. Through the whiteout it came to the bridge in fragments, the lattice alive and snarling down half its length, the discharge wasting itself magnificently on an empty test lane, the vault feeds gone to snow, the gallery chief counting her banks down to 0 in the voice of a woman walking her own house in a gale, and then the lattice dark, the lane cold, and from the vault, nothing. "Hartley," Ackerman said, "report." Static, breathing. "Still here." A pause. "Vaults rated. Whoever wrote that plate can have anything in my locker." The channel hissed. Somewhere in it was the sound of a glove flexing, deliberately, finger by finger, a woman taking inventory of her own hand. When Hartley spoke again, the dryness had one raw thread under it, the first all night. "Modules still dogged true on the rails. Somebody fired my ring, Commander. I'd like a name when there's time." "You'll have it," Ackerman said. "Stand by." Doctrine for a hostile act against a working party ran a page and a half, and Ackerman could have recited it asleep. Clear the site, secure the approaches, sweep, reassess, resume only when the threat is bounded. It existed because it was right. It had been paid for, like everything in the book, with somebody's funeral. On any other night of her service, she would have invoked it without breaking stride, and tonight it would kill 17 people, because the window did not care what the book had cost. Ackerman rebuilt the timetable instead. 4 minutes, and it stood on the board complete. The Chief's Grace, 2 dark cycles, 22 minutes of dead structure, before the banks had to come back up or the ring would not make the window. The warden parked off the lane now like a verdict with engines. The tender repositioned inside the new safe arc. A fresh running line for the work still to do, anchored to rated structure this time, every anchor on that spine to be resurveyed against the as-built drawings Nor was already marking up from memory at the rail. When it was done, it was a clock with no 40 seconds hidden anywhere in it. There were no 40 seconds left to hide. Captain. She put it on the main board. The team goes back out on my mark. Hartley finishes the seat inside the dark cycles. The umbilical run goes out under the warden's overwatch and on rated anchors. We are off the structure by window -3, or I pull them myself, and you will get no argument from any soul aboard about whose call it was. Cross turned from the board and looked at her, not the plot, and whatever stood in his face, it was not surprise. He was too good a captain to show surprise at his XO carrying a plan this far past the doctrine they both knew she loved. It was something gentler than that, and she declined to give it a name, and he did her the courtesy of not giving it one either. "Your mark, Commander," he said. The warden's medic had the specialist on her table before the second dark cycle began, and Petrov ran the consult over the link with her sleeves rolled, colleague to colleague. "Their medic's good," she reported to the bridge at large when it was done. "Shoulder reduced, 2 fingers frost-nipped, visor crazed, but it never hold. He's asking to come back for the window." A short, blunt pause. "I've told them to sit on him. He's done his part of this corridor's penance and then some." Cross took the ship-to-ship link standing, aft of the command chair, with the plot light on him and no notes. Ackerman ran her board and missed nothing. "My captain, Marchetti." No warmth ran ahead of the words to soften the ground. He had stopped sending it ahead of him days ago, and the absence had become an address of its own. "You hold the geometry. You've held it since yesterday, and tonight you flew it better than my own picture did. So you know, the stream is too wide for one control ship. We proved that on a test pod, and it nearly cost me a tender crew. One solution folds when the sectors stretch, and 17 people are inside the fold when it goes. The second ship has to be yours. There is no third in this sky. I am asking you to disobey your standing orders and bring your ship to the catch, not to look the other way, to stand in the stream and fly it with us. I can't soften what the Combine will do about it afterwards, and I won't insult you by pretending I would in your place. That's the whole of the ask. I have nothing to offer you but the arithmetic and the company." The link stayed open and quiet long enough that a lesser officer would have filled it. Cross filled nothing. He had learned that much, Ackerman thought, at the worst tuition in the corridor. "A rescue I can write down." Marchetti's voice came level, frontier flat, giving away precisely what it chose to. "A man off a wire in my recovery cone. There is no board the Combine convenes that touches me for that. I'd have answered for not taking him. What you are asking for has no version that writes down." A beat. "I won't answer you on this channel, Captain. See to your window." The link closed. Cross stood a moment looking at the dead panel, and did not perform anything at it, and went back to the work. It was Imeth, 11 minutes later, who finished the conversation. "Commander," her head was tilted, reading, "the warden has tenders out. 2. They are running velocity matches on stream-grade debris upstream of the chain, where the practice is private." She turned from her board and set her hands one over the other in her lap. "They launched before the captain had finished asking." No one on the bridge said anything, which had become how this crew marked the things worth marking. The team went back out into the dark cycles. The vault feed showed gloves and pins and patience. The module walking home along its rails a centimeter at a thump. The keeper bolts going in on the count Noor called from the rail. And at the third keeper, the blind one, her voice came down the channel ahead of Hartley's torque gun. "Third keeper torques to 40, no more. The spec sheet says 55. For the first time all night, something moved under Noor's voice, banked far down, like coals shifting. Reuben never trusted the spec on that one either. He used to write 40 on the gallery copy every quarter, and the gallery copy went back to 55 every audit. You're tightening his bolt, Chief. Torque it his way." 40 it is, Hartley said, and did not ask for the spec's opinion. Cross had come to stand at the operations rail. He waited until the bolt was home, and then he spoke to Noor quietly, in front of the guard. The words pitched without privacy, because their being public was the point of them. "Everything you've said on that channel tonight is in the record under your own name, time-stamped, your voice, in the open, alongside everything you did before. When Geneva convenes whatever it convenes, it will read both, and it will read them as they are, not as the corridor's paperwork would have written you. My word goes on the file beside it. I'm told my word's been worth less than I once priced it at. It's still mine to spend, and I'm spending it on the true version. That's a promise, not a kindness." Nora's eyes stayed on the vault feed, on the gloves moving in the machine her husband had measured honestly for 11 years. "Get the seat in," she said. "Thank me when the sky's empty." The module went home at window -3 hours and 11 minutes. "Seats true, pins home, keepers torqued, the blind one to 40. Hartley's gloves came off the casing on the feed, slowly, the way you take your hands off a thing you have decided to trust. Umbilicals live, handshakes up." She let a breath out of her, audible down the channel. "It's yours, Mr. Delgado. Be polite to it. It's the only one there is." Delgado fed it the test solution he had built for this moment, and not admitted to building. One inbound pod from the afternoon's ordinary trickle of corridor traffic, its track corrected onto Reuben's clock. True position, true rate, the grab geometry computed off 11 years of one-man stubborn private arithmetic and cross-checked against a thief's chip and a dead beacon's bearing history. The numbers went up the umbilical, through the narrow-keyed door that had not existed at sunset, into a catcher that for 40 years had been forbidden, physically, structurally, by the safety case of an interstellar civilization, to listen to only its own certified liar. Tournelle's gallery passed the grab to the third ring, and the third ring reached for a falling mountain on numbers that told the truth. The grab landed dead center, not 20 meters wide and corrected, not inside tolerance and rounded, center, the pod taken cleanly by the shoulders at the middle of the ring's reach, handed down the chain gentler than anything the corridor had caught in years, the exchange so unremarkable to look at that an honest eye would never have known the night had been spent to buy it. On the Tournelle link, the gallery chief held the channel a moment without speaking. 9 years that woman had certified the band, 9 years of signing her name under numbers that walked. "Residual," she said at last to Delgado, like a woman asking for a verdict. "Centimeters. Delgado read it twice before he allowed it out loud. Single digits. The chief did not answer, but she had left the link open, and behind her barrier the gallery came through faintly. Operators who had been minding their own residuals for years, making the noise a room full of people makes when it has been saving one up. Ackerman cleared the cycle timetable from the contingency board, and the catch plots came up in its place. The sectors, the tether runs, the abort walls, the whole improbable machine of the night still to come. Somewhere weeks back in the ship's record sat a descent with her name on it. She had written it exactly for the day it might be needed, and the man it named had since trusted a saboteur's memory of a cable trunk, a thief's bright number, and a dead man's 11 years of uncertified arithmetic. Every source she would have struck from any file she ever audited. And the sources had kept on being right, and the seals had kept on being wrong, and the difference between this captain and the one she had buried a crew for was not, in the end, the trusting. The other man had trusted against every number on his table, certain as sunrise the whole way down. This one had been dragged off his certainty by the numbers themselves, one beacon at a time, had let it cost him the full price, and stood there now asking rival captains for help with no charm on the ask at all. Ackerman had built a career breaking men like the first one. For this one, tonight, she had built a timetable instead, and re-anchored the running lines, and tested every weld twice, and she would go on testing them, loudly, at the worst possible moments, the whole way down the wire. 4 hours out, fat and green and absolutely punctual, the train came on. It knew nothing, and it would arrive knowing nothing, into a corridor where, for the first time in 11 years, the catcher, reaching up to meet it, would know exactly where it was. Chapter 21. On the Edge. The most frightening thing in the sky was a green number, and it had not changed all day. Ensign Jonah Vinter sat the relief station 2 arm spans aft of the helm, with the convergence picture mirrored on his board, and his finger 1 centimeter off the clear key, exactly as he had been taught, and he watched the green number come on. It sat in the lower corner of the main display where it had always sat. The train, the corridor's quarterly mountain, 11,000 pods marshaled into one ballistic mass and thrown weeks ago from a launcher half a system away. 9 hours ago it had been a thing he glanced past on his way to more interesting numbers. Now it was the largest object in the volume, and it was coming. And the obscenity of it was that it did not look like it was coming at all. It looked like weather on a map. It looked patient. It would arrive when it arrived, and nothing the Lodestar did or did not do in the next hours would alter its mind by 1 second, because a thrown thing has no mind to alter. His mouth had gone dry an hour ago, and stayed that way. He kept noticing it, the way you notice a tooth. The bridge ran hushed around him, the working quiet of a crew with their hands full, the low tick of Imeth's board taking the picture in, the open engineering channel breathing its faint static, and the far note of pumps somewhere down in the hull. Salazar at the flight station saying nothing at all, which Vinter had learned in 8 months was the loudest thing the lieutenant ever did. Pre-burn, the seniors moved slowly and spoke in halves. The captain stood at the rail of his own chair, not performing anything, watching the same green number Vinter watched. Nobody had to be told what it was. That was the worst part. They all already knew, and so the bridge had nothing to do with the knowing, but carry it. Vinter carried it badly. He could feel his pulse in the soft place under his jaw, a stupid animal drumbeat that had no business on a bridge, and he set his teeth and made himself breathe the long Bergen way his grandmother had taught him for the harbor cold. In through the nose until the chest filled. Hold, out slow through the mouth. And it helped the way it always helped, which was not much, but not nothing. His grandmother had taught him the breath on the fish quay in February, the two of them waiting for his uncle's boat to come round the headland in a fret of sleet, his hands so cold inside her good gloves that they had stopped being hands and become two aching facts at the ends of his arms. "You don't fight the cold, Jonah," she had said, holding his wrists between her own palms. "You make a place to stand in it." He had not understood her then. He had been 9 and frightened that the boat would not come round the headland, and he had not been able to say so, and she had known anyway and not made him say it. The boat had come round the headland. They always had, until the one that didn't, years later. But that was a different cold, and tonight was this one, and the breath was the same breath. He made a place to stand in it. His hands, inside no gloves at all in the bridge's even warmth, were the same temperature as the quay had been. He turned that over and decided not to look at it. Winter had grown up being told the catch was beautiful. His grandmother had said it the way other families said grace. They reach across the whole dark and take the falling thing by the shoulders and talk it down, Jonah, and the marvel is that it holds. He had said it out loud himself on his first morning aboard, gone red to the ears when the whole bridge turned, and the captain had said, "Somebody on this bridge should." He still believed it. He had simply never, until today, understood that the same reach that talked a mountain down could be the thing the mountain went through. "Relief stations, status check," Ackerman said, from the contingency board, in the flat, even voice that meant the next hour was hers, and she had built it weld by weld. "Cycle through. Winter, you first. Relief 2, manned, clear queue live." His voice came out half a tone high and steadied on the second clause, and he was glad, fiercely, that it had steadied. "Nearer's good. I have the train, the arc marks, and the box." "You have nothing but the clear queue," Ackerman said, not unkindly. Worse than unkindly. Exact. "When the column goes amber, you call it, and you do not wait for me. The train, the arc, and the box are my problem. The key is yours. Nothing else exists in your world tonight." "Aye, Commander." The rest of the stations cycled through behind him, voices he knew by heart now. The damage control rating 2 decks down, the secondary helm, the medical relay where Petrov's people would be standing by for the thing nobody would say. He let the litany run past him and put his eyes back on the box. The convergence box was a wire-frame cube hung in the middle of the plot, and inside it, 2 lines were going to try to occupy the same sky. Emeth had drawn them days ago, and they had not moved since, because the universe did not negotiate. One line was the train's, straight down the Rivas line into Tornell's catch envelope, where the chain would reach up and take 11,000 mountains one after another, the way it had for 40 years. The other was the capsule's arc, long, pale, slightly bent, the path the rider's steering collars had thrown 17 living people onto in the dark, weeks ago, when none of them had names yet on the Lodestar's board. The 2 lines crossed inside the box. Not near it, not in the same general region of sky. Inside it, inside the very volume where the chain would be slinging freight, at the very window it would be slinging it, so that once the train came on, the capsules would be among the pods the way gravel is among an avalanche. Winter had heard Salazar look at that geometry days back and say you couldn't have aimed it better with a year and a grudge. The lieutenant had not joked about it since. A returns alert pulsed soft amber at the edge of Winter's mirror, and his stomach dropped a clean handspan before his training caught it and held it. Not the box, not the train, the edge, upstream, the dark side of the stream. He read the correlation as it resolved, and his mouth went drier still. Ops, relief 2. I'm seeing returns building upstream, the far edge, light hulls. I have them, Emeth said. She had not raised her voice. Emeth never raised her voice, and the not raising was somehow heavier than a klaxon would have been. Maddox's people. 11 craft now, where there were 4 an hour ago. They are massing against the stream, upstream of the convergence on the train's approach side. A small pause, precise as a placed stone. They are not interested in us, Captain. They are gathering for the freight. They mean to take the train. Into the middle of all this, the captain said, not a question. He had crossed to the plot. Into the middle of all this, the largest score the corridor has ever offered, in the one window when the chain is too busy to stop them. Emeth set her hands flat on her console, very still. They do not appear to know, or to care, that there are people in the stream. To them the capsules are a manifest line. To them this is the catch of the year, and they have 11 hulls and a grievance. Winter looked at the 11 returns gathering at the cold edge of the plot, and then at the green number that did not change, and then at the 17 pale marks falling toward the box on their long blind arc, and the whole shape of the next hours arrived in him at once. The train coming, the riders coming, the people falling into the place where both would meet, and the Lodestar and one rival warship going in among all of it to pull eggs out of an avalanche by hand. It was too large to hold. He felt it try to climb into his chest, and he set his teeth on it and breathed the harbor breath, in through the nose, hold, out slow, and his hands stayed where they belonged on the board, which was the only good thing he had to report to himself. So he reported it. Hands are fine. Hands haven't moved. There were 17 people on that ark, and every one of them had somebody on a quay somewhere, waiting for a boat that the train and the riders between them were about to decide on. That was the thing he could not put down. The numbers on his board were not numbers. One of them was the calibration engineer Delgado would not stop saying the name of, the one with a wife who had set fire to the corridor's records trying to be heard. One of them was a Null called Tellon, whom Emeth had gone strange and quiet about on the moon, and 15 more whose names the Lodestar still did not have, falling in the dark toward the most beautiful machine in human space, which did not know they were there. Winter had grown up on the catch as a marvel that held. Nobody in Bergen had ever told him the marvel could be aimed. Winter was not, he understood with a cold clarity that had nothing childlike in it, sure he was going to live through tonight. The thought did not arrive as drama. It arrived as a fact, the way the green number was a fact, the way his uncle's empty berth had been a fact, years on, a slip of black water where a boat used to tie up. He did not know what to do with the thought, so he held it the way he was holding everything, badly, and looked at his board, and the board at least had the decency to be simple, a key, a color, a single thing that was his.
Relief 2, Emeth's voice, low, pitched for him alone, under the bridge's working hum. Winter looked up. The Null officer had not turned from her station. Her people did not turn to speak, he had learned that early. The address came sideways and unhurried, but a fraction of her attention had come off the 11 hulls and settled on him, and he had the sudden, uncomfortable sense, the one he always had with Emeth, of being read down to the studs. "Ops," he said, too formally. "Aye." "Your breathing is the long one, the harbor one." She said it as a plain observation, the way she might report a bearing. You have done it 4 times since the riders gathered. It is a good discipline. I am only telling you that I see it working, so that you know it is working and stop spending attention checking whether it is." His face went hot. "I didn't think anyone—" "I read rooms for a living, Ensign. It is most of what I am for." There was something under the level of it that took him a beat to place, because he had never quite heard it from her before, and when he placed it, his throat did an unexpected thing. It was kindness, banked and dry, the precise kind, with no performance in it anywhere. "It is also why I know you are not the only frightened person on this bridge. You are merely the youngest, and so you believe the fear is a flaw in you specifically, rather than the correct response of a sound instrument to a genuinely frightening thing." Winter thought about that. It was a strange comfort, being told the fear was correct, not banished, not talked down, simply set in its proper place, the way you might set a tool on a bench instead of pretending you didn't need it. The seniors never said this. The seniors said, "Steady," and "You've got this," and meant well by it. Imeth had handed him the actual mechanism, the way she handed Hartley the truth about the drive when Hartley got out of her depth and couldn't stand to ask. Not the comfortable version, the accurate one. "Is the lieutenant frightened?" He hadn't meant to ask it. It came out of him, low, the way questions came out of him in the wrong moment, and he braced for the flush. "Lieutenant Salazar is frightened, which is why he has not made a joke in an hour. Commander Ackerman is frightened, which is why she has built her clock with no margin hidden in it. She has nothing left to spend on hope, so she has spent it all on arithmetic. The captain is frightened, and you can see it if you know where his hands go." A beat, one of the held beats that were hers and no one else's, the small silence she set down before the thing that mattered, the "will you listen" of it, laid quietly in front of him. "It is also why I know you are not the only frightened person on this bridge. You are merely the youngest, and so you believe the fear is a flaw in you specifically, rather than the correct response of a sound instrument to a genuinely frightening thing. The fear is not the problem. The fear is the engine. You only have to keep your hands on your own small piece of the work and let the engine drive it." Winter looked at his board. The clear cue sat live and green under his finger, the one small piece of the work that was his. Nothing else exists in your world. He had thought that was a way of telling him he didn't matter. He saw now, with Imeth's stillness sitting beside him in the working dark, that it might be the opposite, that they had given the youngest hand on the bridge the cleanest, narrowest, most absolutely defined job aboard, precisely so that he would have somewhere whole to put the fear, a single key and a single color, instead of the whole impossible sky. "My grandmother used to say the catch was beautiful," he said, and then heard himself say it and winced, because this was not the moment for family stories. It was never the moment. It was the thing he did when he was nervous, and he hated it. But Imeth had gone still in the listening way, and did not fill the silence, did not let him take it back, only waited. So he finished it, smaller. "I keep waiting for it to stop being beautiful, now that I know what it can do. And it won't. That's the thing I can't. It's still beautiful. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, and it might go through the hall tonight, and I can't make the two facts stop being true at the same time." Imeth held the silence a breath longer than he expected, and Winter thought he had finally found the bottom of her patience, the place where the human child talking too much at the wrong time was simply more than even she would carry. "No," she said, "you cannot make them stop.
That is the beginning of being grown, Ensign, and I am sorry it is being taught to you tonight and not in some gentler season, that a thing can be beautiful and be the thing that kills you, and that holding both at once without letting go of either is not a failure of clarity, it is clarity. My own people learned it a long time ago. Her hand stayed flat and still, and she did not look at him. And the not looking was a courtesy, he understood. She was giving him the privacy of his own face. Keep the beauty. You are the only one on this bridge who still says it out loud, and the day you stop, we will all be a little poorer and not know why. The captain said as much on your first morning. He was right. Something in Venter's chest came unknotted by half a turn. It did not fix anything. The green number had not moved. The 11 halls were still gathering. He was still not sure he would see Birdham again. But the fear had a shape now that it had not had 10 minutes ago. It was furniture in a room he was sharing with 7 other people who were all carrying the same furniture, instead of a flood he was drowning in alone. He breathed the harbor breath, and this time it went all the way down. "Thank you," he said. It came out plain and young and entirely without the over-formal commander armor he reached for when he was scared, and he was glad of that too. "I have heard you," Imeth said. She set her hands one over the other and was still in the way her people were still, which Vinter had learned not to mistake for absence. "Which is the whole of what I came across the gap to do in the end, to hear these particular humans and be heard by them. You have made it easier than most. Now put your eyes on your key and leave the train to the people whose problem it is." The train entered the convergence window at 2:11 ship time, and the whole bridge felt it the way you feel a tide turn. Nothing changed on the display that a stranger would have caught. The green number slid across the wireframe edge of the box. That was all. A freight return crossing a line that existed only in Imeth's geometry and the Lodestar's plot and the cold arithmetic of 17 lives. But the bridge knew. Salazar's hands settled onto the flight yoke and stopped drumming the little rhythm he drummed pre-burn. Ackerman's voice came up flat and final over the contingency channel. "The train's in the box. We are committed. All stations to the catch." And somewhere 4 decks down, a point defense mount trained round with a sound like a heavy door easing shut. The captain pressed 2 fingers to the rail and tapped once, and Vinter saw Imeth's eyes flick to the captain's hand and away, reading the tell she had named and the small confirmation of that she had told him true, that the fear ran all the way up the chain and was being carried all the way up the chain, steadied him more than any order could have. "Relief 2, Ackerman, without looking over. "Clear Q." "Live, Commander. Mirror's good. My world is the key." "Good lad." 2 words dropped flat as a deck plate, and Vinter would carry them a long time. From Ackerman they were practically a medal struck in his name, and he knew it, and he felt the daft heat of it go up his neck even now, even here, and was obscurely grateful to it. That some part of him was still 24, and pleased to be told he'd done well, even with the train in the box. Imeth had said the fear was the engine. Maybe the pleasure was, too. Maybe you ran on whatever you had. Vinter wiped his right palm once, flat, down the leg of his uniform, dry it, settle it, put it back, and laid it light on the board the way Salazar laid hands on the yoke, present without gripping, holding it as you held a thing you meant to fly and not strangle. He had watched the lieutenant do exactly that 100 times and copied it without quite admitting he was copying it. It worked. His hand sat where he put it and did not shake. On the main display, the chain woke along the Rivas line. the decelerator rings charging one after another down their kilometers of frost-scarred lattice, light walking the spines as the fields built, the most boring miracle in the galaxy stirring itself for the largest catch of its year, reaching up patient and amber for the falling mountains the way it had reached for 40 years, knowing nothing about the people, the riders, the Lodestar, the box. 11 hulls hung at the cold edge of the stream, waiting their moment. 17 pale marks fell toward the place where everything was going to happen at once. And the train came on into the window, fat and green and absolutely punctual, beautiful and terrible and entirely indifferent. And Jonah Vinter put his eyes on his key and his hands on his own small piece of the work, and breathed the harbor breath, and was, for the first time all day, ready. Chapter 22. The Stream Enters. The stream came over the wall of Salazar's plot like a tide turned to iron. Salazar had spent the burn matching it. That was the trick nobody outside a flight seat ever understood about the thing they were about to attempt. You did not catch a falling mountain by standing in front of it. You caught it by falling beside it, by getting your own hull up to 9 kilometers a second on the same heading until the murderous river of freight outside the canopy went still as a held breath, until 11,000 pods that would have flattened a continent hung apparently motionless off the Lodestar's flank, near enough to read their hull numbers, drifting against each other at the speeds of a slow handshake, because everything in the volume now shared one velocity, and that velocity was his. He had matched streams before. He had never matched one with people in it. "On the wing," he said. His own voice came back to him level and a little far away, the way it sounded when he had stopped being clever. "Velocity locked to the stream. We are in it now, Captain, not in front of it. Whatever happens, happens at handshake speed." "Hold the wing," Cross said. The first pod slid past below the keel, and they were not weather anymore. From the bridge on that first bright morning, a lifetime and 4 days ago, they had been a scatter of cold returns 3,000 kilometers out, a thing you complimented and looked away from. Now they were the size of cathedrals and 100 meters off the hull, sliding by in their thousands on a line so flat it was its own kind of violence, each one a sealed sliver of somebody's winter, each one weighing what a hill weighed: coil stock, grain, printer feed, the substance of a dozen colonies thrown across the system weeks ago on a launcher say-so, and arriving now, and not one of them caring in the slightest about the 17. "Streams in the envelope," Emeth said. "Tornell's chain has it. They are catching, Captain. The first clusters are going down the line clean." Forward, where the canopy gave on to the long amber lattice of the catcher chain, the rings were taking mountains the way they had taken mountains for 40 years, reaching out with fields no eye could see, and bending each pod's flat scream of a line into something gentler, handing it down the chain ring to ring until it arrived at Tornell as freight. Salazar watched a 4,000-ton pod touch the first ring and lose a sliver of its murder, and then he stopped watching the chain because the chain was not his problem tonight. His problem was the 17 marks Delgado had buried in among the mountains, falling at handshake speed off the Lodestar's wing, each one weighing a ton, each one with a person folded inside it, breathing reserve. "Delgado," Cross said, "find me my eggs." They had not been able to see the capsules from outside the stream. That was the whole horror of the geometry.
The rider's steering collars had thrown the 17 onto an arc that converged with the cargo line inside the catch envelope, so that the small marks were not approaching the pods. They were among them, embedded the way gravel is embedded in an avalanche. And the chain that could find a mountain at 3,000 kilometers had no setting in the world for a thing the size of a coffin moving at the same speed as everything around it. Delgado found them anyway. He found them on Rubens' clocks, 11 years of a dead man's honest arithmetic running under every number on the board. And one by one the 17 came up on Salazar's plot in a color Emmett had chosen so it would not look like anything else in the volume, a hard, clean white among the freight green, and Salazar felt something in his chest do a slow turn he had no name for and did not want one. "Tagging," Salazar said. His voice had gone clinical and very quiet, which Salazar had learned in 8 months was the frightened end of the science officer, the opposite of his talking at the room mode. 17 returns, resolved to meters, 12 riding the near sector, shallower, off the keel side, and 5 buried deep in the heart of the stream, the worst water, where the train's densest. Capsule 6 is the nearest of the 12, call it 200 meters off the keel, riding between a grain pod and an empty. The deep 5 are last. We won't reach them till the near sector's clear. I'm pushing the near solutions to the tender boards now." "Masses," Salazar said. "That's the cruelty of it." Delgado pulled the numbers up on the shared board, and Salazar read them and understood, in his hands before his head, exactly what kind of night this was going to be. Every pod's a different mass, and every capsule's a constant. The eggs are 1,100 kilos apiece, all of them, give or take the person. The pods around them run 400 tons to 4,000, no two the same, all of them at handshake speed relative to us, but a lethal speed relative to a capsule if a collar fires wrong or a tether snaps. You nudge an egg in the gap between 2 mountains, Marco, and you've got centimeters of margin before one of those mountains decides where the egg goes instead of you. "Then I won't fire wrong," Salazar said, and meant it, the flat way, the way that wasn't swagger. Cross's voice came warm and even over the top of all of it, the way it always did when the room needed a floor under it. "Walk me through the hands, slowly. Everyone hears at once. Tenders away first. Ackerman from the contingency board, dry as a deck plate. 4 of ours, 6 of Tornell's, all of them under Delgado's solutions. They run the steering collars and the tethers. Get a collar onto a capsule, get a tether home to a tender, and then the tender bleeds the capsule's speed off in stages, not all at once. You stage the deceleration or the tether parts, and the egg goes back into the stream at the stream's full speed, which is the thing we are here to stop happening. Marchetti's tenders take the upstream half of the volume, ours take the near half. 2 ships, 2 sectors. One control solution can't hold the whole stream. That's why she's here." "And the guns," Cross said. "The guns are not a broadside." Salazar said it himself, because it was his, and because Vinter, at the relief station 2 armspans aft, had gone the particular shade of pale that meant the ensign was holding a great deal very still, and somebody ought to say the calm thing out loud for him. "Point defense, lowest yield I've got, off the leading face of a capsule. A few grams of ablative breath. I don't break an egg, and I don't shove it across the volume. I nudge it. Centimeters a second, just enough to walk it out of a closing gap, or into a tender's reach, or off a pod's path. It's the same shot I put on that bad pod on the first morning, Captain, the boring one. Just 17 of them, in a moving foundry with people inside." "The most boring miracle in the galaxy," Cross said, and Salazar heard the captain offer it to him on purpose, the old line, a hand across the bridge. "Don't," Salazar said almost gently. "Not tonight. Tonight it's the prettiest thing I've ever had to do, and I'd like to keep my hands out of my mouth while I do it." He flexed his fingers once on the yoke, present without gripping, the way you held a thing you meant to fly and not strangle. They were steady. He took a strange cold comfort from that the part of him that flew had simply gone to work, the joking left behind somewhere back at the burn, the body doing the thing the body knew.
Tenders away on your word, Commander." "Marchetti reports her tenders are away," Emeth said. "She is in her sector. She says, 'I have the upstream half, Lodestar. Don't crowd me.'" "Tell her she has the room," Cross said. "Salazar, tenders away. Tenders away." The first capsule was easy, the way the first of anything is easy before the volume teaches you what it costs. Capsule 6, 200 meters off the keel, riding clean in a wide gap between a grain pod and an empty, Salazar watched one of the Lodestar's tenders peel off the hull and run the gap at handshake speed, a little blunt workboat doing the bravest thing in the volume. And he held its lane in his head, and held the two pods' masses in his hands, and watched the collar go on. Medium pause, a tender's manipulator reaching across 2 meters of nothing at 9 kilometers a second, and snapping a steering collar around an egg with a person inside it, and the white mark on the plot acquiring a thin green thread back to the tender, a tether, a leash on a falling ton. "Collar on 6, Delgado said. "Tether home. Tender's bleeding it." The white mark slowed. Not much, not all at once. The tender ran the staged deceleration the way Ackerman had described it, taking the capsule speed off in increments a body could survive, and the egg fell away from the stream by meters, then by tens of meters, walking out of the foundry on its leash toward the place where Tornell's damaged catcher waited to take the heavy exchange. "6 is clear of the stream," Ackerman said, handing it to the catcher. "1. Salazar did not let himself feel it. He had counted prey off a plot before and learned not to spend the first win because the volume always made you pay it back. He put his eyes on capsule 15, the buried one of the near 12, 3 pods in, and the prettiness of the night curdled at once into the hard part. 15 was buried. To reach it, a tender had to thread between a 4,000-ton coil pod and a grain pod that ran maybe a tenth of that, the two of them at handshake speed relative to each other, but converging, slowly, the way everything in a stream converged, a gap closing at the pace of a tide, medium pause, and the capsule rode in the closing gap, and the tender could not fit through after the gap closed, and the gap had about 90 seconds of open left in it. 15's gap is shutting, Delgado said, clinical, fast. The coil pod and the grain pod are walking together. Tender 4 can make the gap or it can make the capsule. It can't make both before they touch. Then I open the gap, Salazar said. Not the capsule, the grain pod, the lighter of the two mountains. A 400-ton thing a few grams of ablative breath could nudge the way you could not nudge its big brother. Off the leading face, low yield, a tap. The grain pod broke stride a fraction, just enough. The gap held its width a heartbeat longer, and the tender went through it, and the collar went on 15, and the tether came home. "Collar on 15, Delgado said, breath under the words. "Tether home." "It was on the grain pod," Salazar said. "Grain pods forgive you. Don't get used to it." 2 recovered. He let his frame drop a 1/4 inch and brought it back and put the wind down because the volume always made you pay it back. 2 clear, Ackerman said. Marchetti reports 2 in her sector clear. 4 recovered, 13 still in the... The Lodestar took her first hit then, and the night stopped being a rescue. It came in across the stream from the upstream dark, not a pod, not freight, a shot. A real one, kinetic and aimed, and it walked across the Lodestar's dorsal shielding with a sound that came up through the deck like a hammer dragged down a hull, a long, ugly grinding bark that Salazar felt in his teeth before he heard it in his ears. "Riders," MF said. She did not raise her voice. She never raised her voice, and the level of it was worse than a klaxon. "Maddox's people are in the volume. 11 hulls, upstream, hitting the stream from the train side. They are not firing on us, Captain. That round was a stray, a near miss off a pod they were nudging. They are working the freight. They mean to take the train. Into the middle of all this, Cross said, not a question. Into the middle of all this. The largest score the corridor has ever offered in the one window when the chain is too busy to stop them. To them the capsules are a manifest line, Captain. To them this is the catch of the year, and they have 11 hauls and a grievance. A beat. They will not aim at us, but they are throwing collars and ablative nudges into a volume we are also working. And a near miss at handshake speed is still a 4,000-ton pod going somewhere it was not going. The danger is not their guns. The danger is the foundry they are stirring. The deck barked again, further aft, and somewhere below a board chimed a fault, and Hartley's voice came up the open engineering channel, dry and Mancunian, and entirely without alarm, which was its own kind of alarm. "Dorsal 3 took a kiss," Hartley said. "Not the round, pod wash. A big one came past close enough to comb our hair. Shielding held. She's fine." A pause, the faint sound of paper. "I'd thank the riders not to keep stirring the pot while we've our arms in it up to the elbow, but I don't suppose they're taking requests." "Stay on the wing," Cross said. "Salazar, don't fight them. Don't even look at them. Every shot you've got is for an egg. If a rider's stirring a pod toward one of ours, you nudge the egg, not the rider. We are a moving catcher tonight, not a warship. Keep your hands in the rescue." "Keeping my hands in the rescue," Salazar said. It was the hardest order he had ever taken, and he took it whole. Every instinct he owned wanted to come about and put a real shot on the nearest rider haul, the clean justice of it singing in his arms. But the 17 did not care about justice, and a tapsule with a person in it had no shielding at all, and the only thing that mattered in the volume was getting the white marks off the stream before the train or the riders or the foundry decided where they went instead. He put the riders out of his head the way you put weather out of your head, and went back to the marks. "Capsule 3, Delgado said. "Lateral drift, fast. A rider just nudged the pod beside it, and the wash is walking 3 toward a coil mountain. Tender's not in reach. Marco, it's going to touch in." "I have it," Salazar said. A nudge off 3's leading face would walk it forward, out of the lane, but forward was toward the chain, and an overcooked nudge handed the egg to a decelerator ring that had no idea it held a person. So he didn't nudge 3. He nudged the coil pod, a tap against 4,000 tons, a shot that did nothing you could see. The mountain did not break stride. Its lane bent by centimeters over 100 meters of fall, and Capsule 3 slid through the place the mountain had been a heartbeat after it stopped being there. "3's clear of the lane," Delgado said. "Tender's reaching." "Where's my tender for 3? Salazar said. "Coming, 40 seconds. It's got 40. The eerie cold thing had its hands fully on him now. Not fear, not calm. The place past both, where the body simply flew. "Captain, I can hold the near sector, but every nudge I spend moving mountains around eggs is one I'm not spending on the next, and there's a dozen still falling, and the deep 5 buried under the worst of it, and the riders are stirring the volume faster than I can read it." "Tornell's catcher has 6 clear and counting," Imeth said. "It is performing the heavy exchange. The tenders shepherd the capsules out of the stream and feed the chain a solution it can survive, and the chain takes the ton off the way it takes a mountain, gently, ring to ring. 6 eggs are off the books and into the mitt, Captain, alive. The reserve gauges held." 6. Salazar caught the number on his plot and made himself not feel it, and felt it anyway, a little, around the edges. 6 white marks gone from the foundry. 6 people who'd been falling toward a chain that didn't know they were there, and were now riding down the amber lattice toward a station like ordinary freight, like grain, like the substance of a colony's winter. 6. He put it down. There were 11 left between the 2 ships, and the volume was getting worse. It got worse because the riders found the train. Salazar felt the moment it happened more than saw it, a shift in the whole texture of the stream. The freight green on his plot beginning to churn upstream as 11 rider hulls threw themselves into the densest part of the cargo line and started working collars onto pods by the dozen, peeling the corridor's quarterly mountain apart pod by pod the way they'd peeled one coin off a stack on the first morning. Except this was the whole stack, and they had 11 hulls and a grievance, and exactly as long as the window gave them. The volume that had been a stream became a thing in motion against itself, pods walking off their lanes under rider collars, wash crossing wash, the orderly avalanche turning into something that churned. "They're tearing into the train," Salazar said. "Hard. Whole clusters of pods are coming off the line upstream. The riders are slinging collars faster than the chain can reach. Captain, the freight's going to start coming apart, and when it does, the lanes downstream of them stop being lanes." "That's their business and not ours," Cross said. But Salazar heard the cost of it in him, the captain spending something to say it. "Let them have the freight if it keeps their wash off our eggs. Marchetti," medium pause. "Marchetti is moving up sector, toward the riders. She says," medium pause, "she says, they're stirring my half into the chain's reach. I'm going to make them stop stirring. Mind the gap I leave." "She's leaving her sector," Ackerman said, flat, the way she said the thing nobody wanted said. "If she goes up to push the riders off the freight, that's half the stream uncovered for as long as she's gone. Her tenders stay, but the control solution thins. We'd be one hull holding a volume that needs 2. Captain, that's the flaw the test found. One hull can't hold the whole stream." For a moment, the choice hung over the bridge unmade. Ensign Marchetti's mark sliding up volume toward 11 hostile hulls, the upstream half of the stream beginning to thin of its second pair of hands, the train coming apart under the riders, the 11 white marks still falling. Salazar kept his eyes on his marks. It was not his choice. His choice was the next egg and the one after that, and keeping his hands in the rescue while the captain and the XO fought about the sky over his head. "Let her go up," Cross said. "She's right. If the riders stir the freight into the chain's reach, we lose more than a thin sector. We lose the lanes. Salazar, you and our tenders hold the near half and reach for what you can of hers. Delgado, re-rank the eggs. Nearest first, weakest reserve first. I want the order of recovery on Marco's board inside the minute. We catch the eggs we can reach, and we trust Marchetti to buy us the rest. MF, get me Tornell. I want every tender they can crew in the volume, not the dock. We are short of hands, and the only thing that fixes short of hands is more hands." "Aye," Salazar said, and the re-ranked list bloomed on his board. 11 white marks ordered by how soon each one would die, and he started down it. Capsule 9 was the first one he nearly lost. It rode deep, the way 15 had ridden deep, but where 15's gap had closed slow, 9's gap shut all at once. A rider 3 pods upstream bled a coil mountain speed wrong and panicked it off its lane in a long, ugly slide. And the slide ran downstream, pod shoving pod, until the wash of it slammed 9's gap shut 30 seconds before Delgado's solution said it would. "9's gap is gone," Delgado said, fast and flat and frightened. "The coil mountain's in the lane, and 9's pinned between it and a grain pod that's coming with it. Marco, there's no shot. Nudge 9 and you put it into the mountain. Nudge the mountain and the grain pod's already there." "There's a shot," Salazar said. He couldn't move the egg, and he couldn't move either mountain in the time he had, but the two were converging because the coil's bad slide shoved the grain pod ahead of it, so he didn't nudge the things closing on the egg, he nudged the egg's exit. A tap off a 400-ton empty sitting in the one direction 9 could still go, walking it clear of the escape lane, and then a second tap on 9 itself, off the trailing face, a shove along the door he'd opened. 2 shots in under a second, a person inside the thing he was shoving. His hands did it before his head finished deciding it was possible. The egg went through the door. The 2 mountains ground past each other at handshake speed, a heartbeat behind, with a violence that would have folded a capsule like paper, and Capsule 9 fell clear with a tender already reaching for it. "Collar on 9, Delgado said, and his voice cracked clean down the middle. "Tether home. Marco, 2 shots under a second." "That was 9, Salazar said. "Where's 10? He did not feel it. He could not afford to feel it. He knew that when this was over, the thing he'd just done would come and find him and present its bill in full, because he had never until tonight flown a thing where the cost was a person and not a pod. He set the bill down for later the only way the body allowed, hands on the yoke, eyes on the next white mark. "10's clear," Delgado said. "Marchetti's tender's got 10. She's up in the riders now, she's pushing them off the freight. The whole upstream cluster's coming off our marks, the wash is easing. Marco, the volume's settling, the lanes are—" The Lodestar took her second hit, and this one was not a stray. It came in clean and aimed from a single rider hull that had peeled off the freight to clear its own lane, and it was not meant for the Lodestar, and it did not care that it wasn't. A kinetic round that walked down the port flank with a long, tearing bark, and this time the deck did not just bark, it lurched, and a board went red across half the engineering panel, and the open channel filled for one bad second with the sound of a coupling letting go 4 decks down.
"Port flank," Hartley said, and the dry was gone out of her, gone all the way, and what was under it was the thing the crew almost never heard. That one bit, lost the port side field coupling, the one that sulked since the yard she's finally done sulking, she's gone. "Captain, I've still got starboard, and I've still got the wing, but if you ask her to maneuver hard to port in the next while, she won't have it. She hasn't got it to give. I'm sorry. I'll get you what I can." A breath. "She'll hold. I'll make her hold." "Then make her hold, Chief, and I'll buy her a refit she'll be embarrassed by," Cross said, warm and level over the top of all of it. And the warmth was not performance, Salazar could hear that much. It was the captain putting a floor under the deck the only way he knew how. "Salazar, can you fly the near sector on starboard alone?" "I can fly the near sector on a prayer and a starboard coupling," Salazar said. "Watch me." And then, because Vinter at the relief station had made a small sound, a swallowed thing, the sound a person makes when a wall comes down a meter from where they're sitting, and because somebody on this bridge should, and the lieutenant was the nearest somebody. "It's fine, Ensign. She took a hit, she's allowed. Hands on your key, we're going to be busy a while." "Aye," Vinter said, half a tone high, steadied on the second word. "Hands on my key." Salazar put his eyes back on the plot. 6 eggs in the mitt, 3 more on tethers, 8 white marks still falling. Marchetti up in the churn driving 11 rider hulls off the corridor's quarterly mountain. A port coupling gone and a starboard one praying. The train coming apart upstream and the chain catching downstream, and the foundry between them full of people the size of coffins, and his own hand steady on the yoke in a way that frightened him more than shaking would have, because he understood at last, all the way down, that this was the bill, and it had only just begun to come due, and there were 8 eggs left, and he was going to reach for every single one of them. "Delgado," he said, "rank me the 8. Weakest reserve first. I'll take them in the order they're dying." "Ranking," Delgado said. And the stream came on, fat and green and indifferent.
11,000 mountains and 17 lives sharing one velocity in the dark, and Marco Salazar put his hands in the rescue and flew. Chapter 23. The Riders Come. The train arrived the way a tide arrives at a wall, all at once and from horizon to horizon, and far too large to argue with. Cross felt it through the deck before Imeth said it, a change in the texture of the burn. The Lodestar laboring to hold her place on the wing as the corridor's quarterly mountain came down the Revis line into the catch envelope and thickened the volume with freight. The forward display had been a scatter of marks for an hour. 6 recovered into Tornell's mitt, 3 more crawling down their tethers toward it, 8 white returns still falling among the pods. Salazar's near sector, a knot of lanes and masses no one but the lieutenant could have flown. Now the green came over the top of all of it, 11,000 pods marshaled into one ballistic river, and the marks Cross had been counting all night went small inside it. Trains in the envelope, Imeth said. From operations her voice held the level it always held. The level was the alarm. The chain has the leading clusters. Tornell is catching, Captain. Down the line, clean. Hold the wing, Cross said, and kept his eyes on the 8. He had the chair, and for the first time in 3 days no part of him stood out in a search box, flying a spiral he'd flown right. Petrov had told him the truth in her 3-step office, and it had not washed off, and he had not asked it to. He had carried it up to the bridge with the edges sticking out of him, as she'd said to, and somewhere in the long hours of the catch, the guilt had become a tool. You know exactly what it costs to be sure and wrong, so be sure of the right thing now. And he held it the way you hold a wrench you mean to use. Pell was a name he would carry to a court and passed it. Reuben Dewan was falling toward him in a sealed box at handshake speed with 11 years of honest arithmetic at his back, and that man was going to come home. Salazar. On it, Captain. 14 and 16 on the wing, tenders reaching, lanes holding where Marchetti scrubbed them clean. The lieutenant's voice came back level and far away, the voice he used when the clever had gone out of him. It's working. Upstream's quiet. She drove them right off the upstream stopped being quiet. Cross saw it on Imeth's board the way he saw most things, all at once and certain. The freight green at the head of the stream, where Marchetti had spent the last hour pushing rider hauls off the cargo line, began to churn. Not a near miss this time, not wash off a stray collar. The leading third of the train heaved against itself as 11 rider hauls came back into it at once, in formation, throwing collars onto pods by the dozen, and the orderly avalanche of the corridor's quarterly mountain began, pod by pod, to come apart. Maddox is back in the train, Imeth said. All of him. He went up to draw Marchetti off the freight, and the moment she committed, he came down behind her and into the densest part of the stream. He is not steering it now, Captain. He is taking it. Whole clusters are coming off the line under rider collars. So that was the trade. Maddox had given Cross the captives and the evidence and an offset he wouldn't explain, and asked one thing in return, and Cross had thought he understood the price. He'd understood half of it. The rescue had pulled Tornell's defenses off the train, just as the man wanted. Now Maddox was spending the window it had opened, and the largest score the corridor had ever offered was coming apart in his hands, while the Lodestar had her arms in the foundry up to the elbow and could not let go to stop him. "He's not firing on us," Cross said. "Not a question." "He is not. He never will." Imeth set her hands flat. "The capsules are a manifest line to him, Captain, a thing he wanted off his hands, which is why he handed them to us. He will tear the freight apart 50 meters from one of our eggs and never aim at it. but a cluster off the line under a bad color at handshake speed is 4,000 tons going somewhere it was not going. He does not have to shoot us. He only has to keep stirring the volume we are working, and he is stirring the top of it." The deck barked, far forward, a long grinding kiss, a mountain passing close enough to comb the hull, and a board chimed amber at engineering, and Hartley's voice came up the open channel dry and 4 decks closer than it sounded. "That one was podwash, not around. Dorsal took it on the good shielding. She's fine. But the freight's coming apart upstream, and when it does, the lanes below it stop being lanes. Every cluster Maddox peels off the line is a mountain nobody plotted, walking down into Marco's sector under its own collar. I can hold the wing on starboard alone for a while yet, not through the train falling on us." "Understood, Chief." Cross was at the rail, watching the 8 white marks ride their arc through a stream churning at the top. Reuben's mark. He had it by heart now, 3rd from the leading edge, riding deep between a coil mountain and an empty, sat under the place where Maddox's riders were starting to peel the train. "Salazar, don't fight them. Not one shot at a rider hull. Every gun you've got is for an egg." "Keeping my hands in the rescue," Salazar said, and Cross heard what it cost him, the same cost as the first time, the clean justice of a real shot singing in the lieutenant's arms and going unspent. "Marchetti's coming about," Emeth said. "Hard. She's leaving the upstream, caught between her own sector and the place Maddox is working. She's burning back down volume." "To do what?" Cross had the question out before he'd finished the thought, and on the board the answer was already drawing itself, the Vrogny's mark, small and fast and combine gray, peeling off the head of the stream and running down the length of the train toward the near sector, toward the Lodestar, toward the 8. "She has not said," a held beat. "Her tenders are still in the upstream half. She is bringing her ship." "She has orders to restrain us," Ackerman from the contingency board, flat as a deck plate, saying the thing nobody wanted said, because that was what she was for. "Combined gold priority, use of force authorized. If she comes down here, it's to put herself between us and the catch, or to take the freight off Maddox before he gets clear. We don't know which, and the geometry doesn't give us time to find out. She's a warship coming into our working volume at handshake speed, and her orders point the wrong way." "Get her on voice," Cross said. "Captain to captain, now." "Channel's open," Emeth said. "She was already reaching for us." The link carried voice only, the way it had the night she'd called him. Her choice then, her choice now. And over the breadth of 2 bridges came the flat Kresk voice with the warden scoured out of it, the one she used when she'd stopped performing. "Lodestar, Vrogny, I'm coming down your starboard flank into the near sector. Don't let your lieutenant flinch when I do, because I'll be close, and I'll be matching your stream, and if he reads me as a threat and burns to clear me, we'll put 2 ships into the foundry, and that's the end of everyone's night." Captain Marchetti. Cross kept his own voice level. Whatever she'd decided, the worst thing he could do to it was be warm at her. "Say it plainly. What are you doing?"
"What do you think I'm doing?" A short sound, not a laugh. "I ran the geometry my way, off my own sensors, like I said I would. You were right, and I hated it. One ship can't hold a control solution across this stream. Your science officer's flaw. I found it in 20 minutes. It needs 2. Maddox just made it worse, tearing the top off the train and dumping mountains down into your half. And there's 8 warm specs in the way of them, and I have a lawful order telling me to keep this line open through the window those 8 are crossing." A beat, and her voice went very flat. "I am not going to be the captain who kept a road open across people. Vosburg built me a choice between the road and the lives and told me it was the only one there was, and I have spent 11 years believing men who tell me a thing is inevitable, and I am done. We can catch both. You said so. So I'm coming in as your second ship, Cross, and the Combine can have my certificate when this is over because they're not getting my hands." The bridge had gone still around the link. At the relief station, Vinter had stopped moving. His face turned toward the rail as though Marchetti's voice were a thing he could see. Ackerman had not written anything down. Cross watched the Vrogny's mark burn down the flank toward them, a warship choosing, indeed, the thing it had spent 4 days refusing in word, and something went through him that he had no time to spend, and spent half a second on anyway, because this was the alliance his mother had raised him on, not the null physics, not the catcher chain, but this, two people who'd started the week as opposed flags, refusing the arithmetic the seal handed them. "Then you have the upstream half," Cross said. "We'll take the marks below the keel line, you scrub the lanes Maddox is feeding down, and we do not crowd each other. Your tenders are out of position. Can you reach for—" "My tenders are committed upstream, and they're staying there working your eggs in my old half. I'm bringing guns and a control platform, not collars. I split the stream with you, and I push the mountains Maddox throws. You catch. Tell your lieutenant I shoot pods, not people, and I'll be reading the masses he is." The flat voice did not change. "Don't make me regret this, Captain. I've made it cost enough already." "You won't regret it." Cross turned from the rail. "Salazar, Marchetti's your second pair of hands now. She pushes the mountains, you catch below the keel line. Treat the Vrogny like she's ours." "Aye." Salazar's voice came back with something under it that hadn't been there a minute ago. Not relief, the lieutenant wouldn't spend relief, but a door opening where there'd been a wall. "Vrogny, Lodestar Tactical. You take anything Maddox dumps above the keel line, I'll take everything below it. Don't apologize for the wash, I'll fly around it. Welcome to the worst job in the galaxy."
"It's not my first foundry," Marchetti said, and the link breathed, and the two ships came together on the wing of a falling mountain range and began to fly as one. It worked the way a thing works that nobody designed and everyone meant. Two ships split a stream that one could not hold, the Lodestar low and battered on starboard, the Vrogny high and gray above the keel line, each matching the train's 9 kilometers a second, so that the river of freight outside both hulls hung apparently still, mountains drifting against each other at the speed of a slow handshake. Salazar flew the deep marks. Marchetti flew the mountains Maddox kept throwing. And between them, in the volume the riders were tearing apart at the top, the 7 white returns rode their arc toward Tornell's waiting mitt, and one by one the tenders reached for them. "Capsule 14's on a tether," Delgado said, clinical and quiet, the frightened end of the science officer. "Tornell's catcher has it, bleeding it down. 2 left in the near sector and the deep 5. Marco, 16's lane just closed. Maddox peeled a cluster off the train 2 pods up, and the wash is walking a coil mountain into 16's gap, and the tender's not through yet." "Marchetti," Salazar said, fast. "Coil mountain coming down on 16 above the keel line, can you?" "I have it!" The Vrogny's point defense fired, a stitch of light on the board too brief to be a shot, a few grams of ablative breath off the leading face of the mountain. The coil mountain did not break stride. It could not be made to. But its lane bent by centimeters, over 100 meters of fall. The closing gap held its width a heartbeat longer, and the tender went through. "Collar on 16, Delgado said. "Tell her home. She moved its lane, not the same thing. Don't get used to it." And then, because Marchetti could hear him, "Nice shot, Vrogny." "It was on a coil pod. Coil pods don't forgive. Watch your keel line, Lieutenant. I'm pushing a grain cluster down your edge, and I'd rather you knew it was coming." Cross let it run. The two of them had found the thing cruise fine when they stopped being two crews. The shorthand, the trust laid down fast under fire because there was no time to lay it down slow. And he let his bridge and hers become, for the length of a catch, one working volume.
Ackerman ran the contingency board at his right, lane margins and abort geometry, a litany with no fear in it. Imeth held Tornell and the chain and the count. Vinter worked his relief station with his hands flat on the board. The way Petrov had taught him was the only thing on offer. 11 recovered, the tethers were all home, and 14 and 16 are handed to the catcher. The chain is taking them off the way it takes a mountain, gently, ring to ring. The reserve gauges are holding. 1 near mark left, Captain, and the deep 5 under it. The Lodestar took her next hit then, and it was not a stray. It came down out of the churning top of the stream. 3 pods peeled off the train under a rider's bad collar. Deceleration bled wrong, the cluster sliding off its lane in a long, ugly skid, pod shoving pod downstream, until the leading mountain of it came across the Lodestar's dorsal at handshake speed that was still 4,000 tons. The deck did not bark this time. It lurched hard, the rail going cold sharp under Cross's fingers as the ship took the weight on her good shielding. A board went red across half of engineering, and the open channel filled for 1 bad second with the sound of structure complaining 4 decks down. "Dorsal 2, Hartley said, the dry thin over the top of it now. "A mountain, not a round. Shielding held, but I've lost the dorsal sensor mast, and I've got a frame member singing a note I don't like. She'll fly, she'll catch, but every mountain Maddox dumps on us is one I can't promise twice. I'm asking her nicely, and she's still saying yes, and I can hear it in her. She's tired." "Then keep asking her nicely, Chief, and I'll have her in a yard inside the month if I have to push her there myself," Cross said, and he meant the warmth. It wasn't a tool. It was what he had to steady a worn-out chief at hour 20, and Hartley took it. He heard her take it. "Lodestar, that one came off Maddox's working," Marchetti said. "He's getting careless at the top, slinging collars faster than he can bleed them, and the bad ones are coming down on you. I can't stop him taking the train without leaving your eggs uncovered, and I won't leave your eggs. But I can put myself above your dorsal and eat the clusters he dumps before they reach you. It'll cost me the upstream lanes." Cross looked at the board, the 6 white marks still falling, the train coming apart at the top, the Vrogny offering her own gray hull between the Lodestar and the mountains, and made the call the chair made. "No," he said. "Don't shield us. You're worth more pushing mountains than taking them on your hull, and if you eat a cluster wrong, we lose 2 ships and 6 eggs instead of 1 ship and none. Stay on the lanes. Hartley'll keep her flying. We knew this would cost the ship. Let it cost the ship and not you." A beat, and then, because the woman had earned the truth, "You came down here to catch both, Captain. Catch both. Leave the bruises to us." A silence on the link, the breath of her bridge, and then the flat Kresk voice with something under it that hadn't been there before. "Aye, Lodestar, staying on the lanes. Your ship's braver than your orders, Cross. I'll give you that. She always has been." The link to Maddox opened itself, the way the man liked to do things, unasked, on his own clock, the grin audible before the words. "Captain Cross." The voice came rough and entirely unhurried, a man enjoying his own theater in the middle of a foundry. "Quite a thing you've built down there. 2 ships catching coffins out of my train. I'll be honest, I didn't think you had it in you. I thought you'd take my gift and run, and instead, you've made the prettiest mess I've seen in 20 years of this work." "You're tearing apart a colony's winter, Maddox." Cross kept his eyes on the 6 white marks. "And every cluster you peel wrong comes down on people you say you didn't want to murder." "And I don't." The grin went out of the voice, and what was under it was the grievance Cross had heard on Senon, the unpriced consequence with a face. "I want the train. I have always wanted the train. They automated our work, and revoked our salvage rights and called us criminals when we kept surviving. And this train is 20 years of that bill come due, and I am collecting it. I have never once aimed at your dead. But I am taking my freight. Your eggs are in my freight, and I'd take it kindly if you'd keep your ships and your combine friend out of my lane while I do. Because the next thing I peel off the top is coming down whether you're under it or not. And I'd rather not be the man who tells the story of how the Geneva hero got himself killed standing in a thief's way. I want the train, not your dead, Cross said, giving the man his own shape of it. Stay out of my lane, and I'll stay out of yours. But you dump one more cluster on my dorsal, and I'll have the lieutenant nudge your working so hard you'll spend a week sorting your own collars, and he'll do it with one gun and his eyes shut. So test me or don't. A sound came down the link, delighted. There he is. I knew the hero had a knife in him somewhere. Catch your coffins, Captain Cross. I'll have my train. Maybe we'll do this again sometime. You're more fun than the warden. The link clicked dead, and out at the top of the stream the Vrogny drove another peeled mountain back off the line, and Maddox went on tearing the corridor's quarterly fortune apart, pod by pod, and did not, for all his slinging, aim one collar at a single white mark. He means it, Emeth said quietly. A near miss at handshake speed will still kill them, and he will tell himself the difference matters, because to him it does. He is not lying, Captain. That is the worst of him. I know. Cross watched the 6 white marks. Salazar, he's stirring the top harder. Where are we? Capsule 8, Delgado said, his voice clinical flat, the frightened end of him all the way out. The last of the near sector, riding between a coil mountain and a grain pod, and Maddox just took the cluster above it. The whole top came off, and the wash is walking both pods in on 8 at once. Marco, the gap's shutting from 2 sides. Tender's not in reach and won't be. There's no lane. There's a lane, Salazar said. Cross did not speak. This was the lieutenant's volume now, his and the Vrogny's, and the worst thing a captain could do was put his voice into the gap where the flying lived. He watched the plot. 8, pinned between a coil mountain and a grain pod, converging from 2 sides, both shoved in by the cluster Maddox had peeled off the top. No tender, no time, no door. Marchetti, Salazar said, I can't move both. I move the coil and the grain's there. I move the grain and the coil's there, and 8's got nowhere to go because Maddox closed the top. I need the top opened. Can you reach the cluster he peeled, the one walking them in? Show me which one. Flat. Fast. Sending. The 4-pod cluster above 8, the one he just slung. It's the reason both mountains are closing. I have it. If I push that cluster back up volume, the pods stop closing. A beat. It's 8,000 tons, Lieutenant. I can't move 8,000 tons. You don't move the cluster. You move the small one. There's an empty riding its trailing edge, 400 tons, and Maddox's collar's got the whole cluster keyed off that empty's drift. Nudge the empty, and the bad solution comes apart, and the cluster slews up and off. You open the top, I'll thread the bottom. 2 shots, 2 ships, 1 second. A short silence. The Vrogny reading the same masses. Then, it's an ugly shot and it's there. On your count, I open the top, you thread the bottom. Your volume. Now, Salazar said. Both point defenses fired in the same half-second. One off the leading face of the empty at the top, one off the trailing face of capsule 8 at the bottom. Marchetti's tap walked the empty a few centimeters clear. The rider collar lost its reference and slewed 8,000 tons of cluster up and off. The 2 mountains closing on 8 stopped closing, and in that heartbeat, Salazar's tap shoved 8 down and along the door the open top had made, past the mountains and clear. The coil and the grain ground past each other a heartbeat behind, with a violence that would have folded a capsule like paper,
and 8 fell clear with a tender already reaching for it. "Collar on 8, Delgado said, breath ragged under it. "That's the last of the near sector. 2 ships, 2 guns, 1 second. "That was both of us," Salazar said. And then, on the open link, "Nice flying, Vrogny."
It was on an empty, Marchetti said. "Empties forgive you. Don't get used to it." And down the link, under the flat of it, came the ghost of a laugh past the discipline before she could stop it. 2 pilots who'd just flown the same impossible second, finding they were the same animal. 12 recovered, Imeth said. "The whole near sector is off the stream, Captain, in the mitt or on a tether down to it. The deep 5 are the last, and Maddox is into the heart of the train now. The freight is coming apart fast, the lanes below him filling with mountains nobody plotted." A held beat. "But we are catching, both ships, faster than he can tear it." Cross watched 2 ships fly the wing of a falling mountain range, while a thief tore a fortune apart 50 meters above them, and never once aimed at the people they were saving. The deep 5 left, the worst water in the stream, where the train was densest. A wrecked dorsal, a singing frame member, a port coupling already gone. A combine warship beside him that would lose its captain's certificate for the privilege. And out among the deep 5, falling on his slightly bent arc with 11 years of honest arithmetic at his back, the mark Cross had by heart, 3rd from the leading edge, coming home. "The deep 5, let's go and get them, Captain Marchetti." "I'm on the lanes, Lodestar," she said. "You catch, I'll keep the sky off you." And the train came on, fat and green and indifferent, 11,000 mountains coming apart at the top under a grinning thief's hands, 2 ships and 1 mad catch and a battle around it, and Cross put the cold thing he'd carried since the box to work, a tool now and not a weight, and held the wing.
Chapter 24. Failing the Same Way. The deep 5 came off Delgado's board in the order the stream would let them be saved, and the last name on the list was the one Cross had been carrying since Senon. Last, not on the arc, 3rd from the leading edge, deep between a coil mountain and an empty, the mark he had by heart, but last in the order the catch could reach, which was the only order that counted now, because Reuben rode where Maddox had torn the heaviest hole in the train, and the door to him was the worst in the stream, the deepest, the most boxed, the one geometry no 2 ships could open until the closer ones came off the board first. Cross stood at the rail with his 2 fingers flat on the cold of it and made himself read the list the way it actually was instead of the way he wanted it, because that was the discipline now. That was the thing Pell had bought him. You do not let the name you love drag the geometry toward him. You catch them in the order the sky will give them up. You catch Reuben last, not because his life weighs least, but because the door to him is the worst, and you do not let your own heart redraw the geometry, because a heart that redraws geometry is how a man ends up parked next to a rock with a beacon going silent in the wrong sky. "The reachable deep first," Cross said. 13 and 7, then whichever of the deep 3 the stream opens. Reuben's last. His door's the worst, and it stays the worst. Tell me when that changes, and don't tell me gently." "It won't change unless the masses do," Delgado said. "Reuben's the deepest, in the worst of it. He comes off last, or he doesn't come off. 13's the weakest and the most reachable. 13 goes now, or 13 doesn't go." Outside both holes, the train came apart at the top and held together at the bottom, the way it had for an hour. Maddox tearing clusters off the head of the stream, Marchetti driving the loose mountains back up volume before they walked down into the near sector, the Lodestar low and battered on starboard with a port coupling gone and a frame member singing a note Hartley had stopped commenting on, which was its own report. 12 recovered, the whole near sector home, the deep 5 falling. Salazar, 13.
Reaching for 13. The lieutenant's voice came back from the cold, flat place it had been living in since the second hit, the swagger so far down it might never come up. Tenders out, velocity match. There. Collars keyed. Turnell, this is Lodestar Tactical. I'm handing you 13. Take it gentle. She's an old unit and she's tired. Turnell has 13, Imeth said. The chain is reaching. And the chain reached? The way the chain reached, ring to ring, gentle, a damaged catcher doing the one thing in the universe it was built to do, taking a falling thing by the shoulders and talking it down. On the board, Capsule 13's mark crawled in toward Tornell's mitt along the line the chain drew for it. And the line was clean, and the number beside it was clean, and Cross watched it and felt the whole warm machinery of his life lean in to approve. It was so easy to trust. That was the thing nobody told you about the clean number, and the thing his mother had spent his whole childhood trying to tell him. The clean number was not seductive because it was hard to believe. It was seductive because it was easy. Because it came with a seal and a chain of custody and the entire weight of a civilization that had flung mountains across a system and caught them every single time, so that trusting it felt not like a gamble, but like sanity, like the only grown-up thing a man could do. The clean number did not whisper, "Take a chance." The clean number whispered, "Be reasonable." And he had been reasonable. In a search box, with a beacon counting down, and a man who liked fried bread had run out of air in the audited dark. 13's in the mitt, Imeth said. The chain has it. Reserve gauge climbing. 13 recovered. 7, Cross said. 7 went the same way, and it was the sameness that started the cold thing assembling under his ribs. Because it was working. That was the trouble. The chain took 7 off Salazar's collar and drew it down on a clean line, and the gauge climbed 14 recovered, the deep 3 left, and there was a version of the night where Cross stood at the rail and let the chain do this 3 more times, trusting the catcher to catch, because catching was its nature, and that version felt so much like a good night's work that he had to stop and ask himself, deliberately, the way his mother had made him add the column twice while his dinner went cold, "Who cleaned this number, Danny, and of what?" "Delgado," he said. "The eggs the chain's taking, what solution is it catching them on?" A pause. Not a long one, but Delgado did not have pauses that meant nothing. "Its own, Captain. Tornell's. The chain catches on the chain's certified marshalling solution. That's how it's built. It's the only solution the hardware will accept. We fed it Rubin's correction for the train, every pod. That's done. That's holding. But the eggs are riding into the mitt on the chain's own catch geometry for the final exchange, because the eggs are inside the chain's envelope now, and the chain catches what's in its envelope on its certified clock. That's the safety case. The thing it won't let you override is the last grab." "And the certified clock is wrong?" "The certified clock is wrong by 38 meters in a direction I can name," Delgado said, and Cross heard the man arrive at it half a sentence ahead of his own mouth, the way he did, the color going out of his voice. "On a 4,000-ton pod, 38 meters is nothing. The chain's grab is forgiving. It reaches wide and gathers in. A mountain doesn't notice 38 meters. On an egg, 38 meters is the whole capsule and then some," Cross said. "On an egg, 38 meters is the difference between a catch and a kiss." Delgado's hands had stopped moving. 11 and 12 made it because they came in shallow, off the leading edge. The drift smaller out there. The geometry was kind.
The deep three are coming in deep, where the drift's largest, into the part of the envelope where the chain's most wrong about where it's reaching. The chain will reach for the deep three exactly 38 meters off where they are, gentle and certified and confident, and it will close its hands on empty sky a capsule width from a person, and the gauge won't even flicker because as far as the chain knows, it caught them clean. The bridge had gone very quiet around the two of them. Salazar's hands were still on the yoke. Imeth's were flat on her console. Winter, at the relief station, had stopped breathing in any way Cross could hear.
And there it was, laid out on the boards in front of him, the whole impossible arithmetic of it. And he knew the shape of it before he had the words, because he had stood inside this exact shape 60 hours ago with a beacon counting down. The audited answer, the bounded answer, the answer with the seal on it, the one a reasonable man took, the one that came whispering, "Be sensible," in the voice of his whole life. Trust the chain. The chain catches. The chain always catches. Hand it the deep three on its own certified clock, and let the most reliable machine in human space do the most reliable thing it did, and stand here at the rail and watch it work the way he had stood at the rail and chosen the box. Trust the clean number. Be reasonable. It was the same trap. It was the exact same trap, dressed in different hardware, walking toward him down the same corridor it had walked 60 hours ago, and every reflex his mother's whole life had built into him was leaning toward it, was saying, "The chain is audited, the chain is signed, the chain is the floor you stand on." And a part of him, the part that had drunk the cold coffee in the box and set the mug down too loud, knew with a falling clarity that if he trusted the chain on the deep three, he was going to stand at this rail and watch 3 gauges climb clean and 3 people die in the gap between where the chain reached and where they were. And the board would tell him he'd caught them, and the board would be lying with a clean conscience, exactly the way the box had lied. The cold thing under his ribs finished assembling itself. It was not panic. It was worse than panic. It was recognition, which is panic that knows its own name. "Captain," Emeth's voice, "level," and the level was its own information. 14 recovered. 13 and 7 are down. The deep three are committed to the envelope. The first of them reaches the mitt in under 4 minutes. Tornell is reaching for it now on its solution. 4 minutes. Hours in the box had felt like this, like a thing falling that he could see and not stop. Cross stood at the rail and his 2 fingers were white on the cold of it, and his heart was going in the particular way it went when the floor he stood on turned out to be the thing about to give, and he heard, very clearly, the voice that wanted him to be reasonable. You don't override the last grab. Nobody builds a door for unauthorized numbers into the machine that catches cities. That's not a flaw, it's the whole safety case. Be sensible. Trust the chain. It was his own voice. It had Strand's warmth in it, and Geneva's seal on it, and his mother's faith underneath it. And it was the voice that had killed Pell. And it was still, even now, with 3 people falling toward a certified lie, the most reasonable voice in the room. And they almost obeyed it. That was the part he would carry. Not that he saw the trap, but that even seeing it, even with Pell's name on a message in the relay chain, and fried bread sitting in him like a stone, the clean number still nearly had him, because being reasonable is the hardest habit a man ever breaks. The hand on the rail wanted to stay still. The mouth wanted to say, "We trust the chain." Every trained muscle in him pulled toward the signed and the safe, and the pulling did not feel like cowardice. It felt like competence, like the grown man's choice, like the only thing a serious captain did with 3 lives and a certified machine in front of him. "Delgado?" His own voice, and it came out steady, and he hated the steadiness the way he'd hated it in the box.
The corrected solution. Rubens, can you compute the catch geometry for the deep 3 off his clock instead of the chain's? I can compute it. The science officer's head came up. Captain, the chain won't take it. The lockouts are physical. The MIT catches on its certified solution or it doesn't catch. There's no door for... Then we don't hand the chain the egg, Cross said, and felt the last institutional assumption go out from under him like a deck plate lifting, and stepped off it anyway. We hand the chain the corrected position and let it reach for that. We don't feed it a capsule. We feed it a lie that happens to be true. We tell the certified machine the egg is 38 meters from where it thinks, in the direction Delgado can name, and we let the chain's clean reflexes close on the place the egg actually is, instead of the place the clock swears it should be. We stop trusting the chain to know where the people are. We make the chain reach where we know they are. There was a half-second where nobody moved. That's spoofing the catcher, Delgado said, very quietly. Captain, that's the rider's trick. That's exactly what the riders do. You feed the chain a false clock and it reaches for a pod that isn't where it thinks. That's the whole catch rider business model. That's how Maddox peels mountains. That's the crime we came out here to... It's the same tool, Cross said. Maddox uses it to make the chain miss what's there. We use it to make the chain catch what's there. The chain doesn't know the difference between a lie and a correction. It only knows the number you hand it. Maddox hands it the wrong number and steals a mountain. We hand it the right number the chain's own clock won't let it believe, and we catch 3 people. Same door. We're just walking through it the other way. Ackerman had been silent through all of it at the contingency board, building plots nobody had asked for yet, which was how she said, "I am with you," in the only language she owned. Now she spoke, and her voice had the flat that meant she had already run it and did not love the answer. "It works once," she said, "maybe. The chain takes a fed solution on the leading edge of its envelope where there's slack to absorb the handoff. We proved that. The riders proved it for years. But the deep 3 are deep, Captain. They're inside the chain's working volume, in among the train. And a fed correction that size, that late, on a damaged catcher already running a stream it shouldn't be running. Delgado," she did not turn, "tell him what it costs." "It costs us the margin to be wrong," Delgado said. "If my correction's off, if Rubens' clock and the chain's clock have a term between them I haven't found, then I've just told a certified catcher to reach 38 meters into a stream full of mountains at a place where there's no egg, and the mitt closes on a coil pod it wasn't expecting, and the whole grab goes bad with 3 capsules inside the envelope. The chain's wrong now, but it's wrong consistently. It misses the same way every time, and a consistent miss you can survive. A bad grab in the deep is a foundry going wrong with people in it." His jaw worked. "I'd stake the correction on the train. I have been staking the train on it all night, but the train's mountains, and I'm being asked to stake 3 eggs on the same number in the part of the sky where I trust at least, and I want it on the record that you hate it," Cross said. "It's on the record. And it isn't only yours to hate." Cross looked at the board. 3 deep marks, falling. The first one under 4 minutes from a certified machine that was going to close its hands a capsule width from a person and report a clean catch. The corrected solution sitting in Delgado's slate, true to the width of a dead man's 11-year discipline, refused by the very hardware it could save. And behind it, all of it, the cold, reasonable voice that wanted him to stand down and trust the chain, because the chain was audited, and the correction was a thief's trick, and only a reckless man bet 3 lives on an uncertified number when the safe, signed, sensible option sat right there. Cross had taken the safe, even-toned option once. Its name was Pell. And the thing he understood now, standing at the rail with his whole life's faith leaning the wrong way and his heart going like a man falling, was that safe and reasonable and sensible were not properties of the world. They were properties of who you trusted to clean your numbers. And he had spent his whole career letting the seal do his trusting for him, and the seal had been wrong in size and sign in the precise way that kills people. The corrected number was not the reckless choice. The corrected number was the only honest ground in the sky. The chain's clean clock was the gamble. He had simply been trained, his whole life, to call the gamble prudence because it came with a signature. His mother's hand on the load spec. Anyone can trust a clean number, Danny. The job is knowing who cleaned it. He knew who had cleaned this one. A man in a capsule, falling, last to be reached behind the worst door in the stream, who had spent 11 years refusing to let a machine mark its own work. And that man's number was the one Cross was about to bet 3 lives on, against the machine, against the seal, against the reasonable voice that was his own and his mother's, and was, this once, dead wrong. The reasonable voice was very loud. He needed something louder, and the only thing he had was a man's name. Marco. He said it across the bridge, to the cold, flat figure at the yoke, and the lieutenant's head came round, because Cross did not use the first name on the bridge, ever, and the using of it landed in the room like a hand on his shoulder. He had reached for it without deciding to. The warmth grabbed off a shelf and held out against his own falling, an anchor thrown not to Salazar, but to the part of himself that was about to be reasonable and let 3 people die clean. We're not handing the chain 3 eggs, we're handing it 3 corrections, and we're standing behind every meter of them. If Delgado's number is right, we catch them where they are. If it's wrong, we find out with people in the envelope. I'm choosing the number a dead man cleaned over the number with the seal on it, and I'm choosing it on purpose this time, and I need your hands to fly the gap while the chain decides whether to believe us. Can you do it? Captain? Salazar's voice came back, and something moved under the cold flat of it. Not the swagger, something steadier than the swagger had ever been. I can fly a fed solution into a working mitt. I've watched Maddox do it for a season. I always wondered what it'd feel like to do it for the right reason. His hand settled on the yoke. Give me Delgado's numbers. I'll thread the chain's reach myself if I have to. I'll fly the egg into the place the chain's reaching and let the mitt close on us both. Tell Tornell to keep its hands open and not argue. Ameth, get me the gallery, not the desk. The chief who offered us the breaker. Cross was off the rail now, 2 fingers gone from it, his whole body forward into the thing the way it went when the choice was finally made, and the only sin left was hesitating. Tell her we're feeding her chain 3 corrections on a dead engineer's clock, and she's going to want to stop us. And tell her that if she stops us, 3 people die catching clean. And tell her I'll put my name on the override and my career under it, and she can have the breaker in her hand the whole time. Her chain, her call to let us, but ask her fast. She is already on the channel, Imeth said. She has been listening. She says, the smallest pause, then Hall stillness. She says she has watched her own residuals for 6 years and never once been allowed to act on them, and she asks only that your science officer send her the correction so she can check it against her own before she opens her hands. She is not arguing, Captain. She is doing her job, the way Rubin did his. Send it, Cross said. Sending, Delgado said. Capsule reaches the mitt in 90 seconds, Imeth said, on the chain's solution. Tornell is reaching. Then we've got one chance to change where it's reaching before it closes on nothing. Delgado, feed the correction. Lieutenant, fly the gap. Everybody else, hands on your keys. He took the cold rail back under his fingers, 2 of them, flat, 1 tap, and stood into the worst 90 seconds of his command, and did not, this time, reach for the thing that came with a seal. The first deep mark fell toward Tornell's mitt, and the chain reached for the place its clock swore the egg was. And out at the working level of a station, a gallery chief looked at a dead man's number against her own 6 years of refused arithmetic, and opened her hands 38 meters to the left. Chapter 25. Reuben. The first deep mark came into the mitt at a place no certified clock had put it, and the gauge climbed clean. Cross watched it happen on Imeth's board and could not, for a full breath, make himself believe it, the white return falling toward Tornell's reach, and the chain's hands opening not where the chain's own clock swore the capsule was, but 38 meters to the left of that, in the direction Delgado could name, at the place a dead man's arithmetic said the person actually rode. The gallery chief had opened her hands on Reuben Dewan's correction against 6 years of her own refused residuals, and the chain, which did not know a lie from a truth, only the number it was handed, closed its fields gently around a falling coffin and took it by the shoulders and began to talk it down. "The chain has the first of the deep 3, Imeth said. Reserve gauge climbing. The catch is clean, Captain." A held beat, the small null stillness. It caught where we told it, not where it believed. It caught where the person was. "Don't trust the gauge," Cross said. He had said it to himself first and made it a bridge order on the way out of his mouth. The gauge said clean in the box, too. "Imeth, is the capsule moving toward the mitt, or has the chain closed on empty and reported a catch?" "It is moving." She did not soften it and did not embroider it. "It is the mass on the chain's hands. It is a person, Captain, not a clean conscience. The first deep mark is coming in." Cross let one breath have that. Just one. The cold thing that had assembled under his ribs while 3 people fell toward a certified lie did not leave so much as loosen, the way a fist loosens without opening, because 2 deep marks were still falling, and the third of them was the one he had carried since Senin. "Delgado, the corrected solution, is it holding for the other 2? "Holding." The science officer's voice came clinical flat and fast, the frightened end of him all the way out, the man narrating the data at the room because narrating it was how he kept his hands from shaking on the slate. "The chief's checking each one against her own residuals. Before she opens her hands, she won't take my number on faith. She's marking her own work, which is the only reason I trust it. Captain, the second deep mark's weaker than the first. Reserves down where I don't love it. She needs to go now or she goes the way—" He did not say the way Pell went. He had learned in the days since not to say it. "She needs to go now." "Then she goes now," Cross said. "Imeth, hand the chief the second deep mark on the corrected clock and tell her not to be gentle with my feelings about the gauge. I want the tether load, not the number." "Telling her," Imeth said. The second deep mark came in worse, and it was the worseness that told Cross the night was not going to let them have it for free. The capsule was older, one of the weak units, Delgado had said, hours scale reserve, where the strong ones had a margin, and it came down the arc into a stream that Maddox was still tearing apart at the top, so that the lane the chief reached into kept filling with mountains nobody had plotted, clusters peeled off the train under a thief's bad collars and walking down into the deep on their own ruined solutions. The Lodestar sat low and battered on the wing of all of it, dorsal sensor mast gone, a frame member singing the note Hartley had stopped commenting on, the port coupling a dead weight she was flying around. Out high above the keel line, the Vrogny drove the peeled mountains back up volume 1 tap at a time, a gray hull spending a combine captain's certificate on the lanes so the chain could reach into them. "Coil Mountain walking into the second deep mark's gap," Salazar said, fast and far away, the clever long gone out of him. "Maddox slung the cluster above it, and the wash is closing the lane. Vrogny, open the top." "Reaching. Coil doesn't forgive. You'll have a door for a heartbeat, no more. Tell your chief to reach on my mark." "Her hands are open," Imeth relayed. The Vrogny fired, and the mountain's lane bent the centimeters it would give, and no more, and in the one heartbeat the gap held, the gallery chief reached 38 meters into the deep on a dead engineer's clock, and took the capsule a Coil Mountain's width from where the certified clock would have grasped at empty sky. "Second deep mark in the mitt," Delgado said. "Tether home." He made the count, because the count kept his hand steady. 16 home, Captain. 16 of 17. 1 left. 1 left. Cross had it by heart.
third from the leading edge, riding deep between a coil mountain and an empty, the mark he had carried up from the search box and across 3 days and into this chair. Reuben Bewan falling toward the place where Maddox had torn the heaviest hole in the train, with 11 years of honest arithmetic at his back and the worst water in the stream around him. "Cross," Salazar said. "Where's the last one?" "Deep," Salazar said. "The deepest, where the train's coming apart hardest. Maddox is into the heart of the freight now, and the lanes down there aren't lanes, they're a rock slide. I can see the mark, I can't see a door to it yet." A beat, and his voice flattened the way it did when the joking was not coming back for a while. "Give me a minute, Captain. I'll find the door."
The hull breach took Vinter at a relief station 2 arm spans aft of the rail, and it took him the way the bad things took people in this universe, not in slow motion, not with a swell of music, but in the time it takes a cluster to come apart wrong 4 pods up the stream. Maddox peeled a 6-pod cluster off the heart of the train, bled the deceleration ugly, and the cluster panicked off its lane in a long slide that ran downstream the way everything ran downstream, pod shoving pod, until the leading mountain of it came across the Lodestar's flank at the speed of a slow handshake that was still 4,000 tons. The deck did not lurch this time, it rang, a single struck-bell note through the whole hull, and the singing frame member Hartley had not liked the sound of since the dorsal hit gave up its argument all at once, and a section of the relief station bulkhead that had been holding a frame load it was never built to hold folded inward with the casual violence of a thing that has been waiting all night to fail. The bridge filled with the sound of a pressure boundary going, a hard, fast shriek, and then the deeper note of blast doors driving shut on their own logic, and the relief station went to vacuum behind a wall of gray emergency foam, and Vinter was on the wrong side of it. "Breach, relief 2, Imeth said, and her voice did not rise. Null distress went downward, but it went very quiet and very flat, and the flatness was the loudest thing on the bridge. "Vinter Station, the doors have sealed. He is behind them, Captain. He is in vacuum." "Salazar." Cross had the lieutenant's name half out before the geometry caught up with it, and the geometry was merciless and instant the way it always was. The flight station was forward. The relief station was aft, behind 2 sealed pressure doors and a wall of foam, across a stretch of decking that had a mountain's worth of frame load still settling through it. There was no run a man could make to it. There was no door to thread. There was the door the ship's own emergency logic had slammed shut to keep the breach from taking the bridge, and on the far side of that door was an ensign, and between the lieutenant and the ensign was a wall the universe had built faster than any flying could cross. "I can't reach him." Salazar said it flat and fast, and Cross heard the bottom go out of the lieutenant's voice as he said it, not panic, worse than panic, the specific cold of a man who flies for a living, arriving at a thing no flying could have saved. "Captain, the doors are between us, I'm forward, I can't, there's no lane to him." "Betrothed to relief 2, Cross said, and the medical channel was already open, the doctor already moving, because of course she was. "Salazar, hold your station, hold the last mark." He said it because it was the order, and because saying it was the only thing on offer, and he hated the steadiness of his own voice, the way he had hated it in the box. "There's nothing for you on that side of the door. There's a man falling deep in the train who needs your hands. Find the door to him." For a half-second the lieutenant did not answer, and in the half-second Cross understood exactly what he was asking, and asked it anyway, because the chair asked it. Leave the one you cannot reach, and fly for the one you can. It was the whole job, distilled. It was the thing nobody who built the bridge had ever asked the people who flew it what it felt like. "I," Salazar said. The word came out scraped clean of everything that usually rode under it, holding my station, finding the door. Behind the foam and the sealed doors, the ship's own systems did the first triage no person could reach to do. Cross did not see it. He had it in fragments off the boards and off Petrov's flat relay and off the thing Imeth read in the telemetry and gave him straight. The breach had not been clean. The folding bulkhead had caught Vinter across the chest and pinned him against the relief console as the section came in, and the pressure had gone in the same 2 seconds, so that the boy had taken a crush load and the air leaving his lungs in the same breath, the two worst things this universe did to a body, arriving together, the way the bad things always seem to come paired. The emergency foam had sealed the gross breach within seconds. The station's own pressure cell, a thing no one ever thought about, a furniture piece of the golden age, had begun flooding the sealed volume back to a survivable pressure on its own logic the instant the doors drove shut. "He's got pressure back in the cell," Petrov said on the medical channel, and her voice carried the flat even of a doctor doing sums she did not love. "I'm at the door. I can't get through it while the catch is live. The override needs the breach logged clear, and it won't log clear with the foam still curing. Imeth, I need that door on manual the second your boundary holds, not before. I'm not opening a working pressure cell into a corridor and finishing what the mountain started." A beat. "Captain, I have a read on him through the cell's own monitors. He's alive. He's pinned, he's been hypoxic, and he's alive. I need to be on the other side of this door, and I need to be there soon. And I can't be there until the boundary's safe to break. Tell me when." "Imeth," Cross said. "The boundary holds in 4 minutes if the foam cures and Hartley's frame member does not give in again. Less if I let the cell run hot, which I will not do with a crushed man inside it. 4 minutes, Captain. I cannot make it 3. 4 minutes. Cross stood at the rail with his 2 fingers white on the cold of it, and a crushed ensign on the wrong side of a door he could not open, and a man named Reuben Dewan falling deep into the worst water in the stream. And he did what the chair did, what it had cost him a man named Pell to learn how to do. He set the grief where he could pick it up later, and he commanded. "Petrov has Vinter," he said to the bridge, level. "The ship is keeping him alive until she can get through the door. There is nothing on this bridge that helps the ensign, and everything on this bridge that helps the last man falling. Eyes forward. Salazar, the door. Find it." "Found it," Salazar said.
"There's a door," the lieutenant said, "and it's a bad one, and it's the only one, and it shuts in about 30 seconds, so I'm going to talk fast, and you're going to let me." Cross let him. This was the lieutenant's volume, his and the Vrogny's, and the worst thing a captain could do was put his voice into the gap where the flying lived. He watched Salazar's plot, the last white mark pinned deep in the heart of the coming-apart train, 4 pods in, a coil mountain on one side and a grain pod on the other, and above all of it, the wreckage of the cluster Maddox had peeled to take the heart of the freight. Mountains converging on a coffin from 3 sides at the speed of a slow and total handshake. "Reuben's mark is deep and it's boxed," Salazar said. "Coil above and left, grain below and right, and Maddox's heart cluster coming down on the top of both. The chain can't reach in there. There's no clean line for the chief's hands. The masses are in the way. She'd be reaching through a mountain. I can't open it with 1 tap, and neither can the Vrogny, because there's 3 masses, not 2, and we've got 2 guns and 1 second. A breath. So we don't open it. We ride it down. Vrogny, you take the coil, bend its lane up and left, hard as you can. You won't move it, but you'll make it late. I take the grain, push it down and right, make it early. We don't open a door for the chain. We open a window between a late mountain and an early one, and we tell the chief to reach through the window in the half-second it's there, and she takes Reuben out the side of the box before the heart cluster lands on the lid. 3 masses, 2 ships, 1 second. Chief reaches on the window, not on the mark." A silence on the link. the Vrogny reading the same 3 masses the Lodestar read. "The chief can't reach a moving window on a fed clock," Marchetti said. "Flat, fast, not arguing, testing. She catches on a position, and you're handing her a position that's true for a half second. Then she reaches for where he'll be in a half second," Delgado said, and his head came up off the slate. "Not where he is. I can give her that. The arc's clean, Rubin's clock is clean. It's the only clock out here I'd stake him on. I can put his position half a second forward on the corrected solution and feed her that. And if Marco makes the window where I say the window will be, the catch lands in the middle of it. It's the box trick run the right way. We don't catch where he is. We catch where the honest number says he's going." Cross looked at the board. The boxed mark, 3 mountains closing, his lieutenant and a combine captain offering to fly a window open between a late mountain and an early one for the length of a single heartbeat, and made the call the chair made, and made it on the corrected number, on purpose, against the seal, the way he had sworn at the rail an hour ago he would. "Do it," Cross said. "Delgado, feed the chief the forward position. Salazar, fly the window. Captain Marchetti, be late with the coil." "Building it," Marchetti said. "It's an ugly shot, and it's there. On your count, Lieutenant, your volume." "On my mark, the coil goes late, the grain goes early, the chief reaches the window," Salazar said. The faraway voice, the voice with no clever left in it. "Rubin, if you can hear anything in that box, hold on. This is going to be rough, and then it's going to be over." A beat. Mark. The Vrogny's point defense fired, and the Lodestars fired in the same half-second. 2 stitches of light, too brief to be called shots, one off the leading face of a coil mountain to bend its lane up and make it late, one off the trailing face of a grain pod to shove it down and make it early. The coil came late, the grain came early, and between the late mountain and the early one, for the length of a single heartbeat, a window opened in the heart of a coming-apart train, and into the window, on the place a dead-honest clock said Reuben Dewan would be half a second hence, the gallery chief reached her hands 38 meters deep on a corrected solution and closed them on a falling coffin a coil mountain's width from where every certified clock in the corridor would have grasped at murder. The coil and the grain ground past each other a heartbeat behind, with the slow total violence that would have folded a capsule like wet paper, and where the capsule had been, there was nothing, because the chain had it, because the chain had reached for where the honest number said the man was going, and the man had gone there. "Collar on the last mark," Delgado said, and his voice cracked clean down the middle, and he did not try to mend it. "Tether home. Reserve gauge. It's low, Captain, it's low, but it's loading. There's mass on the chain's hands. That's a person. That's—" He stopped. He made himself say the number the Count had been climbing toward since Senon. 17. All 17. They're all on the chain, Captain. Every one of them's home." Cross did not move from the rail for a moment, because the boards were still telling him things, and the things they told him had to land before he could spend any of it. 17 marks on the chain, the train tearing apart at the top under a thief's hands, and the Vrogny still driving the mountains off the line, and Tornell's mitt drawing 17 coffins down toward the docks, ring by gentle ring. A dorsal sensor mast gone, a port coupling dead, a frame member that had stopped singing because it had finally broken, a relief station open to vacuum behind a wall of curing foam, and Reuben Dewan, alive, on a tether, with a reserve gauge so low that alive was a word doing a great deal of work, but loading, but moving, but a person and not a clean conscience,
coming home down a dead man's clock. "Captain," Emeth, very quiet. "The boundary holds. The cell is safe to break. Petrov is going through the door." "Go," Cross said, though the doctor did not need his word and had it anyway. Cross did not hear what happened on the far side of the door. He heard the shape of it, off the medical channel, in the flat even of a woman who had decided long ago to feel exactly as much as the work allowed and not 1 degree more. Petrov through the door, Petrov getting the bulkhead section off a pinned chest with the EVA hand she dragged up from the bay and a pry bar and language she did not put on the open channel. Petrov getting an airway and a line and a read, and then her voice, level, addressed to the bridge, because Cross had asked her once, a long time and 1 death ago, to be the one who said the true thing. "He's alive. He's badly hurt. Crush injury across the chest and a hypoxic insult on top of it, and I won't pretend either of those is small, and I won't tell you the second one didn't go on long enough to matter, because it did, and we won't know how much for a long while. But he's breathing on my support, and his heart's its own, and he's got a name and a family in Bergen, and I am going to spend everything this bay has on keeping all of that true." A beat, and the flat held, and under it for 1 word the wall came down a millimeter. "He's young. The young ones surprise you. Don't write his ending yet, Captain. I haven't." "Thank you, Doctor," Cross said, and his voice came out level, and this time he did not despise it, because level was what the bridge needed from him, and the grief would keep until there was a place to set it down. Cross looked aft at the sealed gray wall where a relief station used to be, where an ensign who said the frontier was beautiful out loud had stood his watch and done the small thing warm until the universe folded a bulkhead across his chest, and the boy was not dead, and the boy was not whole, and somewhere between those 2 facts was a long recovery and a dimmed wonder, and a shadow that would keep its own watch behind a young face for the rest of a life. There was no time to stand in it. 17 people were on a chain, and a train was still coming apart, and a ship was flying on a broken frame, and the next mountain did not wait for the hurt ones any more than it had waited for the dead. "Salazar," Cross said. "Status on the stream." The lieutenant did not answer for a beat. Cross looked forward and found him at the flight station, hands still on the yoke, eyes on a plot where the last mark had been, the young old face of a man who had just flown the prettiest shot of his life into a window between 2 mountains to save 1 stranger, and had not been able to fly 3 meters of sealed corridor to save the boy who watched him fly. The swagger was not banked. The swagger was gone. Not for the watch, Cross understood, looking at him. For a long while, maybe for the book and the next one. Salazar had met the bill at last. It had come due in a place no flying could have spent it. "The stream's a mess, and the Vragny's holding it off us," Salazar said, finally, flat. "Maddox is into the heart of the train and taking what he came for. The deep 5 are home. They're all home." He did not say, "I couldn't reach him." He did not have to. "What do you need, Captain?" "I need you to fly my ship," Cross said, gently, because gently was the only floor he had to put under the man, and he put it there the only way he knew how. "There's a train still coming, and a wrecked dorsal, and a combine captain spending her certificate to keep the sky off us, and there's a chief engineer down there asking a broken frame member to hold 1 more hour, and there's 17 people on a chain who need this ship between them and the next mountain until the catcher's done its work." "You couldn't reach him. I know it. I was the one who told you to fly the other way, and I'd tell you again, and it'll sit in both of us for a long time. Later, fly her now." A silence. Then Salazar's hands settled on the yoke, and the Lodestar came around on the wing of the falling train, broken and flying, and the lieutenant put her where the 17 needed her to be. "Aye, Captain," he said, flying her. Cross took the cold rail back under his 2 fingers, one tap, and stood into the rest of the catch. 17 coffins drawing down toward the docks on a dead engineer's clock. A man named Reuben breathing on a doctor's support 4 decks down. An ensign's dimmed wonder waiting on the far side of a long recovery, and a train still coming apart over all of it, and did not, this time, reach for the version of the night that came with a seal. The people were home. The ship was wrecked. The cost sat in a broken hull and a crushed boy, and a lieutenant whose swagger would not come back soon, and the train went on falling over all of it, and the chain still had to catch it. That was the next thing, and the next thing was all the chair was ever allowed. Chapter 26. The Last Pod. There was 1 mark left on the train, and it was the size of a cathedral, and Hartley had run out of clever ways to be afraid of it. Hartley had spent the catch on her feet in engineering, the drive monitor at her left hand, and the tender feed at her right, and the notebook between them, open to a page she stopped writing on 3 hours ago because there was nothing left to plan, only to nurse. 17 people were home, drawn down toward the docks on a dead engineer's clock, every one of them a coffin made into a person again by a chief who'd opened her hands where the honest number said and not where her gear swore. Hartley had watched it on the feed and not let herself feel it because feeling cost margin, and the night had spent every gram she owned. But the people were home. That part was done. What was left was the freight. The last pod was a grain unit out of the heart of the train, 4,000 tons of somebody's winter, and it came down the arc the way the heavy ones came, without malice, without hurry, a slow and total mountain that did not know there was a station behind it, or a wrecked cruiser flying its flank, or a settlement called Halvard's End that would or would not eat depending on whether the next 90 seconds went the way Hartley's pencil had once, at 2:40 on a dead quiet ship, refused to believe they could. "Last of the trains coming up," Salazar said from the bridge, the clever long gone out of him and not coming back tonight. "Grain pod, dead center of the stream, no collar, no thief on it. Maddox took what he came for and left this one for us. It's clean, it's just heavy. Chief, it's all yours and the catcher's." "Copy, mine and the catcher's," Hartley said, and pressed 2 fingers to the cold edge of the desk, a habit she'd caught off the captain without meaning to, and made herself say the obvious thing aloud to the deck the way she made junior hands say it. "We don't catch it, we never could. We feed it to the myth soft enough that the mitt can do the last of it without tearing its own arms off." She tipped her head at the feed without looking away from the trace, same as the other 16,000. "We're the hands, the catcher's the foundry. Last egg, then we go home and I find out what's actually broken on the ship instead of guessing." The catcher was nearly as wrecked as the Lodestar, and the last pod was the heaviest thing it had been asked to take all night. That was the difficulty, and it had no engineering answer. Hartley had the catcher's reserve gauge on a borrowed feed off Emeth's board. Tornell's third ring, the wounded one, whose director had spent a year lying about a clock, and whose hands had spent the last hour opening exactly where a dead man's arithmetic told them to. The ring had taken 17 people and a stream's worth of freight on a drift solution it did not believe and could not check, and the gauge that measured how much it had left to give was low. Not failed. Low, the way a runner's lungs are low in the last 100 meters. Low the way the Lodestar's frame was, after a night of holding sky it was never built to hold. "Catcher's reserve is down where I don't love it," Delgado said over the link. And the steadiness in him was the manufactured kind, worn like a coat over the part that wanted to shake. "It can take the grain pod. It can take it once. The exchange is 4,000 tons talked down to a dock, and the ring's got exactly enough left to do it once and clean, or once and ugly's a station behind it. So we don't hand it ugly. We hand it the softest solution this whole catch has produced, because it's the last thing the ring does tonight, and it's got nothing left to fix a bad handoff. Then it gets the soft one, Hartley said. Salazar, match it. Dead match. I want that mountain hanging off our flank at a closing rate of nothing, near enough to read the frost on it, holding still because we're falling with it. We don't push 4,000 tons. We get alongside, we get a collar on it, and we bleed it down a hand's width at a time on the tethers until it's slow enough for the ring to take the last of it without spending what it hasn't got. Under the ceiling, always under the ceiling. We learned it the hard way on a write-off, and I'm not unlearning it on the pod that feeds a colony. Matching, Salazar said. And the Lodestar came round on the wing of the falling grain, broken and flying, a dorsal mast gone, and a frame member finally silent because it had broken hours ago. The port coupling a dead weight he was flying around, and the gray cliff swung up off the port flank and steadied there. 100 meters of pitted hull at a closing rate of nothing, near enough through the optics that Hartley could read the manifest stencil on its frost-scarred shoulder. To the ship it wasn't falling, it was just there, the most boring miracle in the galaxy, holding still because they were falling with it, exactly as her pencil had drawn it on the third dry page of a notebook a lifetime and a death ago.
Tender two's away, Salazar said. Bako on the stick. He's flown 5 of these tonight, and his hands are steady, Chief. Steadier than mine. Bako's hands are steadier than everybody's, Hartley said. Easy out, too. We're finishing, not winning. There's a difference, and I want you flying the first one. Copy. Finishing, not winning. Bako's voice came up young and even, the tremor he'd carried since the night the line came back at them gone now, beaten down by 5 clean catches in a row, and Hartley let the warmth of that move through her for exactly as long as it took the tender to clear the Lodestar's belly. The boy who'd thrown his craft on its side a half-second ahead of a whipping tether had flown 5 mountains gentle into the mitt since, and somewhere in there the fear had turned into the thing fear turns into when you survive it enough times. Work. On the feed, the tender crept across the held dark toward the gray cliff, running light strobing patient amber, and Hartley watched her own readout while it went, the smooth in-hull clean trace doing what it had done all night, taking the load of a mountain on a tether and holding station against it, eating the shoves clean. Steady. The frame held. The frame she could not read, the frame her people had not built, the part of the engine that had been a private terror 4 hours ago, it held, because in-hull had told her the truth about it instead of a comfort, and the truth had been a ceiling, and Hartley had built the catch beneath it and not once crossed the line. "Collars on," came Reyes's voice. "Good seat, good clamp, tether running, home and made fast both ends. Tender 2, you are tied to a mountain, the last one." "Don't say it like that," Bako said, the joke they'd worn smooth over a night of catches, and somebody on the channel made the sound a person makes instead of laughing when there's no laugh left, but the affection is still in there somewhere, working. "Bleed it," Hartley said, "slow, a hand's width. Watch my trace, not the pod. I want to know what we do."
The first bleed went on to the tether and on to the Lodestar's flank, and Hartley's readout took the load, and for 1 beat it did what she'd felt it do on a write-off pod at the dead edge of the corridor. It listened. The trace held a hair level, the smallest moment, while 4,000 tons of grain leaned on the far end of a tether, and the tether leaned on a tender, and the tender leaned through the dark on the Lodestar's drive, and the frame, somewhere in the part of it Hartley's hands had never been allowed inside, decided how to spend itself. Then it answered, smooth, the trace settling clean, the load swallowed whole. Hartley let half a breath out and did not let the rest of it follow, because half a breath was all the catch could afford, and there were 3 more bleeds to go. "That's the listening," she said to the channel, almost to herself, as she'd said it the first time. "Emeth, that's it. It held a tick and ate it clean, under the ceiling. Keep the bleeds inside the rate, Bacco, gentle and even. You've done this 5 times. Do it a 6th. "Doing a 6th, Bacco said. The drive monitor had washed the bulkhead amber all night, the color of held breath, and Emeth had been at it for the last 2 hours without Hartley asking her to be. Operations had a station forward, but she'd come down to engineering somewhere in the worst of the catch and set her hands on the rail beside the trace and stayed, reading the frame as only she could read it, telling Hartley in 3 words at a time what the engine was doing inside where the charts went blind. It had cost Hartley, the first time she'd asked, a tooth-gone rawness, the only rule that had ever protected her broken on purpose in front of another person. And then it had kept 6 tenders off the end of 6 whipping tethers all night. And somewhere in the cost there had grown a thing Hartley had no working shop word for, and was not going to look at too hard while the catch was live. "The frame is well inside the rate," Emeth said now, the careful speaker laying each word where she wanted it. "It is not banking. It listens, and it answers, and it has reserve to listen again. You built it a ceiling, and you have not asked it past the ceiling once tonight." A pause, the null stillness. "My people built the part that listens. They have never run it like this. You ran it like this. I want you to hear me say that, Esme, before the night is over and you decide it was the drive that did it." "It was the drive that did it," Hartley said, flat, eyes on the trace. "It was the 2 of us," Emeth said, and did not soften it and did not embroider it, the way she never did. "You will argue with me about it later. I am telling you now so that you cannot pretend you did not hear it. 2nd bleed coming onto the flank. The frame has it." The 2nd bleed and the 3rd went clean, and the grain pod came down off its murder a hand's width at a time, and Hartley flew it on the tether as she'd flown 16 others, watching the place where the drive listened and answered, never once banking, never once crossing the line she'd drawn in pencil on a dead-quiet ship and underlined twice so she'd believe it. The mountain that had been a weapon weeks ago when a launcher half a system away threw it across the dark became, on the 4th bleed, slow enough to hand. "Pod's down to handoff speed," Delgado said, and his voice tightened the way it did when the count was climbing toward a number he'd been carrying since Senin. "Catcher's reaching for it. Reserve's low, but it's loading. The ring's got its hands on the grain, Chief." A beat, and the manufactured steadiness cracked clean down the middle, and he did not try to mend it. "That's the last pod. The ring's taken the exchange, and it's taken it clean, not ugly. The station's clear, it's—" "Wait for the gauge," Hartley said, because she had learned, on a write-off at the dead edge of the corridor, not to believe a thing was caught until the mass was on the hands. "Don't trust the catch till the tether goes slack on our end. Bacco, is the load coming off us?" "Load's coming off," Bacco said. "The ring's taken the weight off the tether. It's pulling the grain down its own line now, gentle, ring to ring, as it's supposed to. We're not holding it anymore, Chief. The catcher's got it." His young voice did something it had not done all night. "There's nothing on the tether. It's gone down the chain." On Hartley's left hand, the readout, which had held station against a mountain for 4 bleeds, came off the load all at once. Not a spike, not a bank, a clean unburdening. The trace settling level and easy as a thing finally allowed to put down what it was carrying. and the null clean line that had never once told her the truth about itself told her now, in the only language it had, that the last pod was off the Lodestar's hands and onto the catcher's, and the train was safe. The grain pod went down the chain ring by ring, and the third ring, the wounded one, the one with nothing in reserve, took the great brute final exchange and talked 4,000 tons down to a dock at walking speed. And the thing that had crossed a third of a system as a mountain arrived at Tornell as freight, as grain, as the ordinary substance of a colony that would eat this winter. Hartley stood at the station with 2 fingers on the cold edge of the desk and watched the catcher's reserve gauge stop falling and hold. And then, because the work was done and the ring had nothing more to lift, begin the slow climb back up that a thing makes when it is finally allowed to rest. The Mitt's space cleared. The stream that had filled the dark with mountains for an hour ran empty behind the last pod, the way a flood runs empty behind the last log. And where there had been 11,000 pods marshaled into one ballistic mass and thrown weeks ago across the system, there was now a station lit and working and whole, and 17 coffins drawn to the docks with people alive inside them, and a settlement's winter sitting safe in a hold, and an empty corridor with nothing in it but the cold. "Catcher's space is clear," Emeth said, very quiet. "The train is caught, all of it. The last pod is at the docks." A pause. The stillness. "It is done, Esme." Hartley did not move from the desk, because the boards were still telling her things, and the things they told her had to land before she could spend any of it. The train was caught. 17 people were home. The Lodestar sat low and battered on the wing of an empty stream, a dorsal mast gone, a port coupling dead, a frame member broken and silent, a relief station sealed off behind a wall of curing foam with a hurt boy on the far side of a long recovery, and she was flying. Limping, complaining, every system on the deck filing a grievance with the chief at once now that there was room in the channels to complain, but flying. The engine she did not fully understand had held the sky steady for an hour under a ceiling she'd drawn in pencil, and it had not banked, and it had not whipped. They had won. Hartley let that arrive. She'd held it off for an hour, the same as she'd held off feeling the people come home, because feeling cost margin, and the catch was off now, and the margin was hers again. And the thing she'd been holding came up off the trace, and the empty stream, and the amber on the bulkhead, and went through her all at once, and she put both hands on the desk and bent her head over the notebook, and did for one breath the thing she never let the deck see, which was stand there. Just stood, breathing, while the wind found her.
"Right," she said, finally, to the channel, and heard her own voice come out wrong-edged and did not bother to fix it. "Right. That's the train." She drew the breaths she'd been rationing all night and let the whole of it go this time. "Bako, Reyes, bring 2 home. Slow. You've earned slow. Best flying I've seen in 8 months. And I'll tell the captain so, and he'll say something worse than I would. Stand down the collars. We're done. Engineering's done." "Coming home," Bako said, and the tender came round on the empty dark and started its long crawl back to the belly of a ship that had held the sky for it. And on the channel somebody, one of Salazar's people, one of hers, she couldn't have said, let out a long shaking breath that was half a laugh and half the thing that comes before weeping, and didn't apologize for it, and nobody held it against them. The bridge came down off the catch the way a held muscle lets go, not all at once, no 2 of them in the same instant,
the loosening going through the open channel like a tide turning. Hartley heard it from engineering, in fragments, as she'd heard the whole night. Salazar's voice losing the eerie flatness it had worn through the catch, the clever not back yet, but the breath coming into him. His hand still on the yoke, flying a wrecked ship gentle around an empty stream. Delgado making the count aloud one last time, 17 home and the train caught and the station clear, his voice cracking on the last number and not mending. Petrov on the medical channel even, saying a hurt boy 4 decks down was breathing on her support, and his heart was his own and she'd spend everything the bay had keeping it that way. The captain, level, thanking people by name, the warmth coming up under it a notch at a time, the way it did when the chair could finally afford to be a man. And under all of it, on the open band, the sounds Hartley could have maimed blindfolded after 8 months, a board taking returns that were freight now and not mountains, somebody's chair creaking, the long note of the burn 4 decks down running easier than it had all night. Esme, Imith had not moved from the rail. Her hands were flat on it still, and she had turned the small yawl stillness toward the drive trace, where the line ran smooth and unburdened and easy. The frame is not damaged. I want you to know that before you go down into the engine looking for the harm you are certain you did it. You held it under the ceiling all night. It listened and it answered, and it has nothing broken in it that you put there. The harm in this ship tonight is in the hull and the mast and the coupling and the buoy. It is not in the drive. The drive is well. You kept it well. Hartley looked at the trace and at the careful officer who had come down to engineering uninvited and held a piece of her engine she could not hold herself all night, with her hands on the rail and the truth in her mouth instead of a comfort. You came down here, Hartley said. It was not what she'd meant to say. The dry thing she ran on in front of the deck had gone somewhere, worn through by the night, and what was under it was plainer than she'd have allowed at any other hour. You've got a station forward. You came down here and read me the engine for an hour because you knew I couldn't, and I never asked you to. You asked me once, Imeth said, on the night of the test. You asked me to hold the part of the engine you could not hold, and not to make it a kindness. I have tried not to make it a kindness. I came down tonight because the part I hold needed holding, and because you would not have asked me twice. You would have flown the whole catch on a frame you could not read, rather than ask the same person twice. A pause. That is not a flaw I am criticizing. It is the thing that made you a chief. I only wished to be on this deck for the 1 hour it cost you more than it was worth. Hartley had no working shop word for the thing that did in her chest, so she didn't reach for one. She picked up the notebook instead, the one record aboard she controlled absolutely, the page open to the catch that shouldn't have worked, the slab and the 17 circles and the second slab she'd drawn alongside in block capitals and underlined twice because she'd needed to believe it, and the second slab had flown. Marchetti had brought her ship in against an order that wanted them stopped, and the 2 frames had split the sky between them, and neither one had been asked for more than its drive could eat, and the catch her hand had refused to draw at 0240 had held. It worked, Hartley said. She closed the notebook. It actually worked. The whole stupid thing. I built a catch that needed 2 ships and a wounded foundry and a frame I can't read and a thief's offset and a dead man's clock, and every single piece of it that I priced at what kills somebody, every one of them held. She looked up. Don't tell the captain I said it worked. He'll be insufferable. He'll buy beans. He has already had the galley send the pot up, Imeth said. I am told there is real coffee on the bridge. He says it is a catch morning. Something came out of Hartley then that surprised her. Not the dry edge, not the method flat voice, but a short, astonished sound that was a laugh and had the function of one. The first real one in a day and a half, and she let it. "'Course he does. 'Course there's coffee."
She put the notebook in the breast pocket of her jacket where she kept it, over the place a tooth had felt gone the night she first showed Imeth the page, and where it did not feel gone any more. Right, I'm going down into the engine to find out what I'm actually living with, then I'm going to drink the captain's good coffee, and then I'm going to sleep for a year. She paused at the hatch and turned, because the night had earned it, and so had the officer. Come down with me. You held it. You should see it well. I should like to see it well, Imeth said, and came off the rail and went with her. The engine room ran a low, steady note under the deck, the great machine washing the bulkhead amber, breathing its faint, scorched smell. A ship still complaining, every system filing its grievance now there was room in the channels to file it. The long burn running easier than it had any right to after a night like that. Hartley walked the deck as she walked it every shift, 2 fingers trailing the rail, listening to the engine she could not fully read, tell her in the only language it had what it had cost itself to hold the sky steady for an hour. It had cost something. There would be a list, in the morning, in pencil, headed in her own hand, what wants looking at. There always was. A longer list than she'd have liked, and a shorter one than the night had threatened, and not one item on it was a thing she'd put there by asking the frame past its ceiling, because she had not, because Imeth had told her where the ceiling was, and Hartley had built the catch beneath it, and the catch had held. Out past the hull, too far now to be anything but a return on somebody's board, the catcher rested, and a station full of people who would never quite know how close the winter had come went on with the bright, ordinary work of the best stretch of road the species had ever walked. A boy 4 decks down breathed on a doctor's support at the far end of a long recovery, and that was a real cost, and Hartley would carry it later, when there was a later. The ship was wrecked and flying. The crew was wrung out and whole. The catch that shouldn't have worked had worked, and it had worked because a Manchester engineer drew it in pencil until her hand believed it, then let a Nall officer hold the half she could not hold herself. Hartley stood in the amber light with her hand on the warm flank of the engine she loved, the engine she did not fully understand, the engine that had held, and let the win be a win for as long as the deck would give her, before the morning and the list and the long account of what this had cost a good ship. Listen to her, she said, to Imeth, to the engine, to the empty stream and the saved station and the long road ahead of all of them. Still grumbling, 8 months and she's never once let me have an easy shift. She patted the metal, the way you pat a thing that has done more than you had any right to ask. Good engine, you held. We'll get you seen to in the morning. The drive ran on under her hand, steady, unburdened, alive, and the deck breathed its scorched and patient note, and the Lodestar limped home across an empty corridor with 17 people drawn safe behind her, and the most boring miracle in the galaxy resuming its boredom in her wake, and Hartley, for the first time in a day and a half, was afraid of no single part of it. That was the job, entire, the only thing her hands had ever known how to do, and tonight, with help she'd resisted, and then earned, she'd done it well.
Chapter 27. The Reckoning. The recovered woman in Rack 4 had a daughter, and the daughter would not stop describing the dog. Cross had come down to Petrov's Bay on the 3rd morning after the catch because he had run out of bridge to be useful on. The Lodestar sat docked at Tornell's gantry with her wounds open to vacuum and Hartley's people crawling over her like ants over a fallen thing, and a captain underfoot in his own engine room was a captain in the way. So he came below and found the bay no longer a hospital but a waiting room. The frost nip and the cracked bones had mended enough that the recovered Tornell workers sat up in borrowed coveralls. Someone had got a screen working on the bulkhead, and the families had been let aboard. No one had planned for that, and no one regretted it. Tornell had no quarantine protocol for people coming back from the dead, so the families had simply come, up the gantry in their dock clothes, clutching the wrong things, a man with a coat for a wife who would not need a coat for weeks, a brother with a bag of the printed sweets a sister had asked for in a message sent before the corridor ate her. The bay had smelled of antiseptic and sleep. Now it smelled of too many people and somebody's contraband cigarette smoked in the airlock and a printed cake gone slightly wrong, and it was the best thing Cross had stood inside in a long time. The woman in rack 4 was the calibration tech's sister, not Reuben's. A different rack, a different miracle. Her daughter was 9, and she sat on the edge of the rack with her shoes off and her heels drumming the frame, telling her mother, who had been declared inert freight 6 weeks ago, about the dog. The dog had learned to open the cold store. The dog had been sick on the stairs. The dog missed her. The mother listened with the particular hunger of someone who had spent 11 days in a sealed box, not knowing whether she would ever hear about a dog again, and she did not interrupt once, and her hand never left the back of the girl's neck. Cross stood at the hatch and let it be more than he had earned. Petrov found him there. "You're leaking, Captain," she said, without looking at him, reading a chart she did not need to read. "It's the cigarettes. I've decided not to notice. It's the healthiest thing they could be doing." Petrov turned a page she had not read either. "Strand's people sent up a formal welfare delegation this morning. Suits, forms. They wanted to take the recovered workers into Tornell's care for processing." She gave the word its full ugliness. "I told them my patients weren't fit to move, and the soonest I'd reassess was a week. It isn't true. They were fit to move yesterday." She closed the chart. "I'm a doctor, Captain. I'm allowed to lie about exactly this and nothing else, and I intend to spend the whole allowance." "Good," Cross said. "I thought you might say that." She tipped her head at the bay, the families, the drumming heels of a 9-year-old. "That's yours. You did that. Stand in it a minute before you go and do the part that isn't nice." Cross stood in it a minute. Then he went and did the part that wasn't. Marius Strand had stopped pretending, which was the worst thing about him. The first day, in the director's office that overlooked the dock floor, he had still had the official story in his mouth, the transfers, the quota, the dependent settlements, and Cross had watched it die, sentence by sentence, as the evidence Delgado had committed to the public ledger stopped being a thing anyone could argue with. The manifests were posted, permanent, provable, declared mass that did not match grain, thermal output that did not match coil stock, life support draw that no inert freight had ever needed because inert freight did not breathe. The numbers spelled people under a label that said freight, and they spelled it forever. And Strand had read them on his own screen with the look of a man watching his own confession arrive in his own hand. Now, on the 4th day, there was nothing left to argue. They met in the same office, the dock floor below full of people who did not yet know how close their winter had come, and Strand sat behind the desk he would not hold much longer, hands folded on it, and answered questions. "I knew their names," he said. He had said it before. He seemed unable to stop, the way a man worries a loose tooth. "Every one of them. Reuben Dewan ran my 3rd-ring calibration for 9 years. He was the only one I trusted to have the numbers right." A terrible sound. "He had them right, and I could not afford for them to be, so you moved him," Cross said. "So I moved him." Strand looked up. He was not a monster.
That was the part Cross would carry. He was a tired, frightened man of 60 who had decided, one tolerable deviation at a time, that the corridor mattered more than the people inside its margins. Each wrong had worked, so the next was easier, and the easiness was the engine of the whole catastrophe. You want me to have enjoyed it, to have been a man who could do this and sleep. I'd have given anything to be that man. He'd have suffered less. He folded his hands the other way. Do you know what I told myself? That the capsules were rated for it, emergency personnel transfer, certified, a genuine safe window. That I was keeping them safe until the inquiry blew over and I could quietly bring them back. I told myself that for 6 weeks, and then your people caught a pod off the chain, and a tug went quiet, and I understood I had thrown 30 living souls into a freight stream full of the very predators I'd pretended didn't exist, and that some of them were going to die out there with my lie wrapped around them like a shroud. He was not weeping. He had gone somewhere past it. One of them did. Ensign? His name was Pell, Cross said, level. He had decided he would say the name to every person who needed to hear it, as many times as it took, because the alternative was a statistic, and he had killed a man over the difference. Strand closed his eyes. You'll see the arithmetic in the inquiry, Cross said. It's a short sum, and it took everything I have. 30 of your workers went into those capsules. 12 came off the chain alive at Senin, and the 3 tug crew with them. 18 went on to the Ark, and Pell died on the Ark, so 17 came home in the catch. He let it stand a beat, because it would not be standing anywhere else with the weight it deserved. 18 people are alive who were declared freight. 1 is not. That's the record director. Permanent, provable, yours and mine in different columns. Strand did not look away from it. I'm not telling you that to make you feel it, Cross said, although he was a little. The warmth in him had a blade folded inside it today, and he was not sorry. I'm telling you because the ledger record will outlast both of us, and your name is on all of it, the way his death is on mine. You don't get to be sorry quietly. You did it in public infrastructure, and the public record holds every gram. He stood. You'll surrender your operating authority this afternoon and answer to the inquiry in open session, every hour of it, in person. And you'll sit in a room while Pell's brother is told, by a person, with time, exactly how his sibling died and whose audited certainty cost the minutes. He paused at the door. You wanted to protect the settlements. So did I. We're the 2 men in this corridor who believed the dream hardest, standing in the wreckage of it together. And the only difference between us is which of us still gets to look the families in the eye. He had not meant to say the last of it. Make the answering count. It's the only thing you've got left that helps anyone. Strand left Cross at the desk with his hands folded, looking at the dock floor, at the people who did not know. There was no clean exit from that room, and Cross had stopped believing there was supposed to be. Noor Dewan would not look at him, and Cross discovered he respected her more for it. They had given her a holding compartment on Tornell's administrative ring rather than a cell, because the interim office did not yet know what she was: saboteur, witness, the woman whose contaminated, furious, entirely correct testimony Cross had discounted on Senin and then staked the catch on at the end. She sat at the bare table with her wrists unbound and her spine very straight, an engineer's scarred hands flat in front of her. She had been told her husband was alive and badly hurt aboard the Lodestar, and not yet allowed to see him, and she held all of that inside a stillness that cost her visibly. I sabotaged the catcher, Governor, she said, before Cross had finished sitting down. I'm not going to pretend I didn't. I forced it offline during a cycle. If a pod had been in the chain at that moment, I could have killed people. I knew the risk.
I did it anyway because I had spent 4 months filing warnings that went nowhere, and the clocks were wrong, and the line was killing people, and nobody with the power to stop it would listen to a systems engineer with a grievance. Her jaw was tight. So write it down. I'd rather you wrote down what I actually did than the thing they're going to want to write. What are they going to want to write? That stopped her. She looked at him then, assessing, distrustful, a woman who had been disbelieved so long that being asked a real question read as a trap. I've seen the draft. The interim office is in a hurry. There's a combined survey warden's report that wants a tidy criminal in it, and someone has worked out the simplest story as the one where you're an Anchorage operative who sabotaged corridor infrastructure for the cause on instruction. It has a network in it and a doctrine, and it makes the corridor's failures into one woman's terrorism instead of one director's accountancy. He laid his hands flat on the table. It's a lie. You acted alone before you knew Strand had taken Rubin on a danger that was real, with a method that was a crime. That's an uglier, truer thing. It makes nobody's report tidy, and I'm going to make sure it's the version that goes to the magistrate. Why? Flat. Not grateful. You don't trust me. You made that very clear on Senin, Captain. You looked at me and you saw a saboteur with a story, and you chose the audited number, and a man died for it. Don't sit here 3 days later and protect me like we're square. It landed where she meant it to. Cross took it. He had learned to take the ones he had earned.
We're not square, he said. We're never going to be square. I chose the clean number over the dirty truth. Pell died of my certainty, and you've got every right to throw that across this table for the rest of your life. I'm not protecting you to feel better. He held her gaze. I'm protecting you because a falsified prosecution is Strand's sin in the other direction, bending the permanent record to fit the story that Combine finds convenient. I watched what that costs. I won't let them sew a clean version of you to balance their books. You're guilty of what you're guilty of. Exactly that. Not 1 gram more. He stood. You'll face the sabotage charge. It's real, and I won't pretend it isn't. But you'll face it, and not a costume they've cut for you. The distrust had not gone. He did not think it ever entirely would, and he did not want it to. It was the engine that had been right when he was wrong. He's really alive, she said, not a question. She had asked it as a question yesterday and could not bear to ask it twice. He's really alive. He's hurt. He'll mend. Cross paused at the hatch. Petrov will take you to him within the hour. I'll see to it. Don't make it a gift, Noor said, with a flash of the fury that had forced a catcher offline. Don't you dare stand there and hand me my own husband like you arranged it. I didn't arrange it. Maddox did, when he handed you off his hands to save his own skin. The catch did, Hartley did, and Salazar, and a dead engineer's clock. I'm only the one holding the door. He opened it. It's not a gift. It's the least the universe owed you, and it's late and it's not enough. Go and see your husband, Mrs. Dewan. The reunion was not tidy, and Cross was not there for it, and that was right. Cross heard about it afterward, in pieces, the way the ship learned everything. Petrov took Noor down to the bay where Reuben Dewan lay in Rack 2 with a crush injury healing slowly and his color still bad, and the two of them, married 22 years, one having sabotaged the infrastructure that had nearly killed the other before either knew what the other had done, did not fall into each other's arms. Petrov, who had then very deliberately removed herself from the bay, gave Cross the only line of it she would repeat later, off-duty, with the medicinal label uncapped. The first thing Reuben Dewan said to his wife, after 6 weeks in a box, was,
You went offline with the governor. Nor, you could have killed. There were people on that dock. You don't do that. We agreed you would never. And the first thing Noor said back was, and you went into a capsule. You let Strand put you in a capsule. You called me reckless for 4 years, and you climbed into a box because you didn't want a scene. And then, Petrov said, they had both stopped and looked at each other across the rack. Two people who had each spent the worst weeks of their lives being right about the other, and neither had said sorry, and neither had said the thing the moment was supposed to make them say. Reuben had put out his good hand. Noor had not taken it. She had sat on the stool beside the rack, close, not touching, scarred hands flat on her own knees, and they had stayed like that, near, furious, unresolved, alive, while Petrov found reasons to be at the far end of the bay. Is that? Cross had started, and Petrov had cut him off. It's exactly right, she said. You want them to hug and weep and forgive. They will, maybe, in a year, after 100 ordinary arguments about the dog and the bins. Not today. Today, they're two people who love each other and are furious at each other and have just discovered the other one didn't die, and there's no form with the right fields for that. They'll find their own way, or they won't. It's not yours to resolve. She copped the bottle. Some things you set right. Some things you just get the people back into the same room and step out of it. The second kind's harder, and you did it, and you don't get to watch. Cross did not watch. He went back up to his wounded ship and let the Dewans be furious and alive in a room he had no business in. Lena Marchetti came aboard to say goodbye, which was more than she owed and exactly like her. Marchetti found him in the wardroom, where the printer coffee gag had given way to a pot of the real stuff Cross had been hoarding for a catch morning that had turned into something else entirely. She took the coffee. She did not take the chair he offered, standing instead by the viewport, with the dock lights behind her, a frontier captain in a combine uniform that had cost her something to keep wearing this week. My orders were to restrain you, she said, without preamble. You read them off my hull when I came in alongside in the middle of your catch. She drank. I disobeyed a combine survey command and brought an armed vessel into a center operation against the explicit wishes of my chain. There's a board convening on Halvard's End to decide what that was. Mutiny's the strong word, initiative's the kind one. I'll be a while finding out which they've settled on. I'll testify, Cross said, to the board, to anyone. You put your ship between 17 people in a freight train when your own orders told you not to. I'll say it on the ledger, permanent, where they can't. Don't, she said it without heat. A center captain standing up to praise me as the fastest way to confirm everything they already think, that I went over to Geneva, that the frontier can't trust its own. You testifying for me is how they hang me. Stay out of it. I'll fight my own board. She turned from the viewport. I didn't do it for you. I want that clear, because you've got a warmth on you that makes people think they're friends with you inside an hour, and I'm not going to be one of them. It doesn't work on you, I'd noticed. It works fine, I just don't let it decide things. The corner of her mouth moved, the frontier cousin of a smile. I did it because I watched the combine I served treat 30 living people as a quota problem, and a Geneva captain I had every reason to distrust treat them as people, and I worked out I'd been defending the frontier's right to be left alone so hard I'd stopped asking what it did while no one watched. That's mine to sit with, not yours to fix. She set the empty mug down. You were wrong about a lot. You trusted the audited number because the golden age has never lied to you, and it got a man killed, and you'll carry that, and you should. But you were right about the one thing that mattered. Those were people, and you didn't stop until they were home, even when it cost your ship and nearly your crew. She picked up her cap. I can work with a man who's wrong the right way. I can't work with one who's right the wrong way. There are a great many of the second kind, both sides of this Cold War, and I've a feeling you and I will keep running into them. Is that a threat or an invitation? It's a weather report. She put the cap on.
We're on opposite sides of a line that's getting harder, Captain Cross. And the next time we meet, I might be under orders that point at your hull. But I'll remember which kind of wrong you are. That's worth something out here. It might be worth everything one day." She put out her hand, and he took it, and the grip was fair and hard and equal. "Earned respect," she said, "not friendship. Don't mistake the one for the other, and send me a birthday message on the ledger." "Wouldn't dream of it." "You would. You're exactly the man who would." And she went, down the gantry to her own ship and her own board and her own hard line, and Cross watched the survey warden cast off from Tornell and bank away into the dark, and thought that the Cold War had just become, in one conversation, a great deal more personal and a great deal more survivable, both at once. Maddox got clean away, and Cross found, to his own irritation, that he could not be entirely sorry about it either. The accounting came up in the interim office's morning report, delivered by a harassed Combine logistics officer with the air of a man reading out a loss he expected to be blamed for. In the chaos of the catch, Rowan Maddox had taken a portion of the cargo train. Not most. The catch had been too good and the train too well defended. But he had peeled off with what he could carry the moment the geometry gave him an exit, exactly as Salazar had said he would on the first morning of all this, a lifetime ago. A few thousand tons of frontier cargo, gone down a vector toward a dark he knew better than any chart. The man himself? Gone, with the captives off his hands and the grievance of the abandoned frontier still burning in him like a coal. "We could file a pursuit request," Ackerman said when she brought him the report. She did not say it as if she meant it. "Combine jurisdiction, center witness, a named offender with a cargo theft on the record. The ledger has his real face on it now from the Senin feeds. He'll surface." "He'll surface," Cross agreed. "And when he does, someone will want a favor from the man who knows the frontier's back doors better than the people who built them, and they won't look too hard at the theft, because that's how it works out here." He set the report down. "He handed us the truth, Ruth. The captives, the offset, the whole shape of it, for the worst possible reason, to pull Tornell's guns off the train so he could rob it. And the captives are alive because of it. I don't get to like him. I don't get to chase him over a few thousand tons either, not when it means an incident in a Combine corridor we're guests in." He almost smiled. "He told me to stay out of his lane. I told him I'd remember he said it." "That's not a no to the pursuit request." "It's a no to the pursuit request." Ackerman made a note on her slate, and Cross knew without looking it was the official record of his decision, logged permanent, the way she logged everything she thought they might need later. He had stopped minding. It was the same instinct as Delgado refusing to round a number away, and Petrov putting her own name in a dead man's form. The people who kept the record honest, whether anyone wanted it kept or not. "He'll be back," Cross said. "That kind always is, and next time I'd put money he's robbing someone who deserves it less than the Rivas corridor did, and I'll have to decide all over again whether the man who handed me 30 lives is a criminal or a bastard I tolerate." He picked up the cold coffee, made a face, drank it anyway. "Frontier's complicated, Commander." "Frontier's complicated," Ackerman agreed, in the flat tone that meant she had opinions and was saving them for a better audience, and went back to her contingency board. On the 6th night they had a meal, because Petrov ordered it and the captain enforced it, and the ship, wrecked and docked and grieving and saved, deserved one. It was not a celebration. No one used the word, and Pell's empty place was felt by everyone and named by none,
and a man 4 decks down was breathing on Petrov's support with a long recovery ahead of him, and the wonder had gone out of the youngest face aboard and would be a long time coming back. All of it sat in the room, but the recovered Torno workers were strong enough to come up, and the families had brought food that was not printed, real bread from a Torno baker who had refused payment, a vast, unidentifiable stew somebody's grandmother had made in industrial quantity, the printed cake that had gone wrong and was eaten anyway with great ceremony. Salazar, Silence, and Senin was coaxed into one flying story by Winter's mother of all people. She had come up to thank the boy's crew and stayed, and told it badly on purpose, letting the landing he had actually greased become a near disaster for the comedy of it. And the wardroom laughed, and Cross watched the lieutenant come back into the room a degree at a time, and did not remark on it. Imeth sat with Tellin Skeepel, and a Torno worker who owed Tellin money and was paying it back in installments of stew. Hartley arrived late, filthy, engine grease to the elbows, with a paper notebook of everything wrong with her ship, and was made to sit and eat by Petrov, and did, and laughed once, the short, astonished sound of a woman who had not laughed in a long time, and put the notebook away. The Duans were not there. They were in the bay, near each other, not touching, still finding their own way, and that was right, too. Cross stood at the edge of it with a plate he had barely touched, and let it be more than he had earned, again. The corridor would reopen slower and honest, the locks finally changed. A woman who would never trust him, furious and alive beside the husband he had nearly let die. A director answering, in open session, to the names of his own workers, one at a time. The catch had held. The people were home. The week had been nothing but the dream's costs, and tonight, for an hour, it paid a little of them back. "You're leaking again, Captain," Petrov said, arriving at his elbow with 2 glasses, and handing him one. "It's the bread," Cross said. "Real bread. I'm not made of stone." "No," Petrov agreed. "You're made of meat, same as the rest of us, I keep telling you." She touched her glass to his, once, no toast, because there was no toast that fit. "Eat something. Stand in it. Tomorrow there will be reports and inquiries and 100 things gone wrong with your ship, and a number Delgado keeps muttering about that I don't like the sound of. But tonight there's bread, and the people are home, and you let them be home. Let that be the whole of tonight. It doesn't come this clean often." Cross ate something. He stood in it. The wardroom was loud and full of people who were alive who had no right to be, and somewhere under it a man was missing, and a clock was wrong, and a survey warden was flying toward a board that might call her a mutineer. But that was tomorrow, and tomorrow would arrive on its own schedule, unrecallable and indifferent. And there was nothing to do tonight but let the win be a win, as long as the deck would give it. So he did. He had earned the right to do that much, and he was learning, slowly and at no small cost, to take the things he had earned and leave the things he hadn't, and to know, most nights now, the difference between the two. Chapter 28. The Wrong Number. The Rivas corridor reopened on a Tuesday, at half its old throughput, and from the Lodestar's bridge it looked like a thing healing. Captain Daniel Cross had the pot sent up for it. A corridor coming back to life was a catch morning, whatever the schedule called it. And on catch mornings, this bridge smelled of real coffee, where it was somebody else's bridge. The morning watch had come up early without being asked, Salazar with his boots not quite under his console and his eyes open for once, watching the forward display the way other men watched a horse they'd backed. Winter at the helm with his hands a respectful centimeter off the board. Emeth at operations, hands flat and still. Ackerman at the contingency station with, for the first time in 2 months, nothing on her contingency board, and an expression that said she did not entirely trust the vacancy. The mug in Cross's hand was warm through. the dented one, the one that had survived the year. 4 decks down, the pumps kept the note they had kept since the yard, and the open engineering channel breathed static and the far-off sound of Hartley's people doing something unhurried to something that deserved it. "First Marshal entering the chain," Emeth said. "Tornell has solutions on all of it. Confidence high. The MIT is awake." The Marshal was a modest one, a short string of pods, a third the mass of the train they had spent the worst night of the year pulling people out of, and it came down the Rivas line slow and clean, ring to ring, talked out of its speed by a catcher chain that now carried 3 inspectors and a recalibration certificate on every ring. On the forward display, the lattice lit and reached and took the first pod by the shoulders, and the pod answered, and the old, unhurried marvel of it unfolded exactly the way it had unfolded on the morning all of this began, before the squawk on the legacy band, before the collar, before the tug that never answered. "Half throughput," Salazar said, to the display. 3 inspectors a ring, a certificate on everything that moves, and look at it, still the most boring miracle in the galaxy. "You said that the first morning," Vinter said. "I was right the first morning." "Tornell paid to change the locks," Ackerman said, without looking up from her empty board. "The dryness in it could have stripped paint. Cost them less than the magistrate did. I've asked them to put that arithmetic in the corridor's annual report." "They won't," Cross said. "They won't," Ackerman agreed. "But the asking is now permanent and provably mine." Vinter laughed before he could decide whether ensigns were allowed to, and Cross caught Salazar grinning at the helm display, and the bridge had the easy hum it had earned back the hard way. Out along the line, the legacy control modules, the ones that had let a salvage crew reach into a working catch with a key nobody had ever paid to retire, were being lifted out of the corridor stations one at a time and carried off to be melted. And Cross could not be entirely sorry that somebody had decided melting was the appropriate verb. "Still beautiful?" Salazar asked the helm, not turning round, and the whole bridge heard the shape of the old question. Vinter took longer over it than he had the first time. On the display, the Marshal's second pod handed itself from the 3rd ring to the 4th, gentler than before, the way a thing does when it is being told the truth about where it is. "More than it was, sir," the ensign said at last, "now that I know what it costs to put back." Nobody had anything to add to that, and nobody tried. The rest of it was happening off the display, in offices and dock floors and message queues, and Cross had spent 2 weeks watching it happen with something close to wonder. The transfers had stopped, the manifests reconciled, mass and thermal and life support all agreeing with the labels at last, freight that was freight, all the way down. Hartley had pulled the signatures off the rider's legacy keys and handed them to people whose job it was to be unforgiving about signatures. A board of inquiry was assembling Strand's quota records into the shape of a sentence, methodically, in public session, and the man himself sat through every hour of it with his hands folded, answering to the names of his own workers one at a time. A frontier magistrate had ruled inside a fortnight that 32 recovered people were owed back wages and an apology in writing. The written part had been her own addition, and Cross would have liked to buy her a drink for it. And somewhere dirtside, a brother named Pell had been told, gently and too late, exactly how his sibling had died and exactly whose audited certainty had cost the minutes. Cross had asked that the telling be done by a person, in a room, with time, not by bulletin. It was the only part of all of it he had asked for. It was the only part that was his to ask. It worked. That was what he kept coming back to, standing watch over a corridor putting itself right. The system worked.
You pulled the thread, and the whole machinery of consequence engaged. The inquiry, the magistrate, the inspectors, the back wages, the melting of the keys. And it engaged well. With a competence the golden age turned on its own failures the way the chain caught its mountains. Cross had spent 38 years believing in that machinery because it had earned belief, and his mother's voice came up out of the year the way it did when the chain was working. Borrowed and built, and the marvel is that it holds. And it was holding, in front of him, on a Tuesday, at half its old throughput, with 3 inspectors on every ring. A man could stand on this bridge and watch a civilization correct itself and feel the belief paying interest. Cross drank the last of the coffee while it was still worth drinking, handed the bridge to Ackerman, and went aft to the day cabin to post his finding. The report was done. It had been done for 2 days, and it occupied his console in the form it would take when he committed it to the ledger. The full account, sworn and provenanced, the kind of finding that could never afterward be altered or denied, because the seam ledger did not permit alteration or denial. Once he posted it, it would be true forever and provably his, a permanent public stone laid in the record of the corridor. The catch riders and their keys, Strand's transfers, the falsified manifests, mass and thermal and life support, all spelling people under a label that said freight, Pell. And in the last section, under a heading Delgado had insisted on wording with great care, the thing none of them could explain, the junction's timing, which had been drifting before the fraud and was drifting still after the repair, by an amount too small to have caused the accident and too persistent to be nothing. Cross sat down to it and found himself, absurdly, thinking of the first thing he had ever committed to the ledger, his commissioning oath, at 22, in a hall in San Diego, with the sea light coming through the high windows, and his mother in the second row in the good coat you never wore. You pressed your thumb to the plate, and the words went out around the seams and came back yours, permanent, provable, unforgeable. His name on a promise that would outlast every server and every government, and very possibly the species. He had walked out of that hall feeling like a man given a stone tablet and told the mountain would keep it. 29 times since, by his count, he had committed findings of one weight or another, and the feeling had never worn off, and he had never understood people who called the permanence a burden. Cross was reaching to post it when the private directive came in. It came over the node network, not the ledger, the transport, the ordinary near real-time traffic that carried orders and weather and the captain's mother's birthday, the channel where a thing could be said without being said forever. The header was Geneva, the operations directorate, a compartment he had heard of and never had cause to touch, and the body of it was short and courteous and signed by a name he respected, a name that had been good to him twice in his career, at moments when being good to him cost something. And it congratulated him on a difficult recovery, handled with credit to the service, and it asked one thing: post the finding, all of it, the riders, the keys, Strand, the manifests, Pell. Let it stand, let it be permanent, let the public record carry the whole human truth of what had been done in the Rivas corridor. All of it but the last section, the junction timing. That portion, the directive asked, did not order, the language was far too careful to order, that portion to be held back from the public commit, retained as authenticated working data aboard the Lodestar and within the directorate, pending further review and not entered into the ledger, where it would become permanent and public and his. Cross read it twice. The cabin was very quiet. Through the deck, faintly, the pumps kept their note, and somewhere forward the marshal was still coming down the line, ring to ring, slow and clean. The coffee ring on the console was from yesterday,
and he looked at it for a while as though it were evidence of something. There was nothing in the directive a reasonable officer could refuse, and that was what he would remember afterward. The junction data was anomalous, unexplained, and unrelated to the human crime. Entering an unexplained anomaly into the permanent public record could feed every species of frontier rumor and anchorage pamphlet without serving a single soul. The responsible course was to hold it for review by people equipped to review it. Every clause was true. Cross tested each one the way Hartley tested a weld, looking for the void under the surface, and found none. He could have written the directive himself. A younger captain would have read it as exactly what it claimed to be, which was prudence, and felt nothing at all. Cross put the directive down and felt the first hairline of something he did not have a name for. Because Geneva was not asking him to lie. The seam ledger could not be lied to. That was the genius of it, the reason a civilization could be built across the network at all. You could not forge it, could not alter it, could not make a committed truth into anything but what it was. The thumb on the plate, the words coming back yours, the mountain keeping the tablet. Geneva was not asking him to forge the record. Geneva was asking him not to make one, to keep the raw data authenticated in hand and simply never post the interpretation. To leave the one number nobody could explain in the place where it would never become permanent, never become public, never become a thing the corridor's people could read for themselves. The system that had caught Strand, that was even now melting the keys and paying the back wages and writing the apology, worked with great competence and real justice on the problem it was willing to admit existed. And on the problem it was not willing to admit existed, it did not fail. It did not lie, did not erase, did not falsify so much as a comma. It simply, courteously, declined to write the number down. Cross drafted a reply refusing. The first version ran 4 paragraphs, and he read it back and heard himself doing the thing he did in rooms that were going against him. The warmth leaning in, the argument built like a hand on a shoulder. Here's what I love about this finding. Charm deployed against a directorate, the way he deployed it against a hostile delegation. And the hearing of it embarrassed him, and he deleted it. The second version was 2 sentences and correct, and read like a man putting his career on the table over a number he could not explain to anyone, including himself. The man he had been at 25 would have sent it without reading it back, because you did not edit a finding to spare a directorate its rumors, and that man felt very close this morning, close enough that Cross sat for a long moment with descend key under his thumb and the sea light of an old hall in his eyes. The second version was also wrong, and the worst of it was that he could prove it was wrong. The data stayed aboard. The data stayed his, authenticated, sworn, every reading intact. Nothing was destroyed, nothing was denied. Review was a real thing that real institutions really did. He would be burning the credit of a hard-won year and the trust of a name that had twice been good to him to commit one unexplained number to a public record where it could do no good and some harm. And every word of that reasoning was true. And he knew the reasoning was true, and he knew something underneath the reasoning was not. Cross deleted the second reply and posted the finding without the last section. Cross told himself the things the directive had told him, and the things were true, and he did them anyway, and they did not make him feel like a man who had done a true thing. The commit came back in under a minute, permanent and provably his. The riders, the keys, Strand, the manifests, Pell, all of it stone now, all of it forever. And the confirmation glyph on the console looked exactly the way it had looked 29 times before, and for the first time in his life, Cross looked at it and thought about what was not under it. The raw data stayed where it was, authenticated, sworn, in hand. Every reading Delgado had refused to round away, sitting on the Lodestar's drives where it would never expire, and never alter, and never quite be a record. After a while, Cross went forward again and stood his watch, and drank a second coffee he did not taste, and watched a corridor heal at half its old throughput, and did not call the morning's work what it was, because he did not yet have the word, and not yet having it was the closest thing to comfort the day allowed. The system worked. He had watched it work. He was going to spend a long time, he suspected, learning the shape of the one place it didn't. Delgado found the wrong number for the last time, a little after 4 in the morning, ship time, alone in a science bay with the lights down because the readouts were easier to trust in the dark. The bay at that hour was the coldest room on the ship, and he had never remembered to bring a jumper down to it. The chair was the bad one. Somebody had swapped the good one out at Senin, and the replacement listed half a degree to port, so that 4 hours into a session, a man discovered he had been bracing his spine against it the whole time, without knowing. The printer 2 compartments forward made its small digestive noise at intervals, keeping the night watch in coffee that tasted faintly and inexplicably of bananas, and Delgado sat in the listing chair in the cold with his sleeves pulled over his hands, and the junction's timing data glowed in front of him, and everything human that had ever been wrong with the Rivas corridor had been fixed. That was the part that should have ended it. The fraud was undone, every falsified manifest reconciled, every transfer accounted for, every worker who could be brought home. The catcher chain was recalibrated against a clean reference, the legacy modules polled, the timing packets the riders had spoofed gone with the keys that had carried them. Every hand that had bent a clock or poisoned a solution in this corridor had been found and named and mended. Delgado had certified the work himself with his own name on it. The corridor's instruments now agreed with one another to a tolerance that would have made a survey navigator weep. There was no reason to run the baseline again. He ran it because he could not leave it alone, had never once in his life been able to leave a residual alone. And because the last residual anyone on this ship had been tempted to leave alone had cost a man his life inside an audited box, and because at some point in the week since, without telling anyone, in the way he decided the things that actually mattered, Delgado had decided that he was never again going to let a number he hadn't run be the reason somebody died. And because of the other thing, the older thing, which arrived uninvited while the run compiled, the way it always arrived, a survey annex 11 years ago, the smell of solvent and old carpet tile, a section head leaning over his shoulder at an anomalous calibration line with the easy patience of a man doing a junior officer a favor. The instrument's older than you are, Delgado. Round it, the cursor blinking in the baseline field. His own thumb on the key. Nothing had exploded. Nothing ever exploded. The anomaly had been real, and the adjusted baseline had been wrong, and the universe had let him get away with it completely, which was the worst possible outcome, because what Delgado had learned in that annex was not that anomalies were real. What he had learned was that he would bend. Given a senior voice and a tired hour and a number that embarrassed the dream, he would put his thumb on the key. He had spent 11 years building a man who wouldn't, one refusal at a time, and never told anyone why. And the why was the cursor, still blinking, in a field he could no longer unadjust. The run finished. Delgado looked at it. The junction was still drifting. Delgado went very still and watched it, the way you watch a thing you have already understood and are waiting to stop understanding. The drift was tiny, tinier than it had been, now that the fraud and the dirty clocks were gone. Small enough that a tired officer at the end of a watch would have called it instrumentation noise and gone to bed. Small enough that the certification he had already signed was not technically wrong. But Delgado was not a tired officer at the end of a watch. He was the man who had refused to round it away at Tornell when the rounding would have been easy, and a captain he admired had wanted certainty, and a man's life had hung on the difference. He had refused it then with the whole ship watching. He refused it now, alone, at 4 a.m, in the cold, with nobody to perform the refusal for. Which was, he understood, the only version of the refusal that had ever counted. The number was not noise. Delgado could not prove that the way he could prove the manifests. He had run the propagation a dozen ways, and the error bars kissed zero and never crossed it, and a hostile reviewer could still call it instrumentation and not be laughed out of the room. But Delgado knew it the way he knew the things he could not prove, which was the only kind of knowing that had ever mattered to him. The drift had been there before Strand and the riders and the poisoned clocks, underneath all of it, and they had not caused it. And now that every human fault was mended, it was still there, fractionally smaller, entirely unexplained, a junction in a healed corridor, keeping a clock that ran, very slightly, against the universes. The accident had not made the number. The accident had uncovered it, had pulled the human fraud away like a tarpaulin, and left the thing it had been lying over sitting in the open, small and patient and wrong. Delgado sat in the listing chair for a while with his sleeves over his hands. Then he saved the run, pulled his boots back on, and went to find the captain. The ship at that hour was a different ship. Corridors at quarter light, the galley dark except for the printer's standby glow, 2 ratings from the night watch going the other way with the particular soft-footed courtesy of people who know the rest of the crew is asleep. The day cabin's telltale showed occupied. Delgado had bet himself it would. Nobody had said anything because there was nothing to say, but the crew kept an unofficial ledger of its own, and the entry for the captain these past 2 weeks read, "Awake." Cross answered the knock in shirt sleeves with the console lit behind him, and whatever was on the console, he closed it without hurry, the way a man closes a thing he has been looking at too long rather than a thing he is hiding. Delgado. Not "What's wrong?" The captain looked at the slate under Delgado's arm and the hour on the bulkhead and did the sum without help. Go on. I reran the corridor baseline, tonight, after the recalibration certificates, after the modules came out, after everything. Delgado heard his own voice doing the thing it did when the data frightened him, going flat and clinical, the briefing room hedges falling away because there was no room left for them. Every human fault in that corridor has been repaired. I certified the repairs myself, and the certification is good, and I'd sign it again. A breath. I rounded everything I'm allowed to round. It's still there. Cross did not move for a moment. How small. Call it 1 part in 10 billion, and I don't love the error bars. Delgado turned the slate around between them. The curve glowed in the dark between them, doing what it did. It's smaller than before we fixed everything. It is not gone. Sir, it was under the fraud the whole time. The fraud didn't make it. The fraud was lying on top of it. Could it be the instrument? I swapped the instrument at Tornell. Then I swapped it back to see if the swap was the artifact. The honesty came out of him in its usual graceless lump. It isn't the instrument. I can't prove that to a review board yet. It isn't the instrument. Cross looked at the curve for a long time. Delgado had watched the captain receive bad numbers all year. The warm forward lean, the walk me through it, the certainty arriving to meet the problem like a host meeting a guest, and none of that happened now. Cross just looked,
with his arms loose at his sides, and the silence went on past the length where the old cross would have filled it. "I saw what posted," Delgado said, carefully. "The finding." "Then you know as much as the corridor does." There was nothing in the captain's voice to read, and that itself was new. And Delgado, who was bad with people and knew it, understood with rare and total clarity that he was standing in front of a man at 4 a.m. who was not going to explain something. "What do you need from me?" "Nothing. Authorization to keep the baseline on a standing schedule, logged to the ship's own science record. I'll do it off watch. It costs nobody anything." Delgado's grip tightened on the slate, and the next part came out before he had decided to say it, which was how the true things usually got out of him. "Somebody has to keep measuring it, sir, whether or not anybody's reading." "Keep the raw file," Cross said. "I never delete the raw file." "I know." Something moved behind the captain's face then, arriving and going almost in the same instant, and for a second Delgado thought the man was going to say something else about the finding, about the missing section that everybody aboard had noticed and nobody aboard had mentioned, about whatever had been on the closed console at 4 a.m. Cross said, "Standing schedule's approved. Log it to the ship. Good night, Delgado." And the door closed, courteous and final, on whatever the something else had been. Delgado walked back through the quarter-lit ship and did not solve the captain on the way, because the captain was not a residual, and people had never resolved for him the way numbers did. The science bay was where he had left it, cold, with the bad chair and the curve still glowing. He had heard, in the way a crew hears, all the reasons the last section had not gone to the ledger, and he understood the words for the reasons and agreed with most of them. And he understood, sitting back down in the dark, pulling his sleeves over his hands, that it did not matter whether the number was in the record or out of it, classified or public, reviewed or withheld. The ledger could decline to carry it. Geneva could decline to admit it. The corridor could reopen at half throughput and heal in front of everyone and run its clean catches forever. The junction would go on drifting either way. Delgado saved the night's reading to the standing schedule, first entry, logged to the ship. He would not delete it. He never deleted a raw file. The habit was older than this ship and older than the fear that had made it. And he stayed a while longer in the dark with the wrong number, not rounding it away, because somebody on the Lodestar was going to keep this one honest, whether the record wanted it or not. The corridor caught its mountains. The number would not go to 0. Delgado left it where it was glowing and turned the lights back up and went forward to draw a cup of the coffee that tasted faintly of bananas and did not yet have the word for the thing he had found either. Nobody did. Not yet.